All right, everybody, we are back. Sorry for my incompetence. I hit the end broadcast button instead of the X to drop out of a little menu I was looking at. So we're back. I know that Sal and James wanted to kind of wrap things up. I know James has got to make sure he's keeping his wife happy, and Sal wants to answer any questions people might have. So appreciate y'all's time tonight, and I guess James will kind of send it over to you. Last words for you. Anything you want to bring up? You think are significant folks to really think about, and Sal will let you kind of wrap things up on your end. So go ahead, James.
Yeah, I just thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure to finally get to be on your channel. I'm sure we'll be in this more often. Of course, Sal, I'll be seeing you on Sunday when we cover a different but related topic on some of the challenges with eukaryotic evolution. I will go eat my late dinner right now, and keep an eye on the comments and listen in. So I might be able to help out with answering some of the questions. But hopefully you got the gist of what we're trying to convey. If not, you can send me an email at chemistryofcreation@gmail.com, and I'll try to answer that. I am pretty busy teaching this quarter and writing some papers, but I'll hopefully get around to those at some point. So yeah, I'll hand it over to the highly competent Sal, and he can address your questions. So thanks for your time, everyone, and we'll hope to see you around.
Appreciate you, James. Thanks so much.
Thanks, James, and God bless you. It was wonderful.
Oh, I enjoyed it. Yeah, thanks. Let's do this more often.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm out.
Have a great night.
Dr. Carter and I had discussed creating graduate level materials for creationist biology students like Emery Moyna, who's a graduate student in biology. And there are many creationists or ID-friendly proponents that are matriculating through school, and they can feel rather isolated. They may not realize they have more people that are sympathetic to their views than they may know. And that's been quietly growing. I knew it when I was studying at the NIH, the FAES graduate school. You just sensed it among the students, and sometimes they'd say, no, I don't believe in evolution. And just like, whoa, they're so open about it too. And sometimes this never came up in the context of God or anything theological. They'd say, oh yeah, I read Behe's Black Box, or like, nah, I don't believe things evolved. And it's just, I was giving a presentation one time on the bird magnetic compass and electric sensing in creatures. And I was pointing out how this is at the edge of anything we can build. And one student right in front of the dean of our school said, kind of makes it hard for me to believe this evolved. Just like right in front of the students, in front of the professor, who's also the dean of our school. It's like, yeah, it's starting to be kind of open to say things like that. Maybe not in official publications, but among the students, it's really kind of hard not to say it. Especially a lot of these guys are from engineering backgrounds, and they're like, wow, I tried to build something like that, and there it is in a living cell. So even some of the tangents Dr. Carter went into, I was just, my jaw was dropping. I said, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So I'm excited for the papers he may be publishing, and then Brian Thomas. And they are, collectively, we are, as you could see now, that there are professional biochemists, professional molecular biologists who are creationists, who are young earth creationists. And that's what's happening now on the internet. You're starting to see them. I believe Rob Stadler is a young earth creationist. And so the face of creationism is changing in that sense, as we're seeing some pretty high level guys who are creationists or ID friendly, like say Marcos Eberlin, who trained 200 PhD students. He was an advisor to 200 PhD students in chemistry, and he's joined our side. This is the trend that is happening, where people are openly, who are senior enough, they can come forward and say, no, I don't believe this anymore. When I started in this like 42 years ago, yes, it was that long ago, It wasn't like that at all. This was very considered crank stuff. It still is. But even then I was just like, well, I'm friendly to creationism, but this is really not made for prime time. But when we saw Rob Stadler's presentation on Stairway to Life, it's like, yeah, this is prime time. This is prime time stuff that's better than anything in the peer-reviewed literature because it's actually telling the truth. And
well, and that's the significance of the points that you're making. And right before you came to the backstage for our first part of the stream, I can't believe I hit the end button. I'm so mad at myself. The Dr. Carter and I were talking about how it's kind of reached the point of like, yes, people like you and he and Dr. Stadler and others are in the minority, and Dr. Chan are in the minority. But that just because you're in the minority doesn't mean you can't have the utmost confidence that your conclusion is correct. Because, and this is kind of alludes to the point you were just making, the evidence is piling up more and more in our favor. And it's one of my personal favorite quotes, which I give to myself. The favorite things I've ever said is the difference between confidence and arrogance is being able to back up your BS. And I originally said that in a very arrogant stage of my life where it was more of I was being accused of being arrogant, and I made that statement. However, in the context of what we're talking about now, I'm not being arrogant because I can back up my claim with whether or not you want to even consider the underlying ramifications of the arguments that are being presented. That's the case in point. Like if you're going to refuse to even address the underlying components of the things like what you're talking about with Dr. Stadler's presentation the other day, like here is the fundamentals. Like these are the recognized principles of chemistry, as an example, right? Like, do you guys disagree with this? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, then how? Come up with an alternative that is actually plausible, not these crazy hypotheticals. Come up with a plausible explanation, and not, oh, it's a multiverse. I mean, if you have to retreat all the way back to, oh, well, the only way this is remotely a rational conclusion is there must be a multiverse. If that is the foundation of your entire worldview, of our existence, to me, as kind of points you made a minute ago about like, oh, when you first started, it was, this is kind of cranky. This is weird. This is way out in left field, outlier types. I'm talking about the creation side of the argument. Is it kind of is this way out? It's an outlier, way out in left field. And it's like, so who's more in left field? There must be, none of this is plausible unless there's a multiverse, or the obvious engineering and on all the different layers that we've been talking about, right, indicates an intelligent agent is required. Like, which one's more plausible? Multiverse, intelligent agent. I don't understand how, like, it doesn't seem remotely rational to conclude that that's now the outlier, given all of the evidence that we now look at. And
I want to point something out to the listeners. I wasn't always a young Earth creationist. I was raised in a Roman Catholic household. I went to public school. I learned evolution there. I thought it was a great idea. And after I became a Christian, I still was in evolution. I still accepted evolution for about a year and a half. And then was an old Earth creationist for decades. But then I said, God, I think the natural reading of the Bible is a young universe. And I said, that just doesn't square with what I've learned in physics. And I was a physics minor at the time. And I said, I'll be open to it if I hear about variable light speed, which I said, that's kind of doubtful. Right around the year 2000, 2001, I started to see that in the literature. And like, oh my, this is a game changer. That was the spark. And I began looking at this and that. I got a book on solar system evolution that was designed to actually fight creationism. I mean, that was the author's intent. He was a National Academy of Science member, Stuart Ross Taylor. And I read that book. I said, you're trying to persuade people that the solar system evolved. You made one of the best cases for special creation of the solar system that I'd ever seen. Because every chapter ended, he said, this is a serious unresolved problem. I'm just like, if you wanted to argue for evolution, you shouldn't have written this book because you've persuaded me. At that point, I began to accept special creation of the solar system because it would take miracles. And then I studied the origin of life. And then, so that was like 2000, 2001 timeframe. 2004, 2005, I started to see this stuff with the chemical dating, the racemization. And I'm just like, well, the other side, the old Earth creationists have really good arguments too. And the evolutionists do. But I said, the responsible thing is you can't just kind of sweep this under the rug. These are serious problems. And then I went off to grad school and I said, yeah, the radiometric dating and the distant starlight are serious problems. But then around that time, just 2 years before I went to grad school, genetic entropy came out. And I said, oh my goodness, Dr. Sanford he testified in I think it was the Kansas school board hearings. And I was just very impressed. I said, how did someone of this caliber become a creationist? And I looked through genetic entropy and I said, there's something about this that agrees with just ordinary intuition, that there's so many ways to break a complex system than to make one. And if you cause enough breaks, it's just going to accumulate. It's just that simple. And the case began to get stronger. I said, well, I haven't resolved all the anomalies. The radiometric dating is still a big issue, the intermediate isotopes, et cetera, et cetera. Then I went off to graduate school and took a solid state physics class. I was having a grade problem because the professor and I weren't on the same wavelength. I wasn't rebellious, but his teaching style just didn't work with me. He didn't even go through the textbook. I'm just like, I need the textbook because I'm not very good at note taking. And I did really poor on his exam. And I said, the only way I could save my grade is the student project. I said, I'm going to gamble. I'm going to gamble on an outrageous project. I said, electrical and chemical influences on nuclear transformation. And I remember spending a couple days at the Hopkins Library, and my jaw dropped. I said, there's so many transformation experiments done with electricity and chemistry. And I said, that can change the daughter ratios. That can change the parent ratios. We don't need to invoke variable nuclear decay if these mechanisms of electricity can change things. And I actually was considering going to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, because they were friendly to these ideas. That never transpired, but it opened my eyes to possibilities. Then I went to cosmology class, graduate school cosmology class, and the professor was describing inflation theory, where galactic quantities of matter are moved around at thousands, millions, maybe infinite times the speed of light. I'm just like, okay, time out here. The first thought that came to my mind, I said, I thought YEC ideas were outrageous. By comparison, the young Earth creation model is pretty tame. And that was my journey. And so to this day, if someone says, well, you can't prove young Earth, I said, well, I will put both sides. And I'd say at the very least, the question's not definitively settled. I could not in good conscience say that the fossil record's old. I said, I presented some evidence that says, we can't, until we settle this data one way or the other, this is at the very least, an open issue. So I'm not quite as, in debating some of this stuff, I'm not quite so eager to win the debate today. I'm eager to say this is not an open and shut case at the very least, that the other side has not proven their case, not by a long shot. They need to resolve these anomalies one way or the other. And until that's done, perhaps they should be more willing to say the data doesn't tell us for sure, but that's not what they want to say. They can't afford to give 1 inch. I can afford to say that because, it's just me. I'm just speaking for myself and I'm curious about things. So that's where my position is, just for people that are curious about where I'm coming from. So I came from an old Earth evolutionary background, and it's the data that began to say, hey, time out. Yes, granted, I'm sympathetic, obviously, and some things I totally accept on faith. But what has happened over the 20 years is there's been a trend, And the trend has been more favorable to young Earth. I saw it in 2019 when cosmology was in crisis. You can Google that. 2019, just look, cosmology in crisis. And we totally, when I was in graduate school, I totally saw that coming, because what I was just learning in the classroom, I said, this is not going to hold. This is just too problematic.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the time when I was beginning to revise my views, that was even before Mary Schweitzer and the dinosaur soft tissue. And then now I'm hearing about James Carter talking about oxidation and the fatty acids, and he's now talking about the carbohydrates in the DNA. I'm just like, yeah, it's not going to end. It's not going to end. In 20 years, who knows where this is going to be? And if we begin to resolve some of the issues in terms of nuclear transformation, electrical and chemical, and there's one thing that's really helping us. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is looking into low energy nuclear reactions because they want to have green energy. But the side benefit of that is they've already built reactions where you put more energy in than you get out. That wasn't really their goal. But what they found out is they could transform elements from one to the other and have certain daughter ratios at low energy. You don't need a thermonuclear explosion. And so there's a lot. You would think that we would have known all this by now, but there's still so much we don't know even at that level. And there's money going to be thrown at this. So I'm just, I'm just throwing that out.
No, I think it's very interesting. And folks, again, you should go and watch the original conversation that led to this one between Sal and Dr. Carter over on Evidence and Reason, Sal's channel, because they kind of talked about in more detail about what Sal just mentioned on the Mitsubishi Industries experiments and things that they're doing. And there's so many different things that are just leading people to conclude that there's all sorts of possibilities, let's just say. And while you were talking about the variable speed of light, an example of that is the Joe Magia. I can't pronounce his name. He wrote he wrote Faster Than the Speed of Light. He did a hell paper on it, but it's a great book on the concept. It was very fascinating because the majority of his book was how he was having to hide the research that he and his fellow researcher were doing on it because they were afraid of being kicked out of their universities. I mean, like they were at Imperial King's College London, I believe it was, when they were doing this research, and his partner literally backed out of it because they were afraid of literally being considered crackpots if they actually published their math and their model that solved the problem, right? Of one of the, of the inflation problem, like solved it. Like, well, didn't necessarily solve all of it, but like solved huge portions of the conundrum from a math standpoint. And he's like sitting there in the book, he's sitting there talking about like, we sat there and looked at each other like, okay, well, this math answers the question, but we can't, do we have the cojones to publish this? I mean, literally, they sat there for a year and like 2 years deciding whether or not they were going to even publish it. And to me, when you really think about that from a way bigger perspective than just, oh, is it constant? Is it not? The fact that two scientists were terrified of the professional ramifications to publish an alternative theory to the conventional paradigm, to me, that speaks volumes of the restrictions on scientific research and understanding of the cosmos. If you think you might lose your job if you contradict the status quo, it's pathetic. So I know you probably need to go check on if you want to go check on your mom. I think I'm gonna open this up to open mic. There's some different people that wanted to come in and kind of have comments. So since we've kind of wrapped up the original stream, let's turn this one into an open mic if you're interested.
Yes, and I wanted to I wanted to have a little time to also go over the other slides I had, which is more technical on the racemization. Okay. But that'd be great. I don't have open mics on my channel that much because of some of the guys who try to jump in, and I don't know who they are.
Well, when I say open mic, that doesn't necessarily mean 100% open mic. That's
right. So I'll wait till someone jumps on, and then I'll check on my mother. So and I have to say this: what happens in the secular world, sadly, also happens in the creationist world.
That's
There
true.
have been, and it's not always for the nefarious reasons. It's like, well, I don't want to hurt my friend. You
Right.
know, if I start saying that this is wrong, I'm gonna cause waves, and I'd rather I hope someone else will come out and do the dirty deed, if you know what I mean. And so I'm not saying that there's some conspiracy or anything, but one time I had a certain view about like there's the hydroplate versus catastrophic plate tectonics, and I was in a meeting one time and said, "Don't, Sal, please don't talk about this. You're going to get someone really mad." Like, okay, that's cool, and so I learned you have to try to respect people. And it's really kind of sad, though. I did see some stuff at the creationist conferences where some well-known names are just screaming at each other. I said, one, we're all supposed to be Christian brothers here. You guys are screaming at each other. I said, this isn't cool, guys. This is not setting an example of Christian behavior. And we're all supposedly on the same team, and you're arguing over different creationist models, and you're just screaming at each other, turning red. I said, this just is not cool. And so there's been some suppression of what I think are actually really good ideas just because of that. So I'm not trying to say this is unique to the secular world. We'll see it in the creationist world as well.
Well, there's definitely a facet of the human problem, of human ego and the cognitive dissonance that comes from it, and the variety of, let's just say, the egomaniacal aspects of human nature. Don't want to admit when you're incorrect. Bob, welcome to the stream, man. Sorry for keeping you sitting backstage there for a while.
It's fine. I wasn't sure if it was open mic or not, so I was just, I saw the link. I'll just see if he lets me in or not.
Did you get a chance? Were you able to watch the conversation with Dr. Carter and Sal and their presentation on their racemization dating?
Yeah, I watched the one tonight, and I watched their original one where it was just them two. I thought it was really cool. I was wondering if that same principle has been used to look at oil.
Yes, there was a case. Let me see if I could find it. And they should. Okay, I actually mentioned it in passing. It was from the paper by R.H. Brown. It said, for example, amino acids with DL ratios less than 1.0 have been found in Green River Formation, Wyoming oil shale. All amino acids from the organic material that produced the oil in this shale should have become racemic long before the 40 to 60 million years specified by the Eocene age of this formation. And then I actually did look at the original source material. So that was the creationist characterization. And I went to the original paper, which is really kind of fun to get to the old papers. And that was an accurate characterization. What we've not been able to eliminate is bacterial stuff or anything else. But yes, it has been applied to oil, and it's been a problem that has appeared in oil. So this is kind of exciting.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. We've also seen C14 in oil and coal.
Right. I knew about that, and in diamonds as well.
Yeah,
diamond.
Well, yeah, and Dr. Carter was talking about that in you and he's conversation, Sal. He's going to dive into the detail. But I mean, here's the irony from it. Dr. Stadler's talked about that too, the carbon-14 problem. There's many scientists that have talked about the carbon-14 problem in diamonds. And it's like, I don't understand how they get around that one. I mean, I've seen some of the crazy quasi explanations for it, but I'm like, so you're saying that it somehow got inside the single substance that it wouldn't be plausible for it to get inside? I mean, like,
magic.
You're telling me that it got past
exactly
the super shields, is what you're saying.
So what's happened, what I'm trying to say is, look, I'm not going to, I mean, I am kind of evangelistic on a few fronts, but, definitely for the arguments against abiogenesis, I feel really strong that Change 10 and Robstad are made a good case. I feel just like really confident. For stuff like the age of the earth, it's like, okay, I still think the other side has some things that, creation should still be a little bit careful about. Yep. But on the other hand, we have these anomalies. Any physics student knows this is not, you shouldn't just kind of just sweep this under the rug and say it's definitely old. We have to try to find an explanation why. Whichever way the cards eventually fall, we need to know. It's an interesting question. Why did the diamonds have this residual C14?
Well,
because this will tell us something about.
So look at so Erica says, guys, that carbon-14 is next to uranium deposits. That's a radioactive kind of contamination. Geology knows a lot about this. Look into the papers.
I'm sorry. I have looked into the papers. I've done the calculations on rate reactions, and it just doesn't add up. And I'm not the only one who said this. Other papers have contested the uranium source. And so I've done rate reaction calculations on this. It just doesn't add up. And I wouldn't say that I'm ultra qualified, but just as a physics grad student, something just didn't work. We would need ultra high concentrations of uranium or other things. So not to mention how do the parent products that need to get transformed get trapped in the diamond? I mean, they're just all sorts of things. So I do respect that Erica says look it up, but this is I'm just putting out there on the table. I've also looked into this, and I don't find the counter arguments convincing. I find them trying to sweep things under the rug that can't be swept under very comfortably, and I see it looking like they pretend they've solved it, and then you look back and it wasn't actually solved.
Well, it's kind of interesting, the point you're making. I'm going to make another allusion. So Dr. I've heard many people say this, but Dr. Stadler did it recently. I know James Tour's done it many times. I read these papers, and then I go look at the methods, and it doesn't back up what the assertions they made in the rest of the paper. When I actually go and look at what they did, they didn't actually prove what they asserted that they proved, or that they had found evidence for and such. But actually go and look at it. It's kind of like the whole, do you look beneath the surface and find out what do you actually have? And to the point I made, do you have the ability to back up your BS?
Yes. And I talked to a nuclear chemist, Jay Weil. He's a nuclear chemist. He understands some of this, and we had a very good exchange. So I don't think it's anywhere near what I try to give the other side credit when credit is due, and they have some good arguments. But I'm just like, what bothers me is there's some really bad arguments that are still getting recycled. And I said, if one wants to build my trust and appreciation and belief and acceptance of the other views, they have to stop doing that. And there's just been too much of that. So the stuff with the racemization, I ran it by geologists. I'm just like, dude, do you even know how to solve a first order differential equation? I mean, you totally see this, and it's just like flying over their head, and they're just telling me what an imbecile I'm at. I said, okay, guys, this is one reason you're making me a younger creationist, because you say I'm stupid and I don't understand this, and I know this better than you guys. So
Jungle says, you guys have been ignoring me. I've got to hop on camera and show you my shades. What's up, Jungle? How you doing, man? Are you Missouri, New Jersey, or Florida? Where are you at? I know you got so much. He's got so many like crash pads these days, man. You never know what state Jungle, now that he's retired, he may be in. So how are you doing, my friend?
I'm in Missouri, and I just stop in to say hi, and I'm enjoying the conversation. That's it.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks. Glad to hear you're good to go and made it back alive from Jersey, eh?
Yeah. And if there's a question, is the time light problem, is that the only evidence for deep time, the time light issue? I was wondering.
I think Sal's checking on his mom, but I believe, well, I mean, not the only thing, but a huge portion of, well, let's just put it this way. If the distant starlight problem is no longer a factor, then pretty much everything else collapses. I mean,
yeah. Including radiometric dating too might collapse too, would it?
A whole bunch of things would collapse. So, I mean, you also have to think about because you have to remember if C is variable, then it changes a whole bunch of stuff. Like all these other ratios, like the ratios of different constants must have also modified it to maintain the ratio, and then the ramifications that has on so many other different things. I mean, it's a very interesting. But the irony is that the math, at least the math that I've seen, is if that is the case, and the ratios just move in relation to each other between the other constants and C, then basically it solves the time problem, the deep time problem.
The other thing I question is the dark energy, whether or not that's a real thing or not, too.
Well, Jungle, did you get?
I think it's a rescuing device.
Well, I was about to say,
Yeah.
did either one of you guys get to watch the hilarious debate last night between Otangelo and Patient Beard? Did you guys see that?
I saw that. I saw that. That was great.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I didn't see it live.
Okay,
I'm still kind of new to all of this.
Okay, so last night on Standing for Truth's channel, this dude who came out of retirement, he's like a YouTuber who came out of retirement to debate Otangelo on intelligent design. Bad idea. Like, I wouldn't debate Otangelo on intelligent design. Nah. But anyway, this guy comes out, he's just spewing so many of the same outdated talking points. It was priceless. And then this just showcases that this guy did absolutely zero research. He decided to bring up the abiogenesis problem to Otangelo, of all people.
Well, you have to. Like, you can't have the only thing you can say instead of ID is abiogenesis.
Well, no, I agree. But
that's the alternative.
But they were big. They were off talking about other stuff, and then this guy brought it. Otangelo didn't bring it up. This guy brought it up. And he started spewing some of the most outdated talking points, and you could tell that Otangelo it was all he could do to maintain a straight face, and this guy just kept spewing talking points. And the funny part was he couldn't even actually constitute the talking points correctly. he was like trying to spew the talking point, but he didn't actually know what the whole talking point was. And then we're like, get halfway through, and oh man, it was bad. It was so bad.
And the great one was when he said, "I'm having a moment."
he had multiple moments. Sorry, he came up like, "I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm just not ready for this." Oh man, I'm never making that admission. Like, I'm sorry.
Like, if
I
ever
give that to him.
I've accepted this challenge. I've been talking trash this whole time. I keep making God of the Gaps and magic assertions, and and then have to admit that I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Like, hang on, which one of us is relying on magic then? If you don't know what your own position is, who is relying on magic? I'm just saying. Sal, welcome back, man. I know you had a few more things in your on the technical side that you wanted to present, right?
Yes, and I was challenged on this. Erica said to look up all the papers on uranium. I did a calculation here, which I credit nuclear chemist Jay Weil. If we take the spontaneous fission rate of and neutron release, it's reported there in the Wikipedia article, spontaneous fission. For uranium, which is mostly U-238, we get 0.0136 neutrons per gram per second. If we make the absurdly generous assumption that all neutrons released are thermal, aka slow enough to be captured by C13, and the absurdly generous assumption that all the neutrons find a C13 target rather than just going through the whole carbon sample altogether, we can frame the reaction generation rate. Approximately 1 gram of carbon has this many atoms. Using Avogadro's number and the approximate atomic mass of carbon, 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd times 12, you get 5 times 10 to the 22nd number of C14 atoms in a typical 1 gram sample. And I work through that number, 1.5 times 10 to the minus 12. We get 7.5 times 10 to the 10 atoms per gram. Converting only C13 to C14 at a rate of 0.0136 atoms per second creates over 5,730 years at best and you get a calculation of 2.4 times 10 to the 9 C14 atoms per gram at best, which would be approximately 3% of modern carbon. But this assumes 90% uranium and 10% carbon. Even a generous assumption of 0.1% uranium and 99% carbon would be about 0.003% typical modern carbon. And this doesn't even factor in the probability of neutrons hitting C13. And the probability the neutrons are at thermal capturable speed. So it's not like I haven't looked into some of this. There are other calculations, and I just don't find it convincing. So I do appreciate the suggestion to look into the papers, but it just doesn't feel like this is, I don't think the other side has argued their case very well. And I have other papers. And maybe this is not the time to do it, but maybe over the coming 2 years on my channel, we can host scholarly discussions on this, and we'll go through the papers and we'll go through the calculations like graduate students. And that's only fair. And I try to give credit to the other side when they make a good point. And I've gone on record, like, for example, in the second law of thermodynamics, I sided with the evolutionists. I said, this is a bad creationist argument. So if there is a bad creationist argument, I'm going to try, my conscience would bother me if I let it go. And I know it's a bad argument, but I haven't heard the other side make a good argument. So that being said,
Dr. Carter just made a very good point. The amount of uranium needed to create de novo in situ C14 for detection would obliterate the bonds in the organic compounds.
Ow. Ow. Oh. Oh. Ow. Ow.
I'm just going to go ahead and say mic drop from Dr. Carter.
Oh. Yeah. You see, I believe that God ordained, he left the traces in here that at some point we're going to be forced to come only with one conclusion. And that's where I see the direction of things headed. That maybe arguments that weren't very well conceived, say 42 years ago, it's changing now. So I wanted to just for the sake of completeness, because it would bother my conscience a little bit if I didn't do this. Let me see, I'm going to put...
So while you're looking for your papers, so Erica says, Dr. Carter is not going to like my papers. Erica, why don't you debate Sal and Dr. Carter? I mean...
Well, she said she won't debate Sal because her and Sal agreed.
That that's because Sal's just too nice to debate, Erica. So Sal needs to have... Okay, so Sal, on this topic, I need to have an earbud. One on my right one will be you, my left one will be Dr. Carter. And I'll debate Erica. I'll be the jerk. And you guys just download all of the information into my brain, and we'll do it.
Okay, so let me share my screen, and I'm just going to show the audience how I got some of these figures, just so they know, and it'll clear my conscience a little bit. This is how I lift the figures out to get a DL ratio from this graph. Again, this was taken from the this is probably from R.H. Brown's paper, which he compiled all the secular. So that's my solution. Yeah, R.H. Brown collected these data points here were collected by secular researchers in the 70s, and this was then recapitulated in this graph here. Let's see if I can. So what I'm just showing here is how I arrived at relatively constant amino acid. So what I can do is, like, for example, I'll take this point right down here. You see my cursor, this point here. And I can see that that's about 2 million years, and I'll verify that by putting so So I have to align it to or I could take 1 point. Yeah, I could take that at 2 million years. So that's 2 million years here. And then I put it in my spreadsheet. So let's say, okay, so time is 2 million years. 2e to the 6. And then the rate constant, I'll just use my other log graph. Make sure it aligns. And so that would be what? It'd be 0.02, 0.03, give it 0.032, something like that. So I'll put 0.032, 0.032 e to the minus 5, because the scale is to the minus 5. And I get a predicted DL ratio of 56%. So at 2 million years, you have 56% DL ratio. So now I'll take another point here. And they say never do a live demonstration because it'll blow up. But I'm just going to go ahead and try anyway, just for the sake of completeness. So I'll take this point here. And so that looks like 100,000, 200,000. It's not quite 300,000 years. Got my little log graph here. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. I'll make it 320,000. I don't have any means of actually getting it more precise than that. So that's 200,000, 320,000 years. So I'll go back here. So I'll enter in 320,000 years for the time. And let's see what the racemization rate is, the rate constant. And I'm just going to do this once. This is just for completeness. It's that point there. Click it up. So that's 0.2. So that's 0.1, 0.2, 0.2, and that's in units of e to the minus 5. Just for completeness, you can actually see that in the graph. It says rate constant times 10 to the minus 5th per year. And you can look at, you'll learn all this if you suffer through the article. You can. I'm just doing this for people that are very skeptical and they want to double check my work. I want to show how I got my numbers. So what was it? 0.3. Let me double check what I had. So that's 0.2. 0.2 times. All right. So I'll say 0.2 e to the minus 5. Ooh, wait. What did I do?
It's the guarantee doing a modification live.
Yeah. Hang on, 2 e to the, oh wait, did I get the wrong one? Hang on. Maybe that was the wrong 3.2. Okay. 0.2 e to the minus 5. And I got 56.4. So I got two independent points, one at 2 million years and one at 320,000 years. They have the same DL ratios. So if you take this point and then this point here, I got the same DL ratios. That's what I was saying is problematic. That's why if you have the same DL ratios and you just take a random number generator, you're going to get that slanted graph, which I showed earlier. Mm-hmm. If I have the same DL ratio across the points and I just take a random number generator, see if I have it here. Yeah. this dashed line was just generated by a random number generator. You just have the same, you have the, if you have the same DL ratio and you pump it through a random number generator that just assigns random ages, you get that slanted graph. And that's exactly what you see with the actual data. And the actual data then, to me, what I was saying is that told me this is garbage. And people are invited to try to overturn that. That's something that you just can't. If I look at it and then someone like James, as senior as James Carter looks at it and says, yeah, this looks like a problem too, you're suddenly like, oh my goodness, I'm not the only one who sees this. What's a guy to do? Am I going to suddenly start saying, oh, I'm going to be an old earther now? This is so persuasive. And I'm just like, well, where are the counter arguments to this? This just kind of sticks in someone's consciousness. It's like, just like abiogenesis when they say, oh, it's solved, and you know it's not. And this happened before stuff with Mary Schweitzer. And then now with all this stuff with the collagen and the fatty acids and the DNA and then the carbohydrate dating, I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I'd want to be on the other side. That's just where I am as a person. So I'm not going to say that we have a slam dunk case, but you know, if they wonder why I don't embrace evolution, this is just like one of them. And then on Sunday, we're going to talk about eukaryotes. So that was basically completing it. If anyone really wants to talk about my methods or whatever, they can.
Well, you know, for me, and this was kind of cracks me up, but like Erica doesn't see, and other evolutionists on YouTube don't seem to grasp that. Like for me personally, I honestly, I have my, what I think in terms of the Earth being young, all that kind of stuff. But from the macro view, for me, I don't care. Like, I don't care if you have billions of years.
Oh, yeah, I saw you say that. What do you mean for the macro view?
I'm talking about a macro view of like
intelligent design,
life existing. And one of the things I'll ever say is like, with an infinite amount of time and an infinite number of universes, it's logical, plausible, and probable that a cell phone with all the programming that's required for it and the apps you have on your phone right now, is it remotely plausible with an infinite amount of time and an infinite number of universes that could ever come into existence? And if the answer, if you're going to give me an infinite number of universes with an infinite amount of time, I'd say with no intelligent, but there's no intelligent agents ever.
But
do you actually think?
I mean, I understand. I mean, this is the reason that they jumped to the multiverse.
But hang on. Well, the point I'm making though is, how many people do you actually think, with any semblance of rationality, would answer, well, yeah, I think that the cell phone could form itself with enough time? Like, if you guys think that, you wouldn't look at that person and be like, are you serious? I mean, you're telling me that somehow the rare earth metals mined themselves, the silver and the silicone and everything else conformed itself into the circuitry and the processors and everything else, and then the glass formed and the plastics and the shape of the case, and somehow they all conform together? Like, I don't care how much time you have. That's not remotely plausible. That's not remotely plausible.
Bits have to be in the right place for the programming function.
And where I'm going with all that is, in that context, everything that would be required, it's all natural processes. It's physics and chemistry, bro. That's all that it is. It's natural element. That's it. They just somehow, with enough time, it can just form itself together. And that's the whole point. Like, do you not think there's... And the last thing I'll let you guys talk about this is the point that the macro point I'm making is, are there chemical reactions required to form plastic? Yeah. Is there chemical reactions that are done to like program a silicone microchip? Yeah. I mean, there's electricity that's going through circuits. I mean, everything in there conforms to physics and chemistry. Like, that's what's happening for everything. But that doesn't mean that anybody would ever conclude, unless they're nuts, that your cell phone could both build itself and program itself. No one would ever reach that conclusion unless they're nuts. I'm sorry. Or they're living in a fantasy land of desperation to avoid the obvious regarding their own existence. Like Dr. Ron Garrett. He literally stated he thought that it was plausible for a dual syntax programming language to create itself, that he could come up with a model where that could actually occur. The guy's a PhD in computer science. He thinks that he could come up with a model to create a dual syntax programming language. Like, dude, you don't actually think that. You would not go and say that to one of your peers. I dare you. I dare you to go and say that in front of your peers. He wouldn't do that. There's not a chance he would say that.
I don't even understand how you could fathom language coming into existence at all. Like, and I mean like English or Spanish, like human language, how could that occur as a process?
Well, and here's the thing, man, with the whole
how do you think?
Well,
how do you
evolutionists
think?
rely on like the whole signal theory to supposedly explain the evolution of language. And I'm like, you do realize this only becomes remotely plausible with a completed system. Like, you have to have the completed system in order to be able to leverage information theory or signal theory. Like, and they admit this in signal theory, but then it's just kind of like glossed over in like, oh, well, yeah, if we have a completed system, then yeah, it's plausible that a communication can develop.
Well, if you have an infinite number of universes and an infinite number of time.
Right. But here's the irony. And this is why, going back to the original question you had about Erica, and the reason I don't care about the evolution in the timeline is, per their own model, they have a maximum of 500 million years to work with. They don't have billions of years to work with in our universe. They have no more, per their own timeline, than 500 million. And they have potentially as short as 200 million years per their own timeline for this stuff to have occurred, for life to exist.
I prefer to undercut their timeline.
So I don't care. It's like you're literally, this is an example of, like, case in point, last night, Beard Boy, Patient Beard. By the way, I framed myself as the superior beard in that live stream. It was clearly going over his head on when Otangelo was talking about the improbabilities. Like, he just completely discounted the premise that he tried to argue that Otangelo was just using the gambler's fallacy, and
what?
It's like yeah, dude, that only makes sense if the odds were less than the total number of freaking atoms in the universe. Like, then okay, maybe kind of sort of you could argue the gambler's fallacy. But there's plenty of atheist scientists who also reach the conclusion, like, this is not remotely plausible. I mean, we're looking at,
I don't understand. Our side, our position is the opposite of the gambler's fallacy, isn't it? Like, the gambler's fallacy is that, well, it keeps failing, but eventually it's going to win, so now I'm going to bet.
Well, that, yeah, and that there's, just because it's somebody's going to win is the format. Even though there's crazy odds, people still win the lottery, kind of thing, right? Well, it's like, okay, fine, and I agree with you that we're on the flip side of this. But he's claiming that to debunk and to claim that abiogenesis is not plausible based on the ridiculous improbabilities of the different steps that are required, then you're just performing a gambler's fallacy. But the point I'm making is, even though somebody won the lottery seems so ridiculously improbable, we're talking about improbabilities that are greater than exponentially greater than the total number of seconds in the entire universe, if it's 13.8 billion years. It's a 10 to the 19th power of total seconds in the universe per the evolution timeline, or the secular timeline, 13.8 billion years.
I did the calculations for ribosomes, ATP synthase, polymerase, assuming that it was somehow possible that these things could form, and ignoring basic chemistry that denies that this stuff is even possible. I did the calculations, and I came up with, given every single atom in the entire universe, in the known universe, is a supercomputer that can process a full protein in one Planck time. I don't know what it's the Planck time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the very smallest fraction of a unit of time. And it came out to something like 11 universes of all of these atoms would have to be processing from the beginning of the Big Bang till now to come up with those 3 proteins.
Yeah, a lot of people, when you consider biology,
Hey,
what's it?
hey Jungle, we're getting crazy echo from you.
Yeah, why is that?
Okay, I think it stopped now.
Yeah.
In biology, I'll try to explain to people that the more time you have, the more difficult it becomes to get something to form itself, because of the fact that everything falls apart before it ever puts itself in directed working order, which it never does to begin with.
Yeah, and what Sal was talking about tonight is part of that. I don't know if that was brought up, but the whole fact that if you have a composition of pure left-handed amino acids, they break down and flip over time.
And actually, it's what they actually would. Even though I don't use thermodynamic arguments often, this is one of the few times it's actually accurate. It's a change in the configurational entropy, and they actually express the change in Gibbs free energy from the homochiral to the heterochiral form in terms of a specific change of entropy. I have the references somewhere that actually describe it. That the natural tendency is to go toward this disorganization, not homochirality. It's very much like if you started out with a table full of coins that were all heads, and you had a little kid just go randomly to each coin and flip it. After a while, all the coins will be roughly 50% heads, 50% tails. That's the law of large numbers. And I've heard this whole thing with the racemization likened to the law of large numbers. And so, yeah, this is some basic math, and it always bothered me that no one's. It's like, guys, you're just ignoring just really basic statistics here. And chirality is only the first problem. Changtan found one that is infinitely, well, just figuratively speaking, infinitely worse. It's the homolinkage problem, where we have to get the nucleotides to form. Not only do they have to be homochiral, they have to be linked in the correct way. And so this isn't like flipping heads or tails as we have.
Talking about
You're talking about 16,000.
Are you talking about the polypeptide bond?
James Tour talked about that too.
This is the nucleotide connections in the DNA. And instead of just flipping heads or tails, you're talking about 16,000 possible combinations just between an adenine and a cytosine. And that's just 2. And it's like, how are you going to build a genome that's not even 100 bases long? And the odds are just like you take, like, say, 10,000 to the 100th power. It's just going to be ridiculous.
Well, and then it's interesting that you had the point you just made there.
Wait.
100 bases.
To be fair, the calculations that I did not take that into consideration. The arrangement of the molecules themselves, like the orientation of the molecules themselves. I didn't take that into consideration when I did that. That was just strictly getting the amino acids in the right order to make the protein.
Well, and here's the other thing that people don't want to address is, if you, and Dr. Cart Tour talks about this, other folks talk about, Dr. Tour talks about this a lot. If you get the chirality wrong, you have to start over. Like, there's no way around this. Yeah, like, you have to go back to 0.
Actually,
so you could be at 99%, and if you get the 100th wrong, you're toast and you're back to 0. And this is why the whole premise of, like, the time factor for me, I don't care. Like, I don't care. You don't have enough time. It doesn't matter.
The other problem is if you get to the 100th percent and then you mess up, what tells the thing to start over? Why doesn't it just keep going?
When
does it start over?
Well, and here's one of the things I was going to bring up when Sal mentioned the 100 nucleotide problem, or that point. The other thing that he didn't kind of, I know Sal's talked about this before, but the ligase problem. I mean, it's like, oh, we can't get more than about 100 to stay put together unless we have this other enzyme come along and create a bond between these chains. They just dissolve. Like,
Which
well,
is
that's a problem. So that's another one of these little components that you have to have at the same time. Because they like to play the game of this, given enough time, we don't have to have everything we don't have to have all these components at the same time. Yes, you do. At some point along your timeline, you have to have all of the necessary components in existence at the same time in the same space. They have to be in the same place. It doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Congratulations, Fantasyland dwellers. You have somehow this helicase formed itself over in Australia, and the RNA strand is in North America. Who cares? It's like they don't exist. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, you're saying that it's literally in the same proximity, like they're next to each other. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but in order for them to continue this self-replication process and to form, Darwinian evolution process, they have to be in the same place at the same time. There's no way around this. You can't just have it like hypothetically in your brain, like, oh yeah, it was awesome. This RNA molecule formed 3.7 billion years ago, and the ligase and insert whatever else other enzyme, it formed in 3.4 billion years. Cool. So there was a I forget the number I said, about 400 million year difference between the existence of these two molecules. How does that make it remotely plausible?
If they're an inch away from each other, it doesn't work.
Okay, I was talking about the violations of the law of large numbers. By the way, I asked this question on the Uncommon Descent website of Nick Matsky, who was a nationally renowned evolutionary biologist. I said, if you came across a table that had 500 Faircoins heads, would you say that was the product of random chance? He punted. I'm just like, that's unbelievable. It's just a simple yes or no, or maybe I don't know. He felt uncomfortable where this was going, and I totally can understand why. So
I make the dramatic assertion that 2,000 coins were on the same table, all heads, but your 200, that's doable. Even though I'm claiming 1,000 somehow did it. It's like, with amino acids. I mean, get out of here.
Right. So now with nucleotides, okay, so that was the homochirality problem. It's analogous to the homochirality problem in amino acids, and there may be some slight workarounds to that with clay catalysis, but the spontaneous isomerization will kind of do away with that in 1,000 years. But one thing I wanted to point out, the worst problem that Dr. Tan figured out, and it's also kind of like the law of large numbers. You take the Scrabble letters here, you could see that they're not, there's not the inherent tendency is that they won't have a fixed orientation. We can actually argue the physics as to why that is. You just do stuff with inertial tensors and use stuff like the tennis related to the, similar to the tennis racket theorem, and why we would say that it's not normal for it to spontaneously be arranged in nice rows like this. The same problem happens at the molecular level. So it's also a violation of the law of large numbers, because if we take the random components of, say, a nucleotide and just throw it in solution, it's not gonna form nicely like this. That is a very serious problem. She calculated that. Let me see if I have the numbers here. It'd be on the order of just between an adenine and a cytosine. This is an adenine. This is a cytosine nucleobase. You'd have 16,000 different possible combinations. That's just with building two. You try to do this for 16,000, for even 100 bases, the odds are astronomical that you'll be able to build a stable. This is basically not even a genome. This is a gene. This is not even a gene, just 100 bases. And the odds are astronomical from a prebiotic soup that this is going to form. And that was the killer chapter in her book. I said, we don't have to appeal to anything except straight statistics and law of large numbers. And this was like the early chapter in her Stairway to Life. And it's like, okay, after this, you've got 10 more rounds of this to go, and it's going to be pretty bad in each level. It's like, okay, how much of this can the other side take?
Well, and one of the great things the way they wrote that book too is, I don't know if it's every chapter, but most of them, it's like, okay, moving on. I'm paraphrasing. Okay, moving on. Let's just assume that hypothetically we somehow figured out the paradoxes and the violation of law of large numbers, et cetera, in the whatever it was in the previous chapter. Let's assume that one happened. Let me do a massive dump on you of the next one. And then, kind of fast forward to the end, and it's like, okay, so here's where we're at, folks. Somehow you have to come to the conclusion that all of these paradoxes somehow managed to be solved at some point, and all the solutions all exist at the same place in the same time. Like, that's what we boil down to. And any one of these things on their own, in the prima facie on their own, right, are like the implausibility is reaching such levels of insanity that say, are you willfully suspending all rational thought in order to maintain your worldview that enables you to avoid the rational conclusion that there is a higher power that created you, and therefore you will ultimately have accountability? Like, that's what it boils down to. Yeah. They want to escape the premise that they exist because of a higher power, period. And
well, I mean, it may not be all of them, but every time I talk to somebody and I bring up the law of large numbers and they're like an atheist, their brain just shuts down. They just deny it. They're like, I just deny the law of large numbers. No, that's not a thing. And then I show them, and then they're like, I just don't understand it. We'll figure it out.
That's why the law of large numbers is why casinos beat gamblers to the, they beat them into the ground if the gambler stays long enough.
Hey, Sal, but hey, you, sir, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I'm going to have to publicly bash Salvador Cordova, former professional blackjack player who is currently banned.
Did he make his living playing craps?
Who is banned from casinos around the United States. He doesn't know how to do math, ladies and gentlemen. You may have missed his presentation tonight where he was going into the math, but he doesn't actually know how to do the math. And according to the one and only Matt, the artful Dodger Dillahunty, craps has better odds, or you can get a better house edge, or a better edge against the house with craps than you can with blackjack. The irony of ironies is that when he pulled up on his website in the debate with Sal, he pulled up and he was showing the math, all this kind of stuff. The part that just fascinates me, I called him out on it. Unfortunately, James didn't read my super chat on it. But what he did not seem to comprehend was the only way for him to get a slightly better than the standard default edge for blackjack was to conduct multiple simultaneous bets on the same dice roll. So, Matt, you epic dumbass, you are not doing a direct comparison. You're not talking about one bet, and doing a straight comparison. You're like, oh, well, my odds get pretty good if I do multiple simultaneous bets while the blackjack guy does one. And this is before even counting for the person playing blackjack being able to count the cards. And then the math gets down to about like a 0.5 to 0.6 house edge. If you actually can count, if you have the mental capacity to count the cards.
Can you even count the cards? Like, don't they use like 4 decks at a time?
I can count down 8 deck cards. I did. I got kicked out of Atlantic City. They thought 8 deck. Now I was not even. Other guys that were better. Oh my goodness, they could memorize. They could memorize these decks. They're called shuffle trackers, and those guys are magicians.
Well, so what about the continuous shuffler machines now? Have you seen those?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that kind of destroys the.
There may be a little bit of there's some workarounds, but they can tell you're like the dealer will hold some of the cards in their hands before putting it in the shuffle machine, so you have just a little bit of an edge. But I don't play them, and
Well, I mean, I'm saying now, like a year and a half ago, I was in where the heck was I? I refused to play blackjack on these types of tables ever again.
Yeah.
It's a single deck continuous shuffle. Like it shuffled every
someone
time.
beat it though.
Really?
I mentioned it in passing.
Counting cards.
And see, this was, if Matt was not such a total jerk, we actually had a nice conversation on gambling, because they have these marketing. The casino gives out these free bets just to kind of entice you, and if they give out enough, you have the edges on. You've beaten the house edge. The gambler actually has edge, and Don Johnson, he beat the Atlantic City casinos for like $4 million total. One night he took one of the Atlantic City casinos for $6 million because they were giving him rebates. And I think this relates to Pascal's wager. If they give you loss rebates, it's similar to a free bet. And I said, that's exactly what Pascal's wager is about. But Dillahunty was just being so pugnacious, and he was calling me despicable and dishonest. And I had a debate coach. He said, okay, if he starts getting mad, keep him mad. And Dillahunty was mad throughout the whole debate. And everyone was thinking I lost. I'm just like, dude.
He was flipping out on you. He was dog cussing you within about 15 minutes.
Yeah. I think the reason he got so mad at you is because you kept telling him that he required absolute certainty, despite the fact that it was evidence that he required absolute certainty.
Yeah,
but he couldn't admit it, and he had to deny it, and he kept getting mad because you were on point. He required absolute certainty, and there's no way that he can get that. And when you pointed it out, he has to deny it. I mean, it's funny. It's sad. It's funny and sad. I don't know. He just gets so offended because, I mean, at that point,
he's a narcissist, and when you come after him and call him out on his crap, he flips. I mean,
and then says you misrepresented him. Yeah. You put words in my mouth.
That's because he assumes he's right.
And I didn't put words in his mouth. I said, we don't have perfect knowledge. He said, I didn't say that. You're so dishonest. I said, we don't. I was just stating a fact. And then I also said, I don't remember my exact words, but I said, you don't have a monopoly on what defines reason. He said, I didn't claim I didn't. He was just flipping out. And I was just calling him out on stuff. And the really funny one was when I said about the blind beggar, what would you do if Jesus healed you and you had no prospects? And I said, he said, what's the point of all this? I said, the point is I wanted to show how unreasonable you are. And that was kind of a harsh thing to say, but I thought that was still fair.
No, I think it was fair.
And I said, if that wouldn't convince you, I don't know that anything was. He said, that's despicable. You're dishonest. That's so. I'm just like, what did you just say? The other thing is, I could have quoted what he said himself. He said, I can't distinguish between the action of a god and a space alien. He said, so then I can't know. And I said, okay, it's not like I exactly misrepresented. If I put that on the table, would you still, so.
The man is on camera being asked because he always whines and complains and like, if there's a God, why haven't I had a road to Damascus experience like Saul of Tarsus? I mean, I've seen him on.
What makes you think you're so important?
He's like, if God really wanted me to believe, then why don't we all get one of those? And then when he's asked, okay, fine. You have the road to Damascus experience. You stand in the presence of God, and he tells you what he wants you to do. Are you going to convert? No, I'm going to think I'm probably hallucinating. Like, okay, then. So we've gone all the way to the extreme of you are standing before the Almighty. You are having your road to Damascus experience. And now you were just bitching about the fact that God hasn't given you a road to Damascus experience. Now you're saying, when you're asked if you are having it, is that going to convince you? No. Well, then I'm sorry. Then I'm sorry. There is nothing that will convince you. So why are we even having this discussion?
He'll be convinced.
To show others how ridiculous they are. Sorry, Jungle. What'd you say?
Matt will be convinced when he's standing before God.
Well,
He will be.
I don't know. Maybe he can stay in denial even then. Maybe he'll be in hell burning and thinking, this isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real.
He's a big talker. He's a big talker, yeah. But I mean, of course, God can convince you. You know, if you're standing in judgment before Him, of course, you're going to be convinced. And otherwise, you're just illogical, irrational, and lost your faculties.
I mean, when you say, it's funny when people use the, well, it could be aliens argument. Like, okay, let's say it is. So what? Let's say it was aliens that created us and they orchestrated the entire Bible. And they said, we are God, and you know, all the stuff. It wasn't actually God, it was aliens. But they said, if you do this thing, then we'll give you eternal life. And if you don't, you'll be punished for all the bad things that you've ever done. Okay, so what? Like, what's the problem here? So what if it's aliens?
But they're willing to concede that it was aliens. They're willing to concede that it's brain in the vat or whatever, fabrication.
Sal, one of the things that always gets me from a cosmology / physics perspective about the atheist desperation to avoid the obvious is, like, with string theory, some of the string theory models have like 24 dimensions. I think the standard's 9 or 10, something like that. I'm like, is 11, I forget the number. Anyway, my point is, so you're willing to accept that there's potentially 7, 8, 9, maybe 20 more dimensions that we can't currently perceive. You're willing to accept that as being a plausible thing to conclude. But the premise that perhaps the creator resides in one of those dimensions is not. Like, the same premise I'm putting forth here applies to like the whole multiverse premise. Like, so you're willing to conclude that the multiverse is plausible, but an intelligent agent is not.
And I specifically cited in my opening with Dillahunty that textbook people at my professor at Johns Hopkins, my alma mater, argued for the existence of God just from quantum mechanics. And Dillahunty was just, brushing that off. And I said, okay, how about this guy who was in my statistical mechanics book? Same argument. And he was saying that you gave me no evidence. And I wanted to say, okay, so is your definition of evidence just what will convince you? It doesn't mean then that you weren't presented evidence. Maybe it's over your head. That would have been a mean thing to say, but that's,
No, at this point, Sal, to be honest, I think we need to, that I'm a jerk and I say that all the time, but at this point, I think some of this stuff has to start being stated in a very blunt fashion. I'm like, you know what? Just because you don't comprehend what we're saying and you refuse to go and research it for yourself, like, you won't go and actually look at the big picture argument that's being made. And because here's the thing, the Ericas of the world love to argue one myopic point and refuse to look at the cumulative case. And that is the entire point that I've made, that Sal's made, Jungle's made, Bob's made. We've all made this many, many, many times of we are looking at the macro big picture. I don't care if you can come up with some crazy hypothetical for 1 pixel. You have to account for the entirety of the picture, not just the 1 pixel, and the process by which the picture came into being in the first place. Like, this is what we're talking about.
It's like a lawyer in a murder case brings up 100 pieces of evidence. And then there's one juror that's like, but we didn't find the other shoe, and he's just worried about this one other shoe that they didn't find. But there's 100 other pieces of evidence that show this is the guy that murdered this person. And they're like, well, I'm not absolutely certain, so I can't do it.
No, let's just, I'm going to completely discount the other 99 pieces of evidence because I'm not 100% on one of the pieces. I mean, that's what it boils down to.
And I was in the middle of making a video on Dillahunty just to kind of reassure people, because some people actually, maybe on my side, thought he actually performed well. I'm just like, not on substance. The guy was really good at theater, but his actual substance was bad. And one thing I wanted to point out, he knows that. I'm sorry.
He was good at getting offended.
Oh yeah,
That was about it.
Sell out to be so despicable and dishonest and misrepresenting him, but his disciples will believe that. But one thing I wanted to point out, I may point out in my upcoming video, he knows that the craps game doesn't have guarantees either, but he's going to go to Las Vegas to play. It's just a possibility that he might win, even though in the long term you're going to be a loser. There's no question about that. The law of large numbers will play, but just at the chance to win that one time. And so he's offered the potential of eternal life. He's going to suddenly say, oh, I can't be certain, but he'll go play an uncertain game like craps, where actually the certainty is over the long term, you're going to lose. He'll go after that for just that thrill. And so where his values are. Something like the
I think it's cute how Erica tried to just turn our point against us.
That's the gambler's fallacy. Is going with bad odds.
Yep. Yeah, Erica. Yep, Erica loves to talk the trash. You know, so I was talking with Raw Matt about this earlier today. I just don't understand why Evos seem incapable of comprehending the premise that if you are an engineer of any kind, if you're a programmer of any kind, you're going to look at a framework. You're going to use a freaking framework. You would be considered a dumbass to not use a pre-existing framework when you're creating something different. You could be creating two things at the exact same time. You incredibly myopically small-minded morons.
Especially if
you could be creating two things at the same time. But I'm going to use the same framework for both because I'm going to have a whole crap load of similar functions in both. And then I'm going to have de novo or novel or unique or whatever term you want to use for the different components that make this one different than that A different from B. Like this is such basic engineering, programming, everything 101. The fact that this seems to fly over the head and be incomprehensible to people such as Erica continues to blow my mind. How do we this is such basic it's common sense, number one. If you're a human with an IQ above a gerbil, you should be able to comprehend this. And yet we have people who run around spewing, I'm working on my master's right now in primatology, like Erica. And that woman, by the way, sidebar bashing of this, she drives me up the wall. In an email stream, she argued that I was somehow didn't have the capacity to understand the difference between primatology and paleontology, and I was somehow like conflating the two. I'm like, what world do you live in, woman, where you think that I don't know the difference between paleontology and primatology? It's hilarious. But anyway,
no,
pigs can fly. If you want to come into the stream, you gotta. I'm getting the. You don't have any a camera or your mic connected. When you get that, I'll let you in. Go ahead, Sal.
I just wanted to say what you just said about the reuse. That's what we're going to cover in our talk with James Carter, and God willing, even changed hand, if not this Sunday at some point. The eukaryotes reuse some of the same architecture in prokaryotes, but it has to be transformed. The nested hierarchy does not explain it. You can't just do a phylogenetic reconstruction and say, oh, this solves the problem, because of all the reformatting and all the zip codes that have to be added. So when you pump through like a gene in a prokaryote and then compare it to a eukaryote, it's like, oh, that looks like a random mutation. And I'm like, no. Look at all the zip codes that had to be added. That's the difference between them. These are coordinated changes. These are not random changes. They would be lethal. So
it would be like a biogenesis all over again, right? Wouldn't it?
Right. Actually, that's what motivated Change Tan to write Stairway to Life. She started actually with the eukaryote prokaryote transition. And so the nested hierarchy does not explain, it's not a mechanism. The nested hierarchy is just, okay, you can arrange things in terms of similarity. That's not a mechanistic explanation of why it should emerge naturally. We're going to criticize that, God willing, on Sunday, just in terms of the transport. You could actually take the proteins that we've been building phylogenetic quote unquote reconstructions with, and you could show that even if you assume that this is the correct, quote unquote correct, in terms of, assuming common ancestry, it would have to be miraculous. The transformations would have to be miraculous at every shared protein, just for the reasons Dr. Carter kind of alluded to today, with all the zip codes and postal codes and positioning. And that's just multiple interactions. It's just not going to.
And now with the omnigenic theories that are coming out in the last like 2.5, 3 years of the core genes that are but that are modified based on the surrounding ones. And I mean, things you talked about before, Sal, of the inter and intra chromosomal gene regulation and things of that nature. It's like, folks, we don't even comprehend a minuscule fraction of what is actually in play. And then we've got people claiming that we have the answers. Like, no. I'm not arguing that we understand everything in the slightest. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just suggesting that it's going to get more and more and more and more. I mean, good Lord, folks, if you came across the code for a freaking web app or a mobile app or a hybrid of the two, and it's connected to 75 different APIs and performing thousands of different, in the context of the human genome, we have no less than 24,000 different functions being expressed at the absolute minimum, right? If it was just central dogma, one gene, one protein, right? But we actually know it's not that. It's like hundreds, a couple 100,000, right? Done by variable gene splicing, all the different stuff. Like we got all the different and then you factor in the epigenetic variations and the modifications. Like I said, we're talking about ridiculous amounts of interconnected components.
I am a computer programmer. I can testify to the fact that if you build a program, you're starting from scratch, you're going to consider, okay, what things do I need for this thing to do what I need it to do? And then you're going to go to Google probably and Google the standards for all of these. So people write code for how to do a specific thing, and it's designed in such a way that you can put variables into, that you can just take the thing and put it in your program and then reference it whenever you need it throughout your program to do this task that.
Are you talking about includes?
Yeah, basically. I mean, it depends on what programming language you're using.
Well, we're getting a crazy echo. I was speaking from a general perspective for the average person of like, you've got, folks, if you don't know, an include is a function you can have over in a different folder, and then you can put in a call to that function. And instead of having like necessarily the code in that specific file, you're doing a reference to that function from somewhere else. Is that a fair short way to explain it?
I mean, you can do that, and that's typical.
I'm talking.
But you can also just paste it directly into your code.
No, I know you can. I'm saying that in the modern sense, right? Yes, you could just paste it into your code. I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying, like,
I typically do.
I mean, if it's a short function, yeah, but if it's something you're going to use in a bunch of different places, not just in that one instance, you're probably going to turn it into an include, right? Versus just pasting it in every time. You would create an include.
And then when you build something else,
it's a very common
like if you're building a prototype for a video game, right? Which is that's what I went to college for, is learn how to make video games. You need like a physics engine, right? So you have a physics engine, and it's huge, and you just change the bare minimum of what.
Not rewriting that physics engine every time.
Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same every time. Yeah, and you might change variables, like maybe you want the gravity to be a little bit faster, or you want it to be a little bit slower, or maybe you want the scaling to be a little bit different, or you want more friction on the character model. stuff like that. But the vast majority of it is going to be identical across all of these different things. So if you design a whole bunch of video games and you look at their code, they're going to have a lot of similarities. They're going to have a lot of similarities, and it doesn't tell you anything about who wrote the code. It doesn't tell you. You can't look at like World of Warcraft and Fortnite and see that they both have these physics engines, and they both have these things for how the character moves forward and backwards, and how gravity works, and how the projectiles move from one point to the other, and how that's tracked and everything. You can't look at all that stuff and say, well, they're related, right? You can't look at it and it just doesn't make sense. The whole
you would never make the argument that because they both have a physics engine that World of Warcraft came from Fortnite or vice versa, because they both have a physics engine. Like
if I saw that they both had the same physics engine, I would say they both got the same physics engine from the same person that wrote the original code.
Right. Wait,
and if I saw it everywhere, I would conclude that that person had involvement in the development of each of those games.
Well, it's taking that to I mean, obviously in gaming, the level of programming that's required is like ridiculous. I mean, a whole nother stratosphere, multiple stratospheres above like a normal website, for example, right? Like there's just ridiculous amounts of more layers to the code that's required. But to me, it's like when you really dumb this kind of stuff down, it's like I try to bring it down to like basic modern, most people understand this. Like we're arguing that we're all operating on WordPress as the CMS. And we've got similar freaking plugins. We're using WooCommerce, and like this is what we're arguing over here, folks. And like, there's modifications to the CSS for like some different colors, and it's responsive. You got CSS3 and some HTML5 action going on to allow it but this I'm talking about like variations for like screen size. Hello, like, oh, you're on desktop, laptop, mobile. Oh, things restructure based on the environmental pressures. Wait a minute, but hang on.
There's no problem.
Hang on. Let's think about this. In order for those environmental pressures, in this context, the screen size, to result in the modification to the columns and the divs to float and all that kind of stuff, right? The capacity and the logic for that has to be pre-programmed, correct? Like you have to have written the class styles and all those different things to account for these different parameters. Now,
on top of that, for HTML and CSS, if you don't type the code in properly, it fixes it for you. That had to be programmed.
Now we can, yeah. I mean, but you can think about like rewind 7 or 8 versions of, IE or Chrome or whatever. They didn't necessarily always have the ability to correct it on the fly for you. They didn't have the error correction codes.
I don't know how long it's been that way. I just know that right now, if you screw up your HTML5 code, it'll say it'll just change it for you, which I actually hate because I don't know HTML very well. So when I'm trying to learn,
you talking about your browser, or are you talking about when you're writing it?
When you can write HTML. Like HTML is a coding language.
No, I know it is a markup language. I know it is. I mean, when you say it can be corrected, are you talking about the browser correcting it for you on the fly, or are you talking about your
file? The file will be
it?
corrected. When you save it and then you open it in Internet Explorer and then you open it back in the code to look at the code again, it's not what you wrote down because it changes the code to make it work and it fixes it for you and saves it.
Yeah, because it's right. Because
if you do the same thing in C++,
this echo we're getting. What is going on here?
I don't know. If you do the same thing in C++ or C# or JavaScript or anything like that, and you delete a parentheses or a bracket, your program won't run.
Yeah.
One mistake, your program won't run.
Well, and that's the thing with like HTML and CSS, you've got a markup language versus a programming language, and obviously like JavaScript can be both, right? Depending on the use case. But yeah, and this is the point you're making about you missed your semicolon, close quote, brackets, whatever, on the programming side. This is what fascinates me of the arguments that we're talking about in terms of evolution. It's like, okay, let's go down to the machine language level, right? So when you compiled your script, right, that got translated into zeros and ones.
Yep.
You then have to have the compiler had to know both the Unicode, right, version of the Unicode or whichever on that level is being used, right? Because obviously the assembly codes and stuff vary based on the application it's being run in. But let's just say in general, right, hypothetical scenario, let's say it's Unicode, and then you have to have the translation mechanisms in your CPU to be able to interpret the zeros and ones, and you have to assign what these combinations of zeros and ones mean and equal to in terms of the computation that needs and the function that needs to be executed. And just like when you have open reading frames that are modified by mutation error.
Hello?
It's just like when you have, if you delete that semicolon or the bracket or whatever, that causes a collapse of your entire script. Right?
Yes, if you delete a semicolon in C++, you're going to have 1,000 errors.
Right. You have a cascade. You have a cascade effect.
And it's like, I don't know what's going. Your compiler is like, I don't know what's going on. This is broken. This is broken. This is broken and broken and broken and broken. And whenever you compile your code and you see a number of errors that is comparable to the number of lines of code in the entire program, you know it's a syntax error. But C++ doesn't tell you it's a syntax error. Now, newer coding languages and interfaces will give you warnings and such when there are errors. C++ did not.
Yes, so some of the stuff, and the thing is, the compilers now and the more advanced versions of Notepad, and it's been so long since I've done any of this stuff.
Plus?
Notepad Plus. There we go. There's so many different variations of that do account for and help you with a lot of that stuff you're talking about right now, like pointing out your errors, like
that had to be programmed.
Right, having autocomplete functions for like it knows you started with a freaking bracket, therefore at some point you have to end with a bracket, like a closed bracket. Like, it knows this, but why? Oh wait, it was programmed. And it's just like when you get into things.
No, it was designed.
Well, of course, and that's to me when you get into protein synthesis, for example, and it's like there's a freaking start and a stop. So you have a open body, closed body. This is what we're talking about here, folks. Like this is what it is. And if the irony, I don't know if you've looked at this, but folks who's listening, I strongly recommend you go and look at the structure of the mRNA. It is compiled just like a data packet. It is it's crazy. It's awesome. If you actually go and look at it, it is it's a data packet, and it's crazy. Pigs Can Fly, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Been a while. How you been?
What up, Pigs?
Sorry, I was on mute. Doing pretty good, man. I just been hanging out. Had to work tonight, so it just took me forever to get on here.
Welcome to the stream. And Danny, sorry, I know I added you to the stream and I forgot to welcome you to the Late Night Madness.
Yeah, I said hi. So this is like the fourth time. So it looks like Bob has really circulated around these streams pretty fast. Because I've seen him on like 3 or 4 different streams.
I found Plausible, Probable. I found John, and then he had on Tangelo and Sal and I think Nephilim all in the same stream at the same time, and I was like, I'm going to check those guys out. So I checked them all out, and then I found that there was a debate, and then they had an after show, and then I saw that you could join on the after show, and I was like, I guess I could give that a shot. And then once I did it, I was like, I need to do this all the time. I just love getting on here and talking.
Danny, in this context though, man, I think this is a pot kettle scenario, because I mean, I see you all over the place, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm like a virus now.
So Danny, are you actually bringing that up about Bob? Because are you feeling potentially outdone by Bob in terms of who's doing the most streams? Like, I mean, who's doing?
Well,
Give me time. I will overcome.
he's a nice guy. I've been yelling at people recently. People like in Speed Stream have been getting really mad at me. They're kind of like done.
Oh, dude, you've been going to Speed of Sound?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what is wrong with you, Danny?
To be honest, I mean, it's so hard not to be like, you know, you can be really impatient nowadays just because of how people come across. So I wouldn't blame you.
Blame what?
I mean,
Who are you talking to?
Cross abrasively. So if you're like talking to somebody, you get angry. I completely understand that.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not saying it was unjustified, but but yeah, no, like today they said something really dumb. They were arguing with Arcangelo, and then someone said that rape is wrong because it's defined as wrong, and I spoke up.
That sounds like a tautology.
Well, it's just that all rape is something like forcing someone to have sex or something like that, right? But there's nowhere in there do you talk about moral or immoral in terms of definition, right?
I can't take Speed of Pudding. I call him Speed of Pudding.
Speed of pudding. What's the? I
So
don't get it.
Okay, so the etymology of pudding comes from a stream that he did against Tony over on Smoky Saints channel. This is probably like 4 or 5 months ago, and they were debating abiogenesis, and Speed of Pudding goes and like literally says, "So do you know what pudding is?" And then tries to make the comparison that the chemical soup was very similar to a pudding and a pudding texture. And then let's just say that laughter ensued.
I would ask him if he knew what pudding was.
And ever since then, he has been Speed of Pudding. He was also the Lord of Pudding. I called him the Lord of Pudding for a while. But
when was that? This year?
Oh yeah, this was like 5-6 months ago. And if you go on Smoky Saints channel and look for the Speed of Sound versus Tony abiogenesis debate, it's totally worthwhile to watch because there was like multiple things that one devolved from. Like Pudding started going on this tangent about like he started showing all of his books on abiogenesis, and then he admitted he hadn't read them, and we're all like, hang on. You just have been making these arguments that we don't know what we're talking about in context like Smokey and Tony. But you just admitted that the books you're holding up as supposed evidence to why you know more and know why we're wrong, you just admitted you haven't read them. So, yeah, let's just say there was, and he ended up like he did a stream after that, like trying to justify why he hadn't actually read it. It was epic. It was a good meltdown. And
I don't understand that. Like,
I got really mad at Speed.
If I haven't read something, I would admit it.
Mm-hmm.
I got very angry at Speed. I think it's recorded. Where he said that I was giving an objection to natural selection, and he said it was a stupid objection. And then I said, how could you say it's stupid if you don't understand it? Because I knew he didn't understand it. And you should actually play the clip if you can. Let me put it. It's only like 30 seconds. Let me find it. If I find it, would you play it? It's like.
Who was it with?
Of course.
Okay.
Honestly, that kind of reminds me of that clip that you keep playing with Godless Engineer, when he's talking about the comparison of code with like Diet Coke. I just had to laugh when I heard about that.
Oh well, yeah. Okay, well you'll get this. You'll get some entertainment. Oh, you probably haven't seen this, Bob. This will be new for you. Okay, hang on.
Okay.
But it is not a code. It's a chemical. It's deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an acid. I don't understand why you think it's a code. DNA is no more of a code than Diet Coke and regular Coke.
Yeah. So okay. So Bob, you'll as a programmer, you'll find this entertaining. So that guy, Godless Engineer, John Gleason, he he has a bachelor's in computer engineering and a master's in software engineering. He currently
he's either a liar or
he is currently
I don't believe that
he is currently employed by the United States military in Huntsville, Alabama, which is 100 miles south of me. And in my debate with him, we went on this whole back and forth, right? And it was hilarious, man. Like, I'm asking him like basic questions about programming and stuff, right? He's dancing around.
Therefore, it's not code. Like, it's like
okay,
silicone.
so
it's not code.
Sorry to interrupt. I have the video. I put it in the private chat. Go to 2 hours and 25 minutes. I think it starts around there. And by the way, I am friends with Speed, so if he's listening to this, no hard feelings.
While I'm looking for that, you said 2 hours and what?
2 hours and 25 minutes. I mean, this is my version of frustration, so maybe it's different than other people's frustration, but this is me frustrated.
All right, 2 hours and 25 minutes. All right, hang on, let me find this. Okay.
That is more beneficial versus a trait that is not more beneficial. Then it just seems to be a similar for me.
Am I hearing this in the background?
The problem here.
Hey, whoever's playing that, put it on mute. I'm about to share my screen.
Are you saying that we shouldn't define it as beneficial or deleterious?
Why am I hearing this information?
No, I don't think I'm saying that.
I don't have it.
Oh, I'm playing it. Sorry about that.
Hang on, I'm about to share my screen. I'm like, where is this coming from? I kept checking to see if I'd like hit.
No, I went right to that spot, and I was like, oh, I might as well listen to what he has to say, but I forgot that it's linked to this, so it's my fault.
Okay.
Yeah, I opened up the video too, and then I started scrolling to it, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute. That was my fault. Obviously for John to put on the stream. And I was like,
here we go.
And there's some coextensive trait with that doesn't have the property of.
Were y'all hearing anything?
Yeah, I am, man.
Why the heck am I not hearing it? Okay, well, all right, whatever.
More beneficial, and you're gonna have to appeal to other facts other than a natural selection to differentiate the more beneficial one versus one that's not more beneficial.
Right. I'm not appealing to natural selection.
There's no problem then.
Success.
If you're not appealing to natural selection, then
this is why this whole thing is a straw man.
Okay, let me.
I think this goes. Hey, hang on a second. This kind of goes back to the unfair and ridiculous criticism.
With all due respect, you don't understand it.
Okay, you just hang on. You want to let me finish? Okay, this unfair criticism of evolutionary psychology.
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
Unfair to a point, but then Tubi and Cosmides ended up making asses of themselves by overclaiming on evolutionary psychology, and then it became a big popular bullshit movement against them because you can't explain all of our psychology with these evolutionary just so stories. So I mean, nobody is trying to explain every trait by saying, oh, it was selected for.
Well, there are a few people who are like a real adaptation. Right, exactly. So,
Speed of Sound just sounds like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Than this, and that's why when people start blathering about natural selection like it's synonymous with what all of evolutionary biology is thinking today, they need to go read the current literature and find out what the hell we're really working on.
Selection.
Do you have a response for the coextensive issue?
Coextensive issue.
The whole photos argument. Do you have a response to it?
A response to it?
I say photo is right.
Wait. He's making the claim that that like there's some really serious issue with what photo is saying, but I don't even think he understands what photo is saying.
Okay, so what is a serious issue with what photo is saying? That curly tails aren't fitness?
Wait, do you know the argument of the coextensionality problem?
Go ahead and give it to me again. Apparently, I missed it.
No, I mean, okay, so you don't know.
I don't see the problem.
So what are you being critical of?
What?
What are you being? Are you being critical of photo's objection to natural selection? Yes or no?
I'm saying it's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, then you understand it. Then
Speed, Speed, you're not really doing good there. Like go ahead, Danny.
Okay, go ahead and illuminate me.
Well, no. The point then you're going to have to agree that it's not bullshit because you don't know what it is in
Yeah,
the first place. To say that
exactly. Like that's also my
Okay, I
point.
don't
Like
know what
you have to
I'm sorry, that was funny.
ask what it is before you can say it's bullshit. Yeah.
Okay, so what
Is
is
it over?
Fodor saying?
I think you can stop it there.
Yeah, you can stop.
Okay.
Pretty good. Danny, that was pretty good.
I don't know what it is, but it's BS.
Yeah. He basically admits that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and then Danny's just like, well, then what the heck are you trying to argue for?
You know, the ongoing trend with some of these YouTubers, where that ends up being the end conclusion of like, so you've just spent the last hour telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, while simultaneously admitting you don't understand or don't comprehend what your own argument, but I'm the one that's nuts.
By the way, John,
Raw.
I have to apologize to you. When we were on Neffy's channel and you were like, you were asking Neffy, why do you let this drunken idiot on your channel talking about Soldier of Science? And, you know, that was my first time on the channel. It was my first time seeing the guy. And I was trying to feel everybody out still, and I was trying to be cordial and everything. And, you know, I thought about what everyone had said, and I had seen Soldier pull some annoying stunts. And so then I watched a couple of Neffy's previous live streams where Soldier was on just to kind of see what was going on. And yeah, I agree that he is a stupid idiot.
But no, in fairness to you, Bob, yeah, you know, like you said, first time coming on, I would agree that if it was your first time making the observation, you would probably conclude that I was an asshole. In that,
When you were talking to Bob, I didn't.
No. When I was talking to the Soldier of Science guy over on Nephilim Freeze channel, so it was like Bob's second time on Neff's channel, and I came in. So, but I'd interacted with this guy like multiple times before, and I'm just like, anyway, the other night I came on. Wouldn't you agree that I hate the way he opens his statements like that?
I was getting really mad at him. Because he was talking about, he was saying there was a tension between God's foreknowledge and free will, right?
He did not understand the modal scope fallacy.
Yeah,
like his brain could
I
not
tried to
grasp
explain it, and he just couldn't get past it, and it was very infuriating.
Well, then that's part of the reason I'm a complete prick to him.
I mean, talk about a straw man, though.
We talked to him for hours, and he wouldn't understand. I mean, it doesn't matter.
But Pix, I've never met you. Are you a creationist too?
Yeah. My understanding is that you're agnostic, right?
Yeah, agnostic, atheist, something like that. Okay. Not a
I was actually an agnostic for 13 years, and I came to Christ after a crazy incident with me and my wife. But yeah, I'm actually YEC. You don't have to believe in that. I don't really care. But
no, I'm not. I actually.
I do, Danny. You have to believe it.
No, I actually don't really. I'm not one of those like super sensitive atheists where like people say that they have a religious experience, because I've had something similar-ish, right, where like it was a kind of an anomaly in my everyday experience, and it still kind of bothers me. So I kind of understand, but no, yeah, that's really. So you were agnostic for 12. How long have you been a Christian?
About 3.5 years now. Yeah, I was starting to like come back to Christ, if that makes sense. Like I was doing some research, and then that event happened, and that more or less solidified where I was at.
Yeah, it was the immediate cause.
Right. So that was like, it was like we both had what they call a paradigm shift. The same night everything happened, and then I started doing more research. You could call it that. Well, basically, if I have to give you the full lowdown here, what happened was my wife was demon possessed, literally. And I know you're probably not going to take that. I completely get that. But we made a testimony video about it. So I was raised Methodist, and
are you from the South?
I'm from North Carolina. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, she's from Utah. She's actually Native American, and so she's mixed Hopi and Navajo Indian. And so we had entirely different backgrounds. She had never even laid her hands on a Bible before, so she didn't even know what demons were, let alone like how they could possess people and things like that. So whenever things happened, like it just didn't make any sense to me. Of course, me being an agnostic, I was like, how in the world is she acting like this? Like,
so when you thought that it was a demon, was it that like is it one of those things like if you'll know it when you see it, or
For me,
How did you tell?
what made it obvious for me is that she had never had any prior psychosis. Obviously, if you were looking at studies for like people that have multiple personality disorders,
yeah,
those things manifest really early. We're talking like 10 years old. So she's never had anything of the sort that was ever reported or notified about. Spoke to her parents; both of them are still living. I've spoken to her, all four of her siblings. They've never known her to be anything comparatively like that. So when this all happened, yeah.
How long were you married before this happened?
About 2 years, yeah. And we had our second child. She was only 1 year old.
So you had a chance to know her too, and that was the point that I was driving at.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't like it wasn't like an arbitrary contrived thing or anything like that. And like I said, that's what really opened it up for me, because I mean we had a really serious relationship aside from marriage. That was just like we had a really good connection. So the way that she looked at me, acted, responded, she even looked at our daughter with just animosity. And I mean, we're talking about a 1 year old. Like,
to be honest,
yeah.
I might be demon possessed because I look at 1 year 1 year old. I had to like stay away from me.
No, I mean, again, I understand. Like I said, I know it seems something that you would be skeptical about. I completely get that, and
no, that's not really an issue for me. I'm just interested in your story.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to like put it out there for everybody to think that like hey, she's crazy or whatever.
You're just telling me your story. That's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, essentially, long story short, it took me about an hour and a half to really realize what was happening, and I ended up having to pray over her in Jesus' name, which even at that point I was still having like conflicting thoughts about the whole situation. But she said some really strange things to me that didn't even make any sense, because I was actually in the middle of a debate, like an online comment section debate with a Christian at the time, and I was reading the book of Deuteronomy and the Psalms, and she walked up and she was like, you're reading the right book. Just really creepy, like an eerie kind of way of saying that. She said it 3 times over the course of that time frame. And again, she'd never touched the Bible, so I'm like, why would she even say that in the first place, right? Just strange things. But she had an eerie smile too. She almost looked like the Joker, that kind of smile at one point, and I was like, what the heck is going on? So anyways, that's the kind of stuff that really led me up to that moment. And then at that moment, I came to the conclusion, I'm like, well, this must be as real as it gets. There's no way for her to, I mean, to my knowledge, she's never even witnessed or known of anything similar to that, except for the notion of what they call skinwalkers. That's the closest thing that they have in like Native American culture. So, and that has no description that's even close to it, by the way. So we're talking about something entirely different when I say skinwalker there. And anyways, yeah, when all that went down, I ended up praying over her. She actually put a scar on my arm, grabbing my arm.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I prayed over her in Jesus' name. Yeah, I have a scar. It's like 2 fingernails that drag down right here.
Can you show it?
I mean, it's not too visible, but yeah, I can try to show it to you.
Are you still Methodist, or did you leave that I'm not going to say the D word around LPP.
The what?
Yeah, you really
denomination.
can't see it because it's pretty light. It's covered by all my hair, so you're not really going to see it that well unless you're like real close to me. But anyways, just to be clear though, yeah, she grabbed my arm really, really tight, drew blood and everything, and she was pulling it down like that. But yeah, I prayed over her in the name of Jesus with my hand on her shoulder, on her left shoulder. And before I even did that, by the way, when I said, hey, I'm going to have to pray over you, she freaked out. She just literally shrieked and then jumped back away from me, like as if it was the worst possible thing that could happen to her. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, what in the world? And so, yeah, when I said that, she like fainted. She went, passed out for like almost 2 minutes there. She woke up sobbing, and she was just telling me that she could not control anything that was happening. She heard everything that was said. She saw everything that was being done, but she could not control her actions. And yeah, afterwards, we made a testimony video a few years after that happened, because it took her a long time to process what happened, but it did change her entire life. What happened before that, by the way, is that she was praying to her ancestors, her grandfather, for strength, because we had just had an argument, and yeah, she came out of the bathroom and was just a completely different person. So I don't know how else to describe that.
So
But-
right after you were like, I need to go back to church and all. Like what?
Well,
what,
no,
what
I actually,
church did you? What kind of church did you join?
so we tried to go to a Baptist church about a year ago, but I noticed that they were teaching a lot of strange things, and they were also kind of like part of the new apostolic reformation with like the false tongues and things like that. So I just kind of shied away from that group. And technically, I've just not really been going to church. I mean, if you really read the Bible, it says that the church is the body of the believers, right? So it's not like you have to be in a building necessarily. You can still fellowship with people.
Where 2 or 3 are gathered together, there am I in the midst.
Exactly.
Man.
So, I mean, if anything, I just try to, focus on prayer and doing what I need to. But I've had quite a few different experiences that I would call miraculous. Heck, our third child was technically a miracle as well, but that's a whole other ball game. I won't even go into the details for that one. So,
Well, brother, I gotta say, I think it's an amazing testimony, and I thank you. I haven't watched it, but I thank you for putting it on YouTube. I think that is a great thing to do, and I mean, I hope it awakens a lot of people. If you've experienced other miracles, I would encourage you to put those online as well, as if you haven't.
okay. Yeah, one of the reasons why it took so long is, like I said, she didn't want people to think that she's crazy, and so it did take her a while to really, like, because she obviously, her being the I mean, I wouldn't say the benefactor. I was the benefactor of the situation, but yeah, she just went through so much that night, and it took her a while. But
how long ago was this?
It's about 2.5 years back. Actually, almost 3 years now. Hang on.
Have you seen anything like that since then?
Not in her, no. I mean,
Yeah.
so I'm not trying to like get into like my whole personal life, but and you guys are probably going to think this is crazy too. But I actually just got out of jail, and this just happened. We had a fight, and I had to I had to bite her to deter her from trying to attack me further. Some things happened, but just to clarify, she's not like this normally. And when she attacked me, it was over something that she thought I was cheating on her. Some other stuff happened, but never happened. Just to clarify, I know this is going to sound kind of crazy. Anyways, so
was this recently or when she was possessed?
This is just this last weekend. I know you guys. Again, I know you guys aren't going to believe this, but I just got
she pressed charges.
I don't know yet. Just to clarify.
This was nothing.
This is literally
none of the proceedings have finished. Right? This is right.
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I was in jail for about a full night there, and I'd been praying, and doing something. I gave the gospel to a guy that was in the cell with me, and then the next thing I know, they're letting me out of jail with no bail posted or anything. And I again, you guys don't have to believe anything I'm saying here. I'm just letting you know what happened in the situation there. And again, I know
is your wife a believer?
Yeah, we're both Christians. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's believable. Don't worry.
But
it's believable to somebody who has the Spirit, I think. But I don't know
that he went to jail.
No.
Okay.
The implications
behind
it. I don't know if you see them, Danny.
I don't know if you don't know if what?
I don't know if you see the implications
of what exactly, of the possession.
The whole possession, and then the recent thing, and
I took the jail event to be very distinguished from like the whole conversion event.
Sure.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying I correlated it personally because of
okay.
how things were handled that way, that it was miraculous because of the situation. Again, I mean, I'm not trying to get too much into my personal life, but I would say that's about as personal as it gets, letting you guys know what's actually happening with me. But I would call that miraculous just for the fact that I was let out of jail bail free. I mean,
how long after you preached the gospel to that guy were you let out?
I was talking to him about 2.5 hours, and I mean, we kind of hit it off kind of as friends. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm a pretty friendly person. I'll talk to just about anybody, and just kind of gave him my background in the submarine life and things like that. And then from there, I gave him my understanding of the gospel, let him know, just the situation of the amount of evidence that we have to kind of
You're in the military?
corroborate. Yeah, I was in the Navy for 5.5 years. Yeah.
Marine Corps.
Oh, wow. Thank you for your service, man.
You too.
But,
I think I'm too short for the military.
no, they would take you on a submarine, man.
Army.
So you'd be great for the Navy, Danny.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm 5'4". It's always been a curse.
That's tall enough. My cousin Richard was in the Army. He was 5. He's short. He's taller than my wife.
We had a guy on my submarine.
Like
he was
5'4".
only like 4'3", and his name was Ward. And they would put him in all the like really tight spaces. I felt bad for the guy.
Yeah, military people are kind of mean.
I was thinking about this the other day in context of phenotypic variation. And I forget what I was talking about. I think about Nest Channel. I forget. I was talking about the fact like at 6'1", I'm taller than 90% of the planet. And
how tall are you?
6'1".
Okay, yeah.
And it's 89.8% is the exact number I researched, but I ran up to 90. So I'm literally taller than 90% of the planet, right? And it's actually kind of interesting. Once you get above like 6'3", it's like 98 something, and then above 6'5" is like a decimal, and taller than 99.99. But what I was thinking about in the context of that, just in the whole premise of what is the phenotypic plasticity that in the capacities, when I was talking about earlier, Bob, about the like responsiveness of the CSS and the HTML5 and all that kind of stuff in terms of the UI.
Yeah, so the function for how tall you grow, if you put 7 foot in there, it throws an error, kicks it out.
Well, it could, theoretically, but I'm saying in terms,
right. I'm making a claim, but
what I'm saying is if you weren't using if you hadn't written the CSS and used HTML5, etc., to enable the responsiveness, right? If you were back in the day and you had the mobile version versus the desktop version, all that kind of stuff, right? And even before that, when you didn't have any capacity for mobile, you can't operate on a tiny screen. Like you're toast, right? You can't get the menus to expand because they're drop downs, all that kind of stuff, right? There's no mobile version.
Talk to me about that.
There's no mobile version, right? So the point I'm making is that
that's a nightmare.
Pigs Can Fly was just talking about the guy on his submarine that was 4 foot something, right? But he's a human, a fully functioning, capable human, has all the capacities of a human, right? He's just 4 foot whatever, right? And then you've got Shaquille O'Neal who's 7'1". Like when you think about that, if you actually put them next to each other and they were just skeletons, are you going to conclude
that they're different species?
Right.
I thought the same thing too.
I mean, I think about this all the time. And just if you open your eyes and like just do some people watching and do some basic observation, the next time you're at the grocery store, you're at the mall, wherever, right? And just open your eyes and just look at the extreme variation that is. But nobody argues that extreme variation, like our genomes are basically the same.
Well, I
There's
don't know
very
if
minor modifications, but it's like not as much in terms of like what should be needed to have that much difference.
Why didn't Erica ever come in the stream?
Because she's scared.
Erica, if you come in, I'll protect you. Okay.
About Erica, I was having a little discourse with her. I was asking a question, and I was really just trying to get her to answer the question. And so the idea was that I asked her. She said that she believed the age of the Earth was ancient, and so I asked her why she believed that, and she mentioned radiometric dating. So I asked her, okay, so what happens if you use potassium argon dating on an object that's 30 years old? What kind of number do you get? And then she to me, it seemed like she kept dodging for a while because she was like, well, it depends on the minerals that are in it. I'm like, dude, I'm just a layman. I don't need to know exact numbers. Just like give me a range. And she gave me the range that was basically the same thing as the range of the the dating method itself. And I was like, okay. So she apparently didn't see the thing, so maybe she had an answer. So I asked, well, okay, so if I told you, if I brought a rock sample to you and said, this thing we think is about 150,000 years old, we'd like you to date it, and then you date it, but the rock is only 4,000 years old, but we think it's 150,000 years old when we bring it to you. I asked her what would happen. Actually, I said in the scenario, but it's known fact that the rock is actually 4,000 years, but they told you it was 150,000 years. What would happen? What numbers would come out? Or how would you know that it's the wrong number? And she said isochron dating would somehow fix that. But I don't see how that works.
Well, eventually they basically all of their different types cross correlate, but they all have the same starting assumptions.
Say it again.
They use these different types of dating to cross correlate the age, but they all have similar starting assumptions.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I saw in it. So after sometime during the stream after she had responded to me, I looked up isometric dating and or not isometric, isochron dating.
Yeah, it's their latest.
The samples necessarily have to be cogenic, which means they have the same initial isotopic composition. So I don't understand how, like, you have to take two samples that are near each other and date them, and then compare them, those dates somehow to make sure that corresponds to how old they are. But if you're still dating something that is far below the minimum for the dating method to be reliable, and when you are dating something that is far below the dating method to be reliable, it pops out numbers anywhere within the range potentially. I don't see how that's not circular reasoning.
Are there any atheists that y'all really like? That's like y'all don't like speed, right? But are there anybody in your original community? Because I know now I'm your favorite atheist, right? But in your original community that you did get along with?
If I had to listen to somebody as an atheist, I would say Graham Oppie.
No, I like him, but I'm saying like in your community, in your community, like I don't. I mean,
I like Stupid Whore Energy. She's pretty funny.
Okay. You don't get along with Erica?
Me?
No.
You don't?
I do not.
Erica's not an atheist, is she?
I've only talked to her just in this stream, so.
But LPV, if she was like a Christian and like she converted and everything, you would think she'd still be a good person and all that, right? Like she's not is she obnoxious?
Nobody's a good person.
As a Christian,
okay.
I think she's a theist.
A likable
we all
person.
love him. Yeah.
A likable person, then.
I think so. Well, okay. The thing, because I've seen a debate where John was debating her. I think it was a two by two debate, and I can't remember who the others were. And I don't think it's entirely her fault. I think it's just her reaction to John is she gets a little bit snarky and kind of talks down to him, despite the fact that they're pretty equal level.
Now, who started it?
I don't like probably John. But
okay. So
my first impression was I didn't like how she talked to John.
So time out for all of this stuff. So the controversy with me and Erica goes back to our first debate. Is
it recorded?
Oh yeah, it was on standing. It was on Standing for Truth. There was a bunch of trash talking that went down. Not really by me. It was more like her crew. It's all the talking that's trash to me. Anyway, we get into the debate, and let's say that unlike the majority of her previous opponents that just put up with her crap because she's a woman, I just called her out.
Shots fired.
And she didn't really take it very well. and started getting super snarky back, saying I was just being so mean and rude and all this other kind of stuff. And it's like, I'm giving you exactly what you spew. And it's like, I'm sorry you're not comprehending the words that are coming out of my mouth. But that's not my problem.
But LVB, if I came in here and I was like, well, it's not a literal code, it's a figurative code, you would go so hard in. You would, oh man, you would
see, actually,
yeah, but that's senseless though.
No, hang on. So back then, this is like 5 months ago now. Back then, I was being, dude, I've only been on YouTube. My first adventure into YouTube was like February of last year. Okay, so I haven't even been on YouTube for a year. Okay, the initial portion of all this, I was like being much more reserved and understanding and whatnot. And then I started to realize that a gigantic portion of these dogmatic talking points I hear from atheists like Erica stem directly from the reality that they don't know what the hell they're talking about in relation to things like code, information, and communication theory, the fundamental basics. I'm not even talking about high-level programming and different things like freaking includes and APIs and like markup language versus programming versus imperative versus declarative.
All right,
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the freaking fundamental basics. And when they claim that they don't even know what the hell, when they don't, when they sit there and claim that I don't know what I'm talking about, when per their own admission, they don't understand what I'm talking about. Which one of us?
I gotta be fair.
Ridiculous. It's mind blowing.
I gotta be fair. The stuff that you talk about for your argument for the genetic code being a literal code, right? Which I think is fascinating. I love it. I did not think about those things in that light before until I saw your video. I'm a programmer. I didn't learn that these things are necessity. Like I didn't learn the philosophy of programming when I went to learn how to program video games.
Right. Wait, a quick interjection. Quick interjection. I'll let you continue. So actually, it's interesting you say that because I've actually been this whole thing and the last several months, which ultimately culminated in this ridiculous email thread that I was involved in, which Erica was in talking trash again about the code. In spite of the multiple PhDs who were also on the thread who came in and said, it's a code, it's recognized as a code by us, we're tenured professors, like accept it, still continue to deny it. I actually got curious, and it's very interesting what you just brought up. I went and researched, hang on a second. I went and researched some different computer science degrees at multiple universities, right? Current degree requirements. Not a single one of them had information and communication theory requirements, which blew my mind because that used to be like fundamental requirements. Like you had to understand information and communication theory in order for computer science, like period. And I knew that a lot of the boot camps, because just sidebar, Bob, I used to own a pretty decent sized development company. And so I was hiring computer science graduates and devs out of high-level universities and all that kind of stuff, right? People are always calling me, trying to get me to come hire their graduates and such. And so I've been both employed and interviewed tons of devs, right? And the irony of ironies, the best ones I ever hired came out of either self-taught or came out of boot camps versus computer science degrees at universities. But sidebar, but back then, this is like 10, 12 years ago, people were most of them still had a fundamental understanding of the basics of information communication theory. And now when I'm looking at these degrees, I'm like, well, hang on, this isn't ever, like people aren't being taught this until like master's level. Why in the hell would you not teach people the fundamental foundational basics in undergrad? Why would you not learn that until grad school? That makes no sense.
Because they're trying to teach somebody to get a job.
Yes. Yep.
They're trying to teach somebody how to perform the functions required to program. I think it makes sense that you got to get up to be master's level or doctorate or something like that. Okay.
That's awesome. Yeah. They should be.
That's the second time I've seen you wave that book, Sal.
I was actually talking to Max Gonzalez about this the other day. So there's another thing called
third time.
When Bob, when you were in school, did you have to learn like OSI 7?
No, I don't think so.
I always forget what that stands for.
I learned. Now I went in specifically for computer or my degree. I have a bachelor's of science in game simulation development and programming. So I learned C++ and I learned C# and I learned how to use the Unreal Engine and I learned how to use the Unity engine and I took some game design courses. And so I learned the language and how it functions and I learned how to apply that to making video games.
Okay, gotcha. You learned the top level.
I didn't learn like any really theory. I learned some theory, but only insofar as it was useful for doing my job. Like list theory and graph theory.
Okay. Yes, like sidebar. Have you ever, with what you're doing in gaming, have you ever played around since you're doing like 3D modeling and such? Have you ever messed around with?
No,
like
I don't do 3D modeling.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like, have you ever looked at like G code for 3D printing?
No, I haven't. I haven't looked at the code for it.
Okay, you should pull up G code sometime, and then think about it in the context of the genetic code. All right, so you have a command line that is like X and Y axis, time variable.
Oh yeah,
and which element like is going to be used and for which duration, right? It's like, let's think about this. What the freaking A do you have in the genetic code? You've got a three-dimensional time-based specific element, in this context, amino acid versus freaking plastic, aluminum, metal, whatever it might be, right? So you have a 3D printer that controls
build this structure for this period of time in the womb, and then stop at this point.
Yeah,
right.
But I'm talking also just in like protein synthesis. The ribosome, like every time it's creating a new protein, it is based. It's a time and space and element based code. I
didn't know that.
This one in this position.
Are you talking about like the time base is like when it needs to make the protein? Because I thought the protein synthesis was the RNA ran through the ribosome.
What you're talking about is a whole other layer of the code. I'm talking about just in the straight up data packet that is being read. Okay, you've got the codons, and each codon equals an amino acid, right? So, and it's just like with like G code for 3D printing, it's amino acid number 1 equals, codon A equals amino acid A. Right, but then there's also the time factor of put it in this position.
I think a better analogy is like if equals 0011001010.
Well, I agree with you, but the point I'm making is that I'm just bringing this up at one layer because I agree with you. Ultimately, it would be in what I'm describing in terms of the G code would ultimately be translated into zeros and ones. I agree with you on that. I'm just saying that this is the equivalency what we're talking about, right? We've got, because people like to argue, like Erica like to argue, oh, it's not a programming language like C++. I'm like, fine, let's dumb it down to G code. And all we have to do is X, Y axis, time variable, and which substance it is. That's it. That's all we got. That's all it's required.
Wait, why is it not a language like C++? C++ is like the simplest language. It's difficult to use because it's the simplest language, because it doesn't have all the safeguards and the safety measures. It actually allows you to use pointers completely. And newer programming languages don't allow you to do that because people can be really stupid and break a computer by playing around with pointers and not knowing what they're doing.
Yeah, well, that's because this is where I'm going with this in the whole context of the arguments that are being put forth by the uninformed YouTube atheists. They don't even understand the fundamentals of the zeros and ones being equal to light, electricity, voltage, whatever like you think about this, right? Like right now, this whole conversation is going through Wi-Fi. It's going through fiber optics. It's going through copper wires. It's some variation on the steps.
Wait, okay. If Erica, if you're saying that it's not, if it's not settled science that the genetic code is a code, that is an argument from majority. It's a fallacy. You can't. It's irrelevant. The fact is that it fits the conditions for a code. That's the whole point of his video, which I agree with as a computer programmer. I don't see a way around it.
Well, and here's the other thing too. Like they say that, like, where is the if then statements, right? I'm like, the if thens are everywhere. Like we've got the if then.
Like how else can it
Yeah.
determine
It's implied.
when it needs proteins?
Right.
If some enzyme is below some sort of lower limit, make more enzymes. That's an if.
Yeah. Well, and they
Like it doesn't constantly make the same enzyme at a set rate or anything. It makes it on demand when it needs it. That's an if.
Well, and it has feedback loops. There's so much. It's
amazing.
Oh, and here's the irony. And here's the irony. If you haven't read some of these, Bob, and anybody who's listening, I strongly recommend you go and I got a bunch of my folders, but you can go and research like this stuff that they're learning about, like fractional computation, also like crazy stuff that's going on. And what they're actually realizing is the quote unquote programming that's going on from a language perspective is so vastly superior to anything that we have ever developed that we're just now getting to the point where we're writing things that are advanced enough to even realize that what is being executed in biological systems is more advanced than what we've got. Like we weren't even at the layer. We didn't even know what to look for, right? We're just now getting to the stage where we know what to look for, and we keep finding stuff. And it's like, boom, they fly right over their heads, man. It's like, but this goes back to the whole point of this is what I realized after I did my whole code argument videos. And I got a couple more I'm about to release on that, but
I'm waiting. I want to hear the second part of your code argument. I don't think you've set the next one out.
I haven't. I'm working on a couple.
Isn't the most important part though, like the syntax? That's what makes this the whole point of being a code, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, all codes ultimately have a syntax.
Well, they have syntax, but
if you don't have a syntax,
you can't say it's the most important because there are other things that are definitely equally and necessarily involved.
Well, no.
I think John covers it well enough.
I'm not suggesting the other things aren't potentially equally as important. I'm just saying.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm conflating code with what I think of as code, and you're talking about code as like a language system.
Well, no. A code, both a programming language has a syntax as well as the code. It's like the underlying code. Like so, Unicode or ASCII, right? That's a binary code, right? Your higher level language, right, has a syntax, right, for what the brackets and the semicolon and all that kind of stuff equal, right? And then the commands
and where they need to be,
Well, not only that, but also the command that you're putting inside of those brackets with the then variables, all that kind of stuff. That's also syntax, right? There can be multiple layers of syntax. That's why something you should look into, if you never looked at, is the Open Systems Interconnection Model, OSI 7. It's like the 7 layers. So it's like the physical layer, the data layer, the network layer, transport, session, presentation.
Oh, that's what you meant by OSI. Okay, look, I suck at I suck at remembering terms. I remember rules. Now that you tell me what is in OSI 7, I did learn that in school. I just didn't remember what it's called.
What I'm saying, right? So you got DNA is like the physical layer, right? Then you're getting into the codons, and you're getting into the proteins, and all these different layers, right? And we're just now discovering some of the higher and higher and higher layers in the context of the OSI, right? For biological systems. Like we didn't even know, like originally we're like, oh, there's DNA and there's a genetic code, right? Now we're
the fact that the DNA molecule folds to shut off genes and open up other genes is just.
Here's the funniest part. So which one of y'all was Danny? You were with Speed of Pudding, right? Who was it? Joel was having a conversation with them one time, and then some other guy, I forget who it was, about data compression. And those dumbasses were arguing that there was no data compression happening in DNA. And I'm like, you guys are the biggest idiots on the face of this planet. Think about this from a physical compression perspective, right? If you expand your genome from one cell, it's going to be 6 feet tall. It somehow, without data loss, gets compacted to fit inside of a cell, inside of a nucleus. Let's think about this for a second. You are, from a physical perspective, you are compressing the medium which contains the information down to a physical speck. Right. If you expand it all the way.
To be fair, it goes to the moon and back several times. But that's if you take all the DNA total in your entire body.
I'm talking just about data.
One DNA molecule.
I'm talking about just the
anyway. My point was, to be fair, in computer science, data compression is not taking a hard drive and squishing it.
No, but it's managing.
It's taking the data. It's taking the string of data, and then encoding it in a shorter amount of data. So, like, if you were to say the black cat walked across the street and you removed all the vowels.
Hang on. I know you can salt everything. I know what you're talking about. Hang on. What you're forgetting is that you're only arguing, you're only looking at this from the current technological perspective.
Sure.
I'm not saying that the end outcome doesn't have to be the same, right? But before magnetic and solid state hard drives, right? What were we programming with? Was it immaterial, or is it physical medium?
It's always physical.
Well, no. I mean, the information was immaterial, but the medium.
Right.
So
medium is always physical.
Well, no, on a magnetic hard drive, you've got the container that is physical, but then the actual data.
I thought you said before that stuff.
No, I'm saying before.
Originally we used tape.
Right, and then before that we used what? Punch cards, right? Or somewhere.
Yeah.
Both. Okay, so those were physical.
I thought that was.
So think about this. Let's say you have all of these punch cards, right? And then you were somehow able to shrink all those punch cards by folding them down into a molecule size, a tiny speck, right? You still have all the data, right? Theoretically.
Yes.
But you've compressed
it.
You physically.
But it's not data compression. I'm just saying, don't call it data compression, because if they know anything about computer science, you'll break their brain and they'll do what I just did and go, well, wait, that's not data compression.
Well, you have to think about it from the method by which you're doing data compression now, right? In terms of salting and creating different ciphers and such to be able to remove portions of it and reconstruct it later based on the cipher key, right? That's what's happening. Well, I mean, there's multiple variations, but that's kind of the dumbed down version, right? Yeah. You're still doing it to be able for the end objective of being able to store more data in the same space, right? Correct?
Well, okay. The thing is that DNA is volumetric.
No. Let's now we're talking about computers, right? You're still on a hard drive.
Okay.
You still have only so much space to be able to contain the data, right? Eventually, you're going to run out of, and if it's SSD, you're running out of the circuits. Anyway, you follow my logic here? Like you still have a physical space and a maximum
physical limit of data.
You have a physical medium,
mm-hmm.
and there's a maximum amount that physical medium can contain. So now what do? You're trying to figure out different ways to modify the space that the data is going to be taking up inside of that physical medium, right?
You're talking about like hard drive defragment.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just any kind of, when you're zipping a file, right? You're trying to be able to store more data in the same space, right? Yeah. The exact same logic is what's being done in a biological system. And but by the way, man, if you think I'm wrong on this, I strongly recommend you Google data compression in DNA, and you will find that they are researching the bejesus out of this, because it's recognized as the most efficient possible data compression mechanism we've ever come across.
Okay.
And
If it's actual data compression, I wouldn't be surprised. God's
Google
awesome.
it. Google it.
I'm just saying that taking a string and rolling it up in a ball is not.
Well, I mean, if you consider the human eye, like it's supposed to have like over 156 million, I think it is, light sensitive cells, and it's all compressed within a 1 inch square inch diameter period. Whatever you want to call it, I forget how it's just labeled there. But yeah, I mean, that is the most efficient electrical circuitry you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
Just to put that in perspective.
I just don't. If it's something other than taking the DNA molecule and rolling it up into a ball, or really wrapping it up into a chromosome, which in of itself is really awesome.
Can anyone hear me?
Are you going to show me something?
Sorry, man, I put myself on mute. Yeah, what's up, Jeremy? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Wow.
Can you hear us?
Thank you. Can you hear me right now? Because
Yeah,
I have
Jeremy.
crazy,
Yeah, Jeremy, we can hear you.
incoherent delays.
We can hear you.
Hear you.
What are you listening to?
I'm completely out of sync with you guys for some reason. I'm gonna have to fix this.
Okay, well, while that's happening, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Are you listening to the sleep music?
Okay, so I don't know, we're getting echoes here. A new lossless DNA compression algorithm based on a single block encoding scheme. So this is from this year, April 20th, 2020. I mean, we got lossy and lossless data compression in computer science. I mean, it's oh, I'm not sharing this right now. Oh, I'll pull that back when he gets back. Anyway, we can go. We've been rambling about this topic for a while. Jeremy, are you able to hear us, man? I know we've been having like a lag. Do you want to drop out and come back in and see if we can get that fixed?
Test.
Jeremy, we can hear you, man.
That sounds good, yeah.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you right away.
No. I'm gonna log out and log back in. Hopefully that fixes it.
I'm back.
Okay, so data compression. What are the two main types, Bob?
The types? Lossless and lossy.
Yep. So let's see.
Were you testing me just now?
No, I was just asking
know
you
about data compression.
No, I was just asking that because I'm about to bring up something. Can you read that?
What a cascade.
Yeah, well, I could.
What the heck? Okay.
It's Inception.
All right. Can you read that?
Yeah.
What's that say?
Block encoding scheme. A new lossless DNA compression algorithm.
So what do you
send me that? Can you link it?
Yeah, I will. But this is just one of many, man. It's.
I told you I would not be surprised if I'll believe it. I think maybe you were describing it improperly or something, because what it sounded like you were saying did not sound like data compression to me. If they found it, I want to see it.
I mean, there's a plethora of things on this topic. Yeah, I mean, dude, they've created, they figured out new methods for like the human created, like humans have created. We've created our own like DNA syntax, right? And we've created recently. It was University of Texas. They created a method to account for error loss and to be able to basically their replication method had an error code. They accounted for it with error correction code to basically minimize the amount of copies they would need to have high fidelity of the data storage. And I mean, we're doing so much crazy stuff. This is all stuff within like the last 2 years. And like, we're doing so much crazy stuff. And actually here, I'm going to send you I'm going to post a link for my Google search. There's a bunch of this stuff on here. My point is that we remember a minute ago or a couple minutes ago when I said that we're just now getting to the point where we even know what to look for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like there's stuff on, if you Google like papers on like DNA computation, potential for DNA, I think it's like potential for DNA computation to surpass quantum computers. Like they're full scale. There's like companies that are in full scale, like go mode, because they're coming to the realization that they can have more simultaneous computations being done through DNA computation than quantum computers, but without all of, I mean, think about it. Like we have wetware, right? With biological systems versus the near absolute zero forced quantum coherence, right? They only last for fractions of a second. And they're like, holy crap. Theoretically, if we could have this like massive scale quantum computers, then yeah, I guess we could be doing all this stuff, but it's not necessarily massively plausible. Hang on, we could actually be pulling off ridiculous amounts of computation through a biological computer. What are we doing? Even spending all this time focused on this other side of the equation? And then when they're realizing that like with the replication ability, you could actually have.
Is my internet freezing up?
Am I going robot?
No, you sounded good, John.
I just sounded like a quick lag. I don't think it's that bad.
I heard very little of what Don just said. Am I breaking up, or is John is breaking up?
I heard what he said.
I heard everything that John said.
Hey, Jeremy, welcome back, man. Are you did you fix your lag problem?
Maybe.
I think it's on my end.
I'm guessing. I think Jeremy may still be lagging. I don't know. Sal, you've been being very quiet over there, man.
No, I was just listening, and I didn't have anything to add.
Okay.
I wanted to say about communication and information theory. That's more something in electrical engineering, and at least when I was taught it, they were dealing in terms of building modems and also radio-based systems, wireless systems. And so even though I've heard some papers say that biologists need to study communication and information theory, it's like it's not anything that I ever studied. For the communication and coding theory that we worked on, we were trying to learn the principles of building modems and disk drives and removing noise and doing error correction. Now, in that sense, DNA is actually very nicely optimized. There's a Shannon's theorem had something to do with signal to noise ratio and being able to how much information you can transmit over a channel, which corresponds also to how much you can put on a disk drive. It turns out the most optimal way to store something on a disk, like say an optical drive, is to actually write it with errors and then correct it on the fly. And that's often, and just like, why did God make, the biologist used to ask me, why did God make DNA that needs error correction? He should make it right the first time. And I said, you dingbats, you never studied communication and information theory. You'd understand why if you actually studied it, because if your goal is for optimal storage size, that's exactly the way you do it. You write it, you allow errors, and you correct it. That's why optical drives has something called Reed-Solomon error correction. Let the viewers look it up if they're interested. So the optimal way, if your goal is to have as much data crammed into the smallest possible space, that's the optimal way to do it, is to have error correction. And I was like, you biologists or some of you evolutionary biologists are so clueless. You have no idea what you're talking about. If you did so that was the one case where the information encoding theory really explained something in biology.
Well, in
evidence of these philosophers of evolutionary biology, they just couldn't comprehend it.
And to expand on your point there, Sal, you also have to account for the speed factor, right? So not only the macro level fidelity, but also in the context of like protein synthesis has to be done quick, on the fly, like real time, like let's go. And if you're not being able to, like, if you're having to do, I mean, the fact of the matter is the fidelity rate of transcription and translation is amazing in itself anyway. But if you went and tried like to fix every single problem when it happened at that moment, oh my goodness gracious, we're done, you would never have a protein synthesized in time for you to do expressed function, right? So the point you're making about the on-the-fly error correction, having those mechanisms built in, it's not an example of bad design, which I hear ad nauseum from the evolutionists. It's like the point you were making, Sal, of like, you guys are claiming this is bad design when you use the word optimal. It's the optimal way to do it.
Optimal.
Like you guys don't know what you're talking about.
That's why they don't make evolutionary biologists don't make optical disk drives. They don't know the principles of how to do things. The reason optical disk drive makers make their money is because of that principle. You write and read things with errors and you correct it on the fly. That's how you're going to make sales. That's how you're going to make products that people really want and that serve their needs. Not obeying some philosophical dogma that, a designer will make this error-free to begin with. It's like, no. It's like,
Jeremy, I know you're back, man. Have did you figure out your audio problem?
I don't know. Does this sound in sync?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it works good.
Good. I can hear myself, but not through my headphones, which is kind of weird. But if you can hear me,
hey, check your audio settings and make sure that the output is like to your default speakers. Maybe are you on like Bluetooth earbuds or?
No, I'm using a Behringer AD converter.
Okay, check. Is your headphones like plugged in through your mic or through your switch?
It's through my audio interface, my external one.
Okay.
You're coming across well now.
Okay, well, this is good enough. Yeah. I just like to say, based on what you're talking about, I was doing tag team with Antangelo on Facebook in that same atheist debate group I told you about.
Oh yeah, by the way, I finally got in that.
You did?
Yeah, they finally improved me.
And I came across Epiphany discussing this, just beating this dead horse over and over again. The things in life that make life work are all immaterial. It's not based on the material aspects of life. It's the immaterial aspects of life. And if you're trying to argue with someone who assumes materialism by default, there's going to be no connection with what you're talking about and what they're talking about until you make it really, really clear that all the attributes that God says he has in Scripture, those are the attributes that gave rise to the instant complexity of life. Got to get back to my Facebook where I had all these quotes, where I had all the stuff I wrote down. I can't remember everything I said, but basically there is no material solution to abiogenesis. The only solutions to abiogenesis are immaterial. And that's why you can't prove an immaterial. Well, I guess you have to reference the immaterial aspects of life in order to prove the cause of life. Basically, it's all this theoretical, the language, the code, the logics, all these things are immaterial. They have nothing to do with the underlying material aspect of life. They have to do with a function that has no material basis.
Yep. No, I agree with you completely. And I think and Sal talks about this a lot, the physical manifestation of the immaterial we see in full scale with the structural biology, like these interconnecting parts, these physical components that have no bearing, no use case by themselves. But then you add like 17 of them together, and presto, they all fit magically, and then together they now equal a little nano machine.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what? No, but what is it? What is the point you're making? What is the underlying requirement for it? It's immaterial information and instruction and foresight and logic and just the ability to compute something that does not yet exist.
Yeah, and so this is the ultimate proof for God, that you can only prove life through the immaterial qualities of it, not the material. So
that's what I always said.
They can't produce an immaterial cause in their paradigm. They can only have material causes which do not match or are incongruent with what we see for complexity.
I find it very fascinating that the now standard, at least YouTube atheist talking point, is that complexity has no bearing. And just because it's complex doesn't mean it was designed. And I'm like, okay, fine. But if you have literally millions of complex things that all work together, yes, it does. Yeah. As Sal loves to say, oh man, I'm having a brain freeze. Sal, what's the Rube Goldberg machine examples that you love to use, man? Like the
likelihood.
I mean, some of those things those videos you've shown, Sal, of the Rube Goldberg machines are hilarious. But I agree with you. There's some aspects of biology that maybe have some bearing on the Rube Goldberg. But at the same time, I also wonder how much of it is that, plus we don't actually comprehend what we view as potentially a Rube Goldberg machine or component, right? We don't understand like the additional 15 layers that are required for this function to work. And we might later on, we might realize, oh, this actually isn't a Rube Goldberg machine. This is just required for this function to even happen, right?
Well, the purpose of a Rube Goldberg machine, it's not built for the sake of the Rube Goldberg machine. It's built to glorify the designer and to show off his ingenuity and brilliance. And so a good example, one of my favorite, you hear me talk about the Arctic tern. It's a bird that flies 40,000 miles a year, migrates from the North to South Pole. It has magnetic compasses and navigation equipment that are still beyond our reach, even in the GPS age. That is such excessive capability than just above mere survival. Mm-hmm. And we just see that in so many aspects of biology. It's like, it's almost just there to show off genius.
I mean, just think about it though. Like, what would it even take to evolve something like that in the first place? I mean, think about how many birds would have had to die for that to even be a potential. Not even an actual actuality, but like a potential here. That doesn't make any sense. Like,
speaking about a submarine, you're a submarine navigator. You understand. Yeah. You've probably studied did you study some of the historic techniques? Like with
we had to do, of course, like azimuths, and we used like a sextant and things like that. But that's like, of course, last resort. But
the point is the birds have this. They can go from North Pole to South Pole with waypoints in between. Mm-hmm. And it's like, that is so hard for someone with just a magnetic compass. How they do it, we don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, when we have, whenever we were using, we had two people there was a helm and what they call the planes. So the helm would operate the fairwater planes, and then they had also in charge of the rudder, right? And then the guy on the left side, he was the stern planesman, and that's where you get like the major draft, up and down pretty much. And the helm was in charge of maintaining the heading, right? And so if he was even off by just a degree, it could it could completely kill us all. It's pretty important that he stays on track, right? So they have a guy in between them named the Dive. He's the one that gives main orders to the chief of the watch, and he gets his orders, of course, from the officer on the deck at the time. And so it just depends on what's going on. But yeah, I mean, he'll be like shoving on the helm, like, "Hey, wake up! You get the heck going back on course," whatever. And I had to do that for like 2 years. So driving the ship is not fun, but I'll tell you, it's not. Just to think about that, like if they're maintaining their heading consistently for thousands of miles, that's crazy.
Wind. I know how they do it, and so back again, it's like we may call it a Rube Goldberg machine, but it really is a machine that's designed. I mean, before the year of Darwin, the philosophers said biology was there to glorify the creator, to make men wonder at the genius of their creator. That's starting to happen now, people that are willing to open their eyes. And the thing that, when we were talking to James Carter earlier, he was saying this is so amazing and all. The only people who say that, the only discipline that says biology is junk and it's poorly designed are evolutionary biologists. You don't hear that from the biochemists. You don't hear that from the biophysicists. We don't hear that from the cell biologists. The only people you hear it from are like Dan Grauer, whose mission in life is to try to prove his own DNA is junk, which I find is really kind of funny as a purpose in life. It's like that's what he lives for. So,
well, hey man, it's ironic that it's Dan Grauer and Dr. Danny Boy Cardinal. It's interesting.
Sal,
I believe. Sorry, go ahead.
I think we need to create two different categories. We have to create the material category of what we're talking about and the immaterial. And everything that we're discussing, like navigation, that's immaterial. It's not a product of the elements that are engaged. It's a product of mind and function. And in order to debate this, we have to create hard delineation between the material aspect of what we're talking about and the immaterial. What do you think of that?
I agree with that. Obviously, it does have a sensory organ. There's a material aspect to that. That's pretty important. But yeah, when it comes down to it, you have to think about what you're doing for you to even contemplate going in a certain direction or doing something like that. Operating with a submarine, just to give you some context there, we had to be fully aware of our surroundings constantly. So we would get a fix every 2 hours. We might come up to a periscope depth. And if we weren't operating with that from on the fly, we had to get RLGN settings to maintain for up to 2 days. That was the longest period we could go without getting another fix, right? And I mean, and that was like kind of stretching it. We'd start, what we had is what they called a position of uncertainty circle that we would put on a map, and that would start out at a 1 mile radius. And so you would just maintain that for as long as possible before the RLGN would start to expand that. And so we had a system called VMS that would show you the circle expanding over time, and you had a set parameter like depth, everything that has to be there. And sometimes we had to be maintained at a specific depth unless we had been given specific orders to come out at a certain time. So we'd be maintaining like 300 feet, and then we could not go above that. Otherwise, there could be a ship coming past that we didn't even realize was there, and we could all go down. So it's like a pretty serious thing. So contemplating what you have to do is like all about it. That's the most important thing, obviously.
You're having to account for currently unactualized risk variables based on foreknowledge of potential outcomes, and then account for those potential variables in order to avoid the potential ramifications.
Exactly.
And
it was always pre-planning and pre-planning and pre-planning.
And to me, that kind of stuff, when you think about it in the context of the bird, right? This stupid bird has a quantum entangled mechanisms and stuff that are enabling it to do like quantum. I call it quantum navigation, for lack of a better word. Like whatever the heck that means, right? They're somehow being able to do this to like read the Earth's magnetic field. Who knows what's actually happening? That's one of the theories, right? They're being able to like visualize, I guess, the magnetic field. But then, okay, fine, they can do that. But just like when you were having to go pull up to a certain depth to get a fix, this bird is being able to interpret fixes by reading, visualizing the Earth's magnetic field. It's still having to get a fix and then be able to comprehend like where I'm going from there. The thing has
not only that.
The thing literally is a bird brain. It's literally a bird brain, and it's being able to do this. And to me, when you think about
birds, monarch butterfly.
Oh, that's my favorite, by the way. I was going to bring that up. That's my favorite. Good.
Migration patterns of the monarch butterfly. They fly for like 1,000 or more miles over ocean, and then land on a little island.
Mm-hmm. And well, there's another variation of the butterfly that flies from Canada. And they land they looked for them for 30 years.
It flies to the island and then it like eats more food or whatever and then flies north. I think it's the same one. It lands in Canada. And then it has a Methuselah generation is what they call it, which is funny. That lives longer, that flies straight back. So it flies from somewhere in Mexico, east, slightly north, to this island, and it's like 1,000 or more miles away, or like 2,000 miles away, and it lands on this little island that's in the middle of the ocean, basically. And somehow it knows where that thing is. It flies there, lands there, recuperates, then flies to the north, and then the next generation flies a beeline back to the original location.
Yeah, this key component of that is that the new generation has never been to either location,
right?
And somehow ends up in that same one. And it's like
they'll often land in the same tree.
Yep. Well, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, we're talking about the same one because that's how they originally found them. Remember, they for 30 years they were trying to figure out where they were going, and they started tagging all these ones in Canada when they left, and they had this whole group in Mexico that would look for them, and they finally figured out the reason they hadn't been able to find them was they all landed on the same freaking tree. So in the entire country of Mexico, the reason they couldn't find them is that all of these butterflies leaving Canada went to a single tree, not a bunch of trees. It went to one tree. I mean, talk about like the proverbial needle in a haystack. It's like, go find this pine tree in the entire country of Mexico. I mean,
so tell me how that evolved. How did it evolve slowly over millions of years, the ability to fly from Mexico across the ocean to this one specific island? Just that alone. How did it do that?
And see, prior to me studying biology, I was in the aerospace and defense industry, and I studied aviation navigation. And there are a lot of creationists that are also in the aerospace industry, and they just totally saw this. That this is a miracle.
Well,
a creature could have that ability because it just kicks our rear end. I mean, we build all these instruments and GPS, and we can't do it as well as the monarch butterfly.
So, a question for you and Pigs and Fly. What's your name, man? I always forget.
Oh, my name is Matthew. Yeah,
Matthew. Okay, so Sal and Matthew, since you guys both did this professionally, I think one of the reasons that the average human may not be like, what do you think about this theory? I think because the average human, in terms of transportation, we're only moving on a linear plane, right? Even if we're driving, right? We're inside this little alley, right? This little channel, and we can go left and right and forward. We're not going up and down in terms of like from a 3D perspective, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that may be why the average person is not like actually thinking about the significance of what's occurring? And then secondary to all that, from a math standpoint, I think it's completely flying over their heads, the premise of the computation that's having to occur in order to maintain the appropriate trajectories, land in the right spot, both in terms of macro objective as well as like, oh, I'm flying down to land on this tree, and I'm going to land perfectly on this tree, and I've modified my velocity and angle, right, and trajectory and all these different things to land on this tiny little freaking like power line. Like I don't think we even think about that. Anyway, enough of my tangent. Does that make sense? And B, do you think that people don't actually like comprehend, or not comprehend, but like don't actually contemplate what I'm talking about?
It starts.
A lot of them are born with it.
Yeah.
Like there's good
No
reason to
training.
believe that there's genetic knowledge.
Yeah, that's
You
a
know what
fact,
the
yeah.
Bible says? The Bible says, "What knows a man save the spirit of man that is in him?" And it also references the spirit of all flesh. So there's probably a component of how creation works that's spirit driven, and it's contained in the spirit only, and it's not a product of the actual material. It's
Yeah, it's
like
not like an environmental issue.
it's like precognition. You know, they don't understand consciousness, but they don't have a clue about precognition. Chomsky was saying
Yeah.
on.
I would
on
say that's a
Crowdsourcing.
bummer.
But
Like,
you know, they
that means we can't ever figure out like all of the stuff that God did.
Yeah.
I mean, like if
it's because they I like to get back to this idea of these two categories. That if you start mixing categories, these two hard categories, the immaterial and the material, then it's just confusion. And I think it really has to be spelled out.
Go ahead, Sal.
Well, I have just briefly. I deviate from other creationists and some other Christians. I say that we don't actually have to start out with the correct worldview to eventually arrive at the right one. So we in mathematics we call it proof by contradiction. Just assume a certain view, and if it leads to contradictions, then you know your view is wrong.
Yeah.
So that if you start with a materialistic worldview and naturalism, and then you look at life, and you're just like, well, that doesn't square. Something's amiss in my model. Then you're open to other possibilities. So a lot of my arguments, at least when I defend ID or creationism, I don't start off with making categories of material and immaterial. I'll just say, okay, tell me what your premises are that life arose naturally. Then you state the laws of physics that you're accepting. And then we do what Rob Stadler does and just says, okay, this is life. These are your accepted laws. Now see where it leads. And it leads nowhere. It doesn't lead to life. So what are you left with? Maybe your premises are wrong.
Yeah,
so that's
exactly.
kind of how I
Do you
argue.
Do you think we're using the physical laws, the mathematical laws, philosophical laws? Are we using those to demarcate between the material and immaterial?
No, I was just saying in the case of the origin of life, you can just say, are our physical laws
Enough
for
to
chemistry and physics adequate? And at some point you realize, no, it's not.
Yeah, is it sufficient? Yeah.
Yeah.
Immaterial is necessarily not material.
Exactly.
So-
It's a requirement. Yeah.
Yeah, because the physical doesn't have a mind. The material doesn't have a mind.
Right. To answer your question though, LPP,
That's right.
I completely almost kind of got off track there. So imagine that you're like a pilot, right? And I mean, obviously they have a similar understanding of navigation that I would have because they have to operate in a similar, paradigm. Well, they can't even fathom what it would take for a bird to perch itself, or, I mean, sure they can land a plane, and yeah, I mean, just to clarify, that's extremely difficult. Nobody's trying to degrade that. We understand that there's extreme, everybody's lives are in their hands every single moment of that time that they're up in the air. So that's just how serious I took my job. I understand there's things that I couldn't even explain, that I had to do, but yeah, when it comes down to it, I mean, the level of complexity, when people talk about complexity and they try to denigrate that, it just baffles me because it's as if they're so locked in that cognitive dissonance. They don't care. They don't care about the facts of how crazy this would be.
Yeah, because they're committed to materialistic progression to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say when I was, when I was in the aviation industry, my employer sent me off to flight school, and I learned how to fly airplanes. And our least favorite thing to do, and this is only done as an exercise, not that you would ever really do it live unless all your other instruments failed, is to use your magnetic compass, and they call it dead reckoning. And people laugh. They said that's a good term for it because people have died trying to do this to get from point A to point B. You just point your airplane and you try to fly that heading, but the problem is you have to correct for wind. So the nose of your airplane's not actually headed the way your plane is. So you're actually sometimes flying kind of sideways. You still have to figure out. And then just like okay, if I did this out in the ocean, like these birds that are flying like how do they get to their destination? Because I could not do it. I said, unless I had like what you were saying with the, like they have these position fixes, like in the old days, they had the star charts and all, and they had a lot of our top scientists developing these charts and very precise clocks and all these instruments. The birds do this.
Well, I can tell you how the birds do it. See,
I'm sorry.
I can tell you how the birds do it. See, for millions of years, they kept trying to fly over the ocean, but they all died because they missed the target. Yeah. And eventually, after millions of years, one of them actually hit it. And then after that, it tried to fly back, but then it didn't make it because it didn't remember. And so they just kept trying, with all of them dying over and over again, not knowing how to get there. And eventually,
hey man,
no, I don't see how it works.
Hey man,
they had to go extinct at least 10 times to get it.
Yeah. Hey, that quantum.
They had an Adam and Eve of birds.
Hey guys,
every generation.
Listen, the formation of quantum technology through undirected process is totally plausible, totally realistic. I mean,
when you're navigating underwater, though, they have obviously there's set and drift that you have to take into account for. There's currents that come into play. We obviously have fathometers that are pinging down below us, so we can see what's behind below us. So and when I was taking fathometer watch, we would have what they call red and yellow soundings. Right, if you come anywhere close to half of the distance between the bottom of the ocean and where you are, it'll sound a yellow sounding. Anywhere between 25% of that is a red sounding. And then, so once you sound that, you immediately take actions to come up to the surface, right? Even if you know that there could be a potential danger there. But just to clarify that, I mean, there are some serious, there's a lot of things that go into play with just those basic foundations that we had there. And I mean, to think that, actual animals have to live on this with like this on a constant, everyday basis and, navigate the oceans. I can't even fathom how intelligent they have to be.
In fairness though, something else, a sidebar, like that I think humans just take for granted. This is one of the things that really irritates the crap out of me in the context of like when I listen to the people who I quite bluntly consider idiots and ignorant of the obvious are the ones that like talk about like, well, why does the cheetah run faster than me? And like it's like, okay, the eagle's eye or the octopus eye is better. Yeah, it takes like 3 minutes for the pupil of the stupid octopus to close. Like, yeah, it has some sharp sight, but it can do some cool stuff. But if it's in the sunlight, you idiot, it's going to burn out its retina, you morons. Like, you don't think about this thing from a macro point of view. But beyond all that, when you think about the overall, like, what is a superiority complex, right? Okay. I was a hardcore basketball player in high school, right? When I think about the drive, leap, take multiple hits, adjust my trajectory in the air, account for spin on the ball, to applying all sorts of crazy physics. I'm not thinking about the physics, right? But I'm executing them.
They're just in you.
And then you think about the computation that's happening in your subconscious, and then the information signals that are being sent through your nerves to express the energy, to release the ball, to put it in a stupid hole, like a hoop, right? Okay, so was I that good? I mean, I was pretty good, but not like, I wasn't like in college or NBA caliber, right? Then you think about those guys like Steph Curry. I mean, the dude can shoot the ball in less than 0.8 of a second from 40 feet away and put it in a hole. I mean, you think about from the distance at that point, right? The angle, the arc, the force, like all those different things have to be perfect. From that distance, good grief, get the heck out of here, right? Then you think about that in the context of just from a more purely physical standpoint of like dancers and like the ballerinas and like the ice skaters and like all this stuff, like the stuff that they do in unison or by themselves. It's phenomenal. It's mind bending. Was a fencer, a ping pong player, or whatever, whatever.
Yeah.
Then you get into
synchronized swimming,
any of that stuff. Like you get into neurosurgery, you get into, all these different things like mechanics and guys that are creating, different technologies. like whatever it may be, right? Like you think about, and then programmers and electrical engineers, all these different things. Like when you think about it, both from a physical perspective and a mental one, the potential, the capacity potential, right, of the human body and the human mind to do all sorts of different things. And the irony is that like all of us have different capacities in terms of what we could be the best at, right? But like, not unless you're like missing your hands, but then you might use your feet. People can learn how to play the piano, right? No, are you necessarily going to be a concert pianist? No, but you can still learn how music works. And you might not be the best coder of all time, but you can write, do some basic, HTML, CSS modifications, right? I mean,
That's not coding.
Well, we already talked about this. Hey, I was the one that told you it was a markup language, not a programming language, by the way. Anyway, my point, I'm sure you guys all see my point here. And I'm like, you are arguing that we're not amazing in terms of, and like you're claiming that it's evidence of bad design because I don't have like monkey fur. Like
bad design is a horrible, stupid argument.
Okay. So
look.
Okay, hang on, guys. So
we're humans.
Erica's about to join the stream. I'm just going to kind of step back. I got to go to bed here in a few minutes. I'm going to let you guys have kind of take over here. I'm going to stay up for a few more minutes and I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to let the stream keep going. Let's not get into conspiracy theories. Nothing crazy. Do not talk politics because there's way too much censorship going on with Google and YouTube right now. So do not get into anything to do with any of the things that are controversial right now in the United States, let's just say. So anyway, and go ahead, Bob. I'm letting Eric.
Thanks for the stream and for this evening, letting me and Dr. Carter share our stuff.
Oh, of course. Sal, I'm not wrapping up the stream. You guys can keep going. I'm going to let you guys keep going as long as you want. And Erica, welcome to the stream.
Thank you, John. Thank you for letting me in.
Of course.
Okay. So what I was saying,
we're going to be pals, John. That's my goal. One of these days.
I hope so.
You're not already pals?
Who did we just lose?
Well, I thought Sal dropped out, but then he came back in.
Yeah, he's okay. He's there.
We are Tiger Live.
Are you heading out, Sal?
Sal,
you're muted.
You're muted. Sorry,
Sal,
man.
you're muted.
Oh, sorry. I'm just taking a little break since there's so many people here.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
I hope your mom's okay.
She is. Praise God.
Praise the Lord.
Honestly, I wasn't. This past July, I wasn't sure she's gonna make it through the holidays, and she did. So I thank God for every day, every hour. And I want to thank everyone who's prayed for her. I also want to thank everyone who's prayed for Dr. Sanford. He announced on his appearance with James Tour that he had an angioplasty.
Oh.
And I wasn't sure if I should have told everyone that he was having heart problems, but he said thank everyone for praying for him. So we weren't when he came to my house in 2018 to give his talk at the NIH, he confided to me. He said, "I don't know if he wasn't sure about how long he was going to live, and the doctors couldn't diagnose what was going on with him. But after the angioplasty, he started to feel great. So I want to thank everyone for their prayers for both my mom and Dr. Sanford."
Absolutely.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Will. Welcome to the stream late night. Okay, so real quick, I think that Erica wanted to have a go at you, Bob, over Argon dating methods, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Is that correct, Erica?
Yeah, no, I have a go. I just wanted to have a chat.
Mm-hmm.
Be nice. I'm a layman.
I have a question for you, Erica.
Well, I think dating methods, especially like I find them to be really cool, but they're difficult to understand, and a lot of times I have to pull out my book and like try to remember how everything works. So sure. I certainly think that is a I consider myself to be a layman on it. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I didn't see how isochron dating given now I looked at Wikipedia, so take that for what it's worth. But they said that they had to be from similar samples in the same location or something like that, and I didn't see how that solved the problem that I was alluding to when I was asking you that line of questioning.
So isochrone dating. Oh shoot! Is there an echo? Oh wait, maybe there was. But
No, I don't hear it now.
So isochrone dating makes no assumptions about the starting material of parent or daughter whatsoever. There are no assumptions made at that point. So it makes it easy.
Sure.
It gives it a larger range when you're actually trying to tell when a sample came from. Now, as many people have alluded to in general, the best way to test the accuracy of radiometric dating is to test the dates of known material. Now, like I said in the side chat, this only works to a certain degree, because if you try to date something within, like for instance, let's say you're using a specific ratio of potassium argon, which depending on how you're using it, you can get it up to about, I want to say 1500 years ago is like the very youngest bracket. If you're using
that young,
I think it's 40 and 40. I think I was actually incorrect when I told you the initial ratio, because that's what I was seeing because I couldn't remember it. So I looked it up online. But then when I checked my actual textbook, depending on the instruments that you're using, you can get it that recent.
Is it reliable, or is it like going like a little
Trend.
bit beyond 100,000 years with carbon dating?
So carbon dating maxes out at around 50,000. So the carbon dating can go as recent as I believe it's like 100 years ago to about 50,000. But potassium argon has a huge range, which is really nice. But the point that I was trying to make is that you're absolutely correct. The best way to find out if radiometric dating is accurate is to test the age of known materials. But like I said, you can't do it on stuff that's fresher than about 1,000, 1,500 years, because it would be like trying to measure a semi-truck on a microgram scale. There's just too much parent and it wigs out the machinery. But what we can do is we can take the dates of like ancient volcanoes such as Pompeii. There was a nice 1998 paper done on Mount Vesuvius where we tried to date the volcanic rock, because you can only date volcanic rock. Igneous is the only kind of rock you can date. Metamorphic and sedimentary, you can't do it, because igneous essentially freezes everything at the former formation. You know all this.
I know some of it.
Yeah. Anyways, so we get staggeringly accurate dates from those Pompeii rocks. And we've done the same thing for other known dates of volcanoes that have erupted.
And when was the Pompeii volcano supposedly erupted?
Mount Vesuvius. I believe it was midway through the Roman Empire. When did Mount Vesuvius erupt?
But aren't they
79 AD.
Aren't they selecting the dating method that actually matches the calendar years? Because you have many to choose from.
Well, okay. So if I understand correctly, presuming a certain age first would determine which dating method they would use if there were options available given the material content.
If you're doing, I'm echoing in. If you're doing standard radiometric dating, that's true, but isochron dating makes no assumption about the initial starting age.
That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about like the difference between uranium, lead, and potassium argon, or carbon, nitrogen.
Yes.
The different dating methods, you would select one that would be more appropriate, dependent on your options with the material that's at hand that you're trying to date. You would use whichever one is the most appropriate or likely to produce a reliable result based off of your assumption of how old it is.
Yes, that's true. However, there's a huge stipulation with that. And the main stipulation with that tends to be the fact that, at least in the modern day, these are checked again with things like isochron dating and with I think it's called shrimp. There's like a weird anagram for this additional type of dating that takes care of those assumptions. Now, way back in the day, you're right. This was done with an initial assumption of, okay, well, this rock is at the lowest, so it's probably the oldest. And without exception, layers that are deeper, supposing that there hasn't been some kind of crazy uplift, which happens, but it's rare and very obvious, those layers were deposited first. I mean, that's even creationists who suppose that all of these layers were deposited in the flood would propose that the very bottom layer was deposited before the very top layer.
Not necessarily.
It would be inconsequential.
The layers can form sideways all layered, all sorted sideways. So,
Right,
you
but
could have
so-
a layer that on the bottom that's the same age as that's on the top.
So
yeah, so Erica, to understand our point of view, if the flood occurred, which I believe it did, then you have about a year's worth of sediment laid down covering the earth. So maybe some of those layers you could say that were laid down after other layers, but the time difference between those, I think, would be insignificant.
Well, if the floods account is correct, then all of these layers, because they were deposited at the same time, these sedimentary layers, they should be sorted in an order that actually makes sense with deposition rates, but they don't.
What?
Well, it all depends
So-
on what you mean by how they were sorted.
Yeah, so here's the thing. If you take, everyone knows like the elementary school sand jar trick, where you go outside and you get a bunch of different soils and you put them in, you shake them up. And the lighter materials that take a longer period of time to settle always end up at the top, every single time. Now, things
It
like
doesn't happen that
limestone-
way. It doesn't happen that way in a current, though.
No,
Yeah.
actually, so here's the thing about that. That Indiana study that you're talking about, when it's deposited in a current, it leaves these, how do I describe them? They're almost like bubble-like structures called floccules. Without exception, you cannot have a running current that deposits very fine silt without floccules. This is universal. And we don't see floccules at all in the
Know what a floccule is.
It's like a bubble-like structure that is a result of kind of air trapping as fine material is deposited in a current.
Okay.
So that is very problematic in and of itself. Additionally,
So-
chalk and limestone deposit at rates that are just, they require, first of all, warm, calm water to deposit. They can't deposit in a current at all. It's never happened. It's never been done, not in the lab, not in the wild. You cannot deposit limestone wall layers, even fine ones, within a current. It can't be done.
Okay. But the current wasn't constant.
Right, but the problem with that is, in that kind of scenario, no matter what, you should have a single large block of limestone at the top. Because if it can't be deposited in the current, the way that limestone deposits it, it requires weeks to even get a foot. And that's assuming perfect conditions. So no matter what, in the case of the flood, there is no way around not getting a block of limestone at the top. Even if you
Why
have-
does it take a week for you to get a foot of limestone?
Because it's super duper fine.
So
Yeah, it cannot deposit faster than that.
what if you have a lot of it, a
It's
high
really-
concentration in the water?
It doesn't matter if the concentration is maximal or minimal. It doesn't even change like the rate. Like you could create like a supercritical fluid with limestone and it wouldn't make a difference.
So where are modern day limestone deposits usually found in relation to current bodies?
Typically in large bay zones, areas where there are a lot of microorganisms that die, because limestone is made up of microfossils.
What if you have a whole bunch of limestone, or well, it's not limestone yet because it's in the soluble form. I don't know the right word, but you have a whole bunch of this limestone stuff that's in the water, and it's a very large quantity compared to the amount of water, and then something falls down on top of it and seals it.
I mean, you could theoretically do that in very small quantities, but we're talking about like the cliffs of Dover are all pure limestone.
Well, we're talking about a worldwide flood where the water from underneath the continents burst up into the air.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. None of that matters. You don't have any kind of material that could create any kind of conditions that could
I
create
think that
natural
if
limestone
you
walls.
have the weight of the continents worth of pressure on the water as it's coming out from the crack that was formed, would be a lot of material.
Yeah, but the thing is, some creationists like AIG have actually tried that. Like they've tried to work the math out with what would happen if you had like limestone in these fountains of the Great Deep, and it doesn't work, which is why they abandoned hydroplate for catastrophic plate tectonics. And they actually don't have a current answer for the limestone problem.
Well, the ecosystem is unknown. You probably had the ratio of life to material was probably much higher because the pristine nature of the world at that time, and the type of life and the type and the ratios of naturally occurring minerals and water and stuff might have been different, which would and add to that the massive volcanic activity that was happening all over the earth under the water that would have provided a soup of cementing agents that wouldn't be normally seen in normal river basins or deltas.
So none of that helps you though, because the limestone has to fall out of the water and deposit. No kind of cementing agent is going to help you when the limestone is mixed in with the water. There's nothing to cement.
I'm not sure what you're getting at there, because you're saying that. So what you're saying is that because it didn't deposit where you think it's supposed to deposit, that's what you're saying?
I'm saying that you've got really, really dense, really coarse sandstone, which like is essentially having rocks in a jar that you shake up. They always end up on the bottom. And you have those on top of limestone layers dozens and dozens and dozens of times throughout the geologic record, and all of which is supposed to be in flood rock. So none of that works.
If we're talking about a massive flood, right, and how this works out, you're supposed to see layers form over one another, right?
Yeah.
So how is that not correlate?
It doesn't work because the limestone can't fall out of the water. It's too tumultuous, and even if it wasn't, you can't get that much limestone in a 1 year period, let alone 4 days. Like you can't get it in millions.
No. First of all, we're not assuming that it happened in 1 year. That's a huge issue as far as assumptions go. But secondly, I mean, we also believe that there was. Okay, I mean, if you want to believe that, that's fine. This is your prerogative here. Right? But just to clarify, I mean, we also believe that there was an ice age that occurred immediately after that, which is what caused part of the recession of that water, right? Because it says that it assuaged, it went down, right, pretty quickly as far as the water levels go. So if that's the case, I mean, we had insane amounts of pressure. I mean, water depths at less than 1,000 feet would crush you. I hope you understand this, right?
Yeah, but none of that matters with regard to how limestone deposits. Seriously, they've done like actual lab experiments with this, and also cold water makes it even more to deposit.
Can you show me an article that shows what it would take for pressure, a certain amount of pressure to make limestone? Because if I can't see this, I don't really know where you're coming from as far as that.
Can I say something, Erica? Because I'm from the Amazon, and there is what you call silt in the Amazon. It's very fine.
Yeah, it's not as fine as limestone. In fact, they've tested those against each other in like flocule labs.
I mean, silt, I don't know if there could be anything finer than silt.
It's limestone and chalk too. Both of those are finer than silt, 100%.
But my experience is that the Amazon River goes up and down every year, 30 some feet or less, and it deposits silt layers. And when the silt layer is deposited, it can be very hard when it's deposited, because I've seen it, so that when the coarser sediments are deposited right on top of the silt layers, and you can actually see layers of silt with coarser sediments, and then more layers of silt and coarser sediments on top.
Sure, Jungle, because
every year
silt doesn't require warm, calm waters. It can deposit in a current.
Okay, so Erica,
it's because of the current, and it happens every year.
Yeah, limestone can't do that.
Because when
she's claiming that limestone is a problem. Is it the only problem?
No.
Because when the water rises, that's when it deposits the silt, and then when it goes down, that's where it erodes, and you can see the silt layers and the coarser sand layers.
What I meant was, is it the only sediment problem?
Oh no.
So this idea that you can't have coarse over fine is totally wrong.
No,
totally
Jungle,
wrong.
it has nothing to do with coarse over fine. It has to do with the nature of
but
limestone.
That was what you said.
Chalk.
That's what you said. It was coarse over fine. You can't have coarse over fine.
For you, Jungle. So most rock in the entire fossil record is sedimentary rock, and of all of that rock, all of the rock in the fossil record in the geologic column, no matter where you go, 10% of that. Of all the rock is limestone. And of that, 10% is marine in nature. That means it's all going to contain microfossils, which makes it even more it makes it even, it progresses it deposits slower than non-marine.
Well, from your idea of how it's deposited.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that limestone is composed of
Fossils.
marine life?
Marine life.
Yes, 10% of all limestone is made of marine life.
Which makes it heavier than silk, too.
Well,
No, it
fossils have to
doesn't.
form
It
quickly in the
doesn't,
first
Jungle.
place.
Yes.
Jungle, objectively, like in the lab, I can give you the exact number. It's 1.5 times 10 raised 15. That's the deposition rate. That's how slow we're talking here. This is
in your model.
No, that's what's observed right now by Poldervaart in 1955 in a current limestone deposition bed.
Okay, are you?
In your model.
That's
constraints?
empirical. I'm sorry, Jungle, that's empirical.
No,
the
the global flood was totally different than your model.
So pigs can fly. If I'm telling you right now that we observe only very slow deposition rates, slower than pretty much any other kind of mineral of limestone all over the world in the lab and in the wild.
You're
That's
not.
what I'm
You're not
trying
even.
to
It's not
tell you.
comparable.
It's
I hope you
your
understand.
model. Your
First of
model.
all,
That's erroneous.
okay. We would
What are the
already
temp-
have to
what's the-
have fossils in the first place. So you have to make fossils very quickly. They have to be formed very, very fast. Okay.
No, not necessarily.
Yes, they do.
That's not how
Absolutely. No,
it
this is a lot. That's a lie. I guarantee you, that's a lie.
No, it's not. We're getting
Okay.
fossils right now.
All
in
right, then you
Houston carpets.
prove to me how fast you can make a fossil. All right.
Or
I can give you sources right
Because
now.
I can show stuff that was formed as a fossil within a week, like a pickle in a jar and things like that. Okay. I mean,
No, I'm
if
talking
you want to
about
go.
peat. Like peat.
I know what you're talking
logs,
about,
things
but
like
the
that.
point is, you also said that a good portion of it is already fossilized creatures, right? What would it
No, I
take
didn't say
for
that.
those things? Oh, yes, you did.
Well, she said marine life.
Yeah, no, I said not
It's
even
not
marine life,
necessarily
guys.
fossilized marine life.
Guys, all phytoplankton, all calcium carbonate limestone is made up of microorganisms whose tiny little skeletons are made up of calcium carbonate. You can't
Diatoms.
see them with the naked eye. That's what makes up limestone. You have to look at them under a
I
microscope.
called it fossilized, man. Just to
No,
clarify that.
they're not.
Okay?
That's just their skeletons. It would be like saying your bones are a fossil. They're not. They're just bones. They're not mineralized.
I have a question.
All right, I'll accept that.
I have a question. What is the temperature range of the model that you're conducting this under?
Any kind of current temperature range that we can reach in a lab or in the wild. They've tried it under extreme heat. They've tried it under freezing temperatures. They've tried it under high and low pressures. They've
Can-
tried it with still currents. They've tried it with medium, moderate, high currents. They've tried it in every shape, form, or fashion because the deposition of limestone is really important
Can
to
you
the
post
geology industry.
articles regarding this? I'd really like to see that. Okay.
No, totally. I actually have like source on source on source for this because this is what I argued with.
I mean, because you're being
months
very
ago.
generic with your phrase. You know, you're saying, okay, we can do it in any range of heat, and I'm like, come on, what kind of range are we actually talking here? Is it like 120 degrees Celsius to like sub-zero? What are we talking about here? You're just kind of throwing out general statements that doesn't really help your
What
case.
turns on
okay?
the question?
What was that, Danny?
What turns on that question that he asked? They asked you what were the temperatures, what were the sort of temperature conditions, and I'm just wondering what turns on that question.
I don't know what turns on the question.
Are you asking what
What's the impact of temperature?
prompted to the
Right.
question?
Like if she
Okay.
said freezing temperatures versus like some room
So,
temperature.
If
Well,
we're
the
talking
flood would
about
necessarily have very high temperatures.
right, if we're talking about the cataclysmic event that would be resolving, I mean, so surrounding the global flood event, right? Temperatures that are we can't even fathom in some cases. I mean, it have to be crazy things that are going on here at this time. There's also my understanding there would have been
You mean
like
in terms of heat, like high heat? Isn't
high heat,
Oh,
high
yeah, they got a
it would be
huge
simultaneously.
But wait, but the sedimentary, I could be wrong, but sedimentary rock, I mean, it's metamorphic and igneous rock that, well, isn't it metamorphic and igneous rock that occur around high heat areas, not sedimentary?
Yeah, so sedimentary rock is deposited, and like the reason why we know the conditions that limestone deposits fastest in is because again, it's very important to the industry at large. So I'll provide you those papers for sure. But I want to touch on something you just said, which is the intense amount of heat. That heat is the single topic that precludes with the P the global flood of Noah. You have too much heat, and there's no way to get rid of it. It would boil everything alive. It would vaporize the crust of the earth at minimum, and at maximum, it is the equivalent of 1,000 trillion 1 megaton H-bombs per square meter of water for over a year.
Why?
Because of
What is the cause of that heat? Why is the heat that high?
Well, for one, you have to move the continents around. Moving the continents around creates enormous amounts of friction, as does water
Makes you
coming
think
from
that the continents have to move.
Well, let's say that they don't. I'll give you whatever scenario you want. At the very minimum, you're vaporizing the crust by how that water is coming from the fountains of the Great Deep. Because as the water is coming out from this granitic crust that is over top, because it has to crack outwards, you're dealing with superheated, super pressurized water that creates more heat on the friction as it comes out of these massive spouts. It comes out, boils all of the water around it, ripping apart the continents as it does so. And then the steam is additionally superheated. So we're not just talking about levels of heat that would like be lethal. We're talking about levels of heat just from the water alone breaking through that would be lethal 10, 20 times over. But the additional problem that you have is because radiometric dating is indeed a thing, and all of the geologists who actually are creationists, what their current stance on it, guys like Steve Austin, Andrew Snelling, is that yes, these things look old, but the flood caused accelerated nuclear decay, and that's why they look old. Because no one is disagreeing, no one who is a geologist, including the creationists, is disagreeing that they look old. The problem is, are they old? Now, what they suggest is that there was something called accelerated nuclear.
Can you name a creationist that says that it looks old?
Yeah, Andrew Snelling and Steve Austin.
Okay. I haven't heard them say I haven't heard Andrew Snelling say it.
No, Snelling absolutely thinks that there was accelerated nuclear decay. That's why they look old.
So
you're not talking about the rocks. You're talking about the radiometric dating.
Yes, the rocks look old because of the radiometric.
I gotta go. Y'all treat Erica well, please. Okay.
Okay, Danny. I'm not staying for too much longer. I probably ought to go too in a second. But
So you're gonna make a whole bunch of claims and then walk off?
Oh my gosh.
I'll stick around for you to dissect the claims a bit more, if you'd like.
Erica, I have a question for you. What do you assume created the breakup of the fountains of the deep?
It honestly, no matter how the Great Deep fountains broke open, that's not the problem. It's where the water was stored and how it comes out.
So they have found these water veins that go around the earth. There's one that's 3K below the Amazon River, follows the Amazon River, massive vein of water. And these things could have been broken by impact of meteors. And you wouldn't need tectonic plate shifting, so you wouldn't necessarily have all this friction happening as this water was being released.
Well, that's an additional problem that you create for yourself, because now you have to have all of the impact craters that we currently see. At least this is what Snelling and Austin propose, as well as I think McQueen proposes this too. But you have to have all those impact events that secular science says took place over 4.5 to 4.8 billion years. You have to cram that into the flood event as well, because you have to explain the craters.
No, we don't.
Yeah, you do.
Well, there's no problem with that, because anyone
if the flood caused all the sedimentary layers,
they're in between layers, Argotha. They're in between layers. So you have to have the layers laid down and then an impact event and then layers on top of that. You have to explain that. So physically that cannot happen if the upper layers don't have the scars of the impact zone and the lower layers do. Then that means the lower layers were deposited, there was an impact, and then the upper layers were deposited on top.
So you're saying that there's some significant difference in erosion between certain layers and then the layers where you presume is when the asteroid actually struck.
I'm saying all over the planet we have asteroid impacts that are found in between layers. So essentially they occurred, and then from conventional science standpoint, millions of years of deposition occurred, hiding this crater, depositing, tons upon tons upon tons of sediment on top of it. And the upper layers are undisturbed. So from a flood standpoint, the only way this can physically, or from any standpoint, the only way you can have undisturbed upper layers and lower layers that are just a gigantic mess of a crater, 100 kilometers across, is if that earlier sediment was deposited, then the impact event occurs, and then you get the sediment on top.
That's okay. You have that with the flood model, because what you have is you have two tides. You have the tide that's facing the moon and the tide opposite the Earth that the moon is on, and they would be going across the Earth, creating high and low points in current. So
sure, Jeremy, but that's not the problem. The problem isn't getting those craters in between. The problem is you have to have all of those craters within the time period of the flood, because those layers on the top occurred during the flood. And the amount of heat, and I actually have a physicist friend who helped me do the math for this for a hydroplate video I made for Standing for Truth a couple of months ago. So I did this math on my own in Excel with with help, but I've got the Excel spreadsheet to back myself up. The heat from all of the impact events, just the ones that we know about, alone creates such enormous lethal amounts of heat that Noah isn't surviving on the ark.
But at the same time, you have the
wait. Okay,
water
first
being
off,
projected into the atmosphere. It's being super cooled and coming down the whole time. This is
Space
taking
doesn't work
place.
as a heat sink, Jeremy. I looked into that too. I had a physicist check my heat sink math on that, and it does not work.
First off, Noah surviving on the ark is not an issue, no matter what happened.
Right.
The Bible clearly states that when that God said to Noah, "Come into the ark."
So you got a miracle.
Where would God have to be?
If you want to call it miraculous, that's fine. The whole event.
Where would God have to be to tell Noah to come into the ark?
Argotha, if you or anyone here wants to suppose that the way that Noah's Ark happened was through a miracle, I have no problem with that. The problem that
I will say that I have no problem saying that Noah survived by a miracle.
Okay, well, in that case, then you're appealing to a miracle for part of the flood, which means it's
obviously there are miraculous elements to the flood.
Okay,
the question is, what are they?
But there's another dynamic that needs to be raised here, and that is these two unabated tides that are going across the Earth. They're approaching speeds of close to 1,000 miles per hour because they're being held in place by the moon, and the Earth is rotating underneath them. So that would create another dynamic that would probably be change your whole thermodynamic model.
Jeremy, I have no problem if everyone here is supposing that miracles happened during the flood. My problem comes when people like AIG
This is
or
not a miracle.
SNR
This is just a function.
No, what Argotha said was a miracle. He says he's okay with miraculous things keeping Noah alive. That's a huge part of the problem for the flood, is that you can't have a naturalistic explanation for what happened. So if you're not appearing to pure empiricism, I don't have a problem with that because I can't debunk miracles. I'm here for the data.
So I did post a link to an article in the chat here for you. If you take a look at that article, okay, it talks specifically about the transition of monkeys from Africa to South America. And then supposedly this happened 30 million years ago on rafts of like matted vegetation. Okay.
Yeah, the Proteopithecines.
Just wait a second. Before you think about anything else, just realize we're talking about vegetative mats, right? What would it take, first of all, for this to be formed, for them to even cross? And secondly, how in the world would they get across more than 1,000 miles? How would that happen without them dying before they got there?
So do you want the conventional science answer for that?
I just want you to give a good, solid explanation, because if it's not going to work, I just want to let you know, first of all, you got to explain how this mat was formed so that they could get over there.
Yeah.
Secondly, you have to explain how in the world would they get over there over 1,000 miles?
No, I'm happy to answer that. It does.
Okay.
Argotha wanted to speak first, though. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say, I think it's an interesting question, and I do think it's a problem for your side, Erica, but it was a change of topic.
Oh, no. I'm
There
cool
could have been a lot of dynamic factors.
It's within the subject.
And there's another thing to consider.
You think it's related to
water? As soon as you get water to cover the earth, as soon as you get enough water, even to cover the earth or almost cover the earth, you're going to have sediments are going to be liquefying.
No,
so
John,
I don't know if you've ever
John.
played around with mud or soil
It
that's
doesn't
like
help you with
has
the
water
limestone
in
and the
it.
chalk, Jungle. It doesn't. I'm sorry. They've done these experiments.
No, what I'm saying is all you have to do is shake
Sorry,
it up a
Argotha.
little
Jungle
bit.
is speaking. You keep speaking. Go
All
ahead
you have
whenever
to
you get a break.
all you have to do is vibrate the soil a little bit and it'll liquefy. And that's one thing that I don't think anybody's considering, is that as soon as you get enough water covering the earth, the sediments are going to liquefy and redeposit.
Plus tectonic liquefying.
That's again, guys. That's not how the deposition of fine materials works. Like that.
Okay. No,
But
so
Caleb, go ahead.
here was the thing that I was thinking. So when he was bringing that up, I was thinking, okay, does the pressure of the water change the dynamic of silt at all? Not silt, limestone.
Of limestone?
Yeah.
I would
does
think
it change the requirements for what causes it to sediment?
Yeah, sure. So if memory serves, the only impact that like pressure actually has on limestone is it if you increase the pressure, water can hold more of it before it starts to deposit. Because like when you mix up sugar in a glass of water, right? You can only mix so much sugar into the water before it starts collecting on the bottom. Water can only handle being mixed with so much of some kind of
Does that apply to limestone as well?
That's
Yes.
probably what
Limestone
happened.
works the same way.
But I wasn't even talking about limestone. I'm just talking about regular soil, regular sediment.
Okay, so what if you've got, so I thought I asked this question earlier, but in context of what you just said regarding sugar being oversaturated, the remaining or the extra sinks to the bottom. Does this not work with limestone?
No, that's why deposition actually kind of starts to occur in the first place. I mean, even with sugar or salt, whenever you've, or actually, I don't think sugar and salt is a good example, but with some of the more, what's the word I'm looking, almost like coarser, like because salt and sugar mix perfectly with water. Limestone isn't quite like that. I believe that it falls out at a quicker rate, which
So
is to say
it
it won't
does
stay
fall out.
mixed indefinitely.
It does fall out at a quicker rate if you have a higher concentration of it in the water.
Yes, and the higher that like as you increase the heat, the temperature, and the pressure, the more limestone like material, right, water can actually hold. And it's for this reason, right, that you require calm and warm water for limestone to deposit at all. Otherwise, it stays in the. I mean, at all. I say that it's like incalculable almost how slow it deposits in freezing cold water, which is why we don't tend to see limestone deposits in the far north.
Wait, I'm confused. Does limestone deposit faster in cold water, or does it deposit slower in cold water? Slower. So if the water is hotter, then the limestone deposits faster?
If the water is, yes, but the problem with that is you can heat water up to a supercritical fluid, which is as hot essentially as it can get. It's like the midway point between, I believe it's a liquid and a gas. You can heat it up to that point. You can heat it up to boil. I mean, this is past boiling we're talking. Supercritical fluid is like the max of the max.
What depth?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, you admitted earlier that it does matter. So the question is, we're talking about something that's very dynamic here. We can't just talk about temperature or just talk about depth or just talk about air pressure, which probably could have changed things as well. There are a lot of variables that we have to talk about. That's why I'm listening and I'm just trying to figure out, what do you know about physics?
So, Argana, that's true. But the problem is when you've got fine material, fine substrate mixed in with a water, mixed in with any kind of liquid, the way that it actually fills that liquid, the way that it encompasses it, is biased towards the top, which means you're not going to have a liquid where the limestone is all depositing midway downwards unless you've got microorganisms that live at that depth, die, and then fall downwards. In this situation of a global flood, you're talking about, at some point, intense currents. Is that true or false?
You'd have a variance of fast and slow currents.
Yes, so whether you have currents in the beginning or in the middle or at the end, at some point you're getting currents, which is pushing limestone material, whether it's at the very bottom or at the middle of the benthic zone or column or whatever, and it's going to end up mixed evenly in the water. There is absolutely no situation, if you heat it up to a supercritical fluid, it doesn't matter, where you don't end up with that limestone in a solid block at the top. It simply deposits the slowest. It doesn't matter the temperature, and because you're mixing it up, you're definitely getting limestone at the top of the water column. So you can
it
may down below.
I get it. So what about tides? Because in our model, the entire world was covered in water, so the tides would be harmonic. So as the waters were moving quickly under the moon being pulled by the gravity, and they were at a higher elevation, or there was less water pressure because the gravity was pulling against the gravity of the earth, right? So that would lessen water pressure. So then when the moon passes over that area, the water essentially flexes back downwards. Does that not change anything?
Like tidal pumping?
Huh?
Tidal pumping?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the problem with that is tides are still a current. And so because tides are a current, that's not the condition required. You need these calm waters, or else it keeps mixing the limestone into a homogeneous mixture with the water. So that's not going to help the case.
But
and not unless you're having a tide that comes in and then stays for, I don't know, a year. And then you might get some limestone deposition where it's staying. But you're not going to get enough to create like the cliffs of Dover or the Red Wall limestone in the Grand Canyon or anything like that.
I've seen stratification videos. I've seen stratification videos where everything's forming sideways. And
yeah, so that happens with continental uplift. I asked my geology friend about that once because I think it's a really good question, and I didn't know very much about it either. So I reached out to my geology buddy, and I was like, how do these sideways layers make sense? Sorry, I'm tripping all over my words. And I think you guys are like asking great questions. I mean,
no, but what do you mean by sideways layers, by the way? I want to be on the same page with you. I'm talking about regular on top of each other layers. They form sideways.
Yeah, because of currents. That's called interdigitation.
Right. Currents.
Yeah, so interdigitation is great when you've got like a bunch of different materials that deposit somewhat quickly, like they deposit at rates that are visible within a day or within a week. But that's not how chalk or limestone work. So interdigitation would work great for those things, but not for limestone. Not for chalk either.
Now, if the limestone had already been formed, but then was broken up and then redeposited, you'd have it acting like every other particle in the water.
You wouldn't, though, because so here's the thing. Limestone layers that are relatively soft, because when limestone deposits, it doesn't harden right away. Like actually when anything deposits, it doesn't harden right away. Obviously, it's somewhat of a soft silt at the bottom. So there have been cases where slow limestone deposits, according to conventional science, which have been building up for millions of years, have situations like underwater earthquakes, which are just, regular earthquakes, but underwater, have caused these kind of limestone mudslides, right? And when that happens, we know it happened because it's visible within the geologic record. You get this huge slope to the side and a sort of interdigitation like you were talking about, except you can tell by the way that the limestone is actually geochemically mixed in with the silt below, whatever, any kind of deposited material below, as well as what ends up falling on top of it, that this was in a single simultaneous event. And that's not what we see with the overwhelming majority of limestone layers in the or in the geologic column.
Just again, for clarity, we're not talking about one event. It is a catastrophic event that happened, but then of course it proceeded to cause other catastrophic events. So we're not saying it's one event at all. We're saying there's multiple events that came out of one that began everything at the beginning of that event. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. My only point is that there are aspects of the geologic column whose conditions require not just long periods of time, but long periods of warm, calm time that I don't think the flood can provide. That is, and I think I can back that up with sources.
Why does it require long periods
Here's
of
the thing:
time?
is you have a major assumption here because the cliffs of Dover are really high. So how long a period of calm are you going to create a consistent material that goes that high without any sort of mixing with anything else?
Oh, huge periods. I mean, we see limestone beds forming now in large bays that are relatively undisturbed by people, where there are common algal and plankton blooms and phytoplankton and zooplankton and things like that, because that's what makes limestone up, the little tiny skeletons of these creatures. So we see limestone forming now. That's the only way we know these deposition rates. And like I said, because it's important to geologists to know how limestone works and chalk, we've subjected this kind of deposition to,
So limestone forms under the water?
It's assuming uniform.
I have one question. Limestone forms under the water?
Yeah, limestone is an underwater forming.
And how high are the cliffs of Dover above the current water level?
Oh, they're pretty high.
So that you have to assume the flood created them.
No way. Uplift.
Or she would assume that something pushed it up.
Yeah, continental uplift is a part of actualism. And Jungle Jargon, my geology guy would kill you. You'd be very upset at the uniformitarianism thing, because uniformitarianism is not what actual modern geology abides by. Modern geology abides by actualism, which is long period.
But you just assume the today's deposition rate and then trying to apply it to the past, though. That's the thing.
I mean, in certain cases.
Well, I'm more concerned about the specific problem of limestone because it seems interesting to me. I haven't heard it before, and so I'm trying to think through the entire issue.
I think
so. Let's go back to the basics. What causes it? What conditions are required for? Let's say that there was a half mile of water on top of the entire Earth, and it was still. How long would it have to be that way for the limestone to form a layer?
So let me refer. I'm going to try to apply this to your example because this is the example that I usually give. But
I'm not thinking about all the dynamics and all.
Yeah, totally.
Heat and the currents. Let's just say it was calm.
Perfect conditions.
What would be the conditions, or what would be the time requirement?
Right. So, God, I'm trying to do the math. So, what I know, and maybe you can help me with the math here because math isn't my strong suit. But
I like math.
Yeah, good. I don't. It intimidates me. But so lime's approximately 1.5 times 10 raised 15 grams of. I forgot to mention the units earlier, which is horrible of me. But grams of calcium carbonate.
Start over.
Okay, so 1.5 times 10 raised 15 grams of calcium carbonate. That is to say, limestone.
Raised 15 grams. Do you mean to the 15th power?
Yeah, raised 15. Sorry, to the 15th power.
You want me to take 1.5 times 10 to the 15th power?
I'm telling you that this is what's deposited on the ocean floor annually. So what you theoretically would have to do in order to find out, like the specific numbers,
okay,
you would have to take the entire ocean, right, and all of the different areas of limestone deposit, find out what % of the ocean is actually depositing limestone now.
I wasn't questioning your math. I was confirming what you said.
Oh no, I'm not. Sorry, I wasn't trying to like attack or anything.
I'm going to throw that as D for deposit.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
What's the next number? I stored 1.5 times 10 to the 15th power as D for deposit. So what's the next thing?
Okay, so now let's see. You are dealing with one. You said half a mile of water.
Sure.
Okay, so half a mile of ocean water, and of all of the limestone that we have, which is, or I'm pulling up my document so that I'm getting these numbers right. So all the sedimentary rock on Earth, 10% is limestone, and of that 10%, you know what? I know how we can do this. Look up the height. Let's just do it for the Cliffs of Dover, since that's what we're talking about anyway. Because we can apply.
We're talking about how silt or limestone settle in the flood conditions.
Yes. So what I'm thinking that we can do here is we can take the deposition rate and then apply it to a known structure and see how long it would take under perfect conditions, which you're giving us.
Okay, but then we have to start over. Like, am I not using this number that you gave me?
No, you are. That's the universal deposition rate in perfect conditions.
Now, what are the factors that contribute?
You said this was worldwide. Did you do the calculation yourself to extrapolate this across the entire planet?
No, Poldervaart in 1955 did.
They extrapolated this across the entire planet.
Were they able to verify their findings, like actually diving and just checking the ocean? Because my understanding is that we haven't even checked out 10% of the ocean. How in the world would they even know something like that?
So the thing is that, and Argotha, is it cool if I answer pigs can fly and we come back to what we were just doing?
I'm a patient man.
Hey, I don't want you to feel overlooked.
I'm not a whiny baby.
Yeah, so the way that this works, pigs can fly, is you can essentially, okay, so here's how this goes. So you can go to an area where limestone is depositing today. It's usually going to be a shallow, calm bay or sea. You can swim to the bottom. You can take a big old meter stick, or more likely a drill, and you can drill down to see how deep the current limestone layer is. Now that you've got your height of how long this has been depositing for, you need to take samples from surrounding rock, isotopic ratios for oxygen, so you can find out the general temperature during any given time that limestone was depositing. Because this is a shallow sea, typically you're going to get something relatively consistent for the time period that that limestone was depositing, especially if it's been depositing consistently, because when limestone changes its deposition rate, it's actually visible in the geochemistry. So once you have your idea of the average rate of deposition for that limestone in that area, you can cross-check that with how quickly it's depositing actively and come up with an idea of, okay, is it consistent? Is it going faster? Is it going slower? Whatever. So that's how we find out about current deposition rates of limestone. Now, to find out how it was working in the past, or sorry, go ahead. I was just spoke.
It's okay. So I understand where you're coming from there, but I just wanted a quick question about that. Have we not found limestone in any other layers below, like sedimentary rock and other layers in general in the geologic column?
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of times we find limestone below.
You don't call that into question concerning the theory beyond that?
No, because the thing is that take the Grand Canyon, for instance. We were talking about the Grand Canyon earlier. I think that's a perfect example.
Okay.
So limestone requires warm, calm seas to deposit, like I said before, and directly below and directly above the, I think it's the Tapeats limestone. It might be the red wall limestone, whichever. I think it's the red wall limestone. What you find is those interdigitations that Jeremy was talking about earlier.
What is interdigitation?
It's basically like little. I know this is going to sound weird, but they're like kind of fingerings of deposition that are at a slant almost.
So it's like little chisel, almost like serrated. Is that what you mean?
Like grains?
It's more like if you turned. It's more like a spill structure. So like if as a wave comes in, it's kind of got this tentacle-y looking thing. It's sloped at the top, flat on the bottom.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can get a picture of that.
Yeah, and so you get those in between other layers that reach kind of in. They intrude almost. They're called interdigitations because that's just digit. I guess the idea is that they look kind of like fingers that are going in between other layers.
Right.
Anyway, so you find these interdigitations directly below and directly above this massive wall of marine limestone. And we know that it's marine limestone because 1, we find marine fossils in it, and 2, because it's made up of marine microfossils itself. So directly below that, the geochemistry and the fossils tell us that area, like before the limestone ended up there, was a desert. It was land. It was a coastal desert. So that's kind of weird, right? What's going on there? Well,
that's subject to discussion there because you can tell by the slope of the deposition whether it was water deposited or air deposited.
Yeah, no, agree with you, Jargon. You can. You totally can. But the additional key here is the fossils that we actually find here are terrestrial animals consistently. There isn't a single marine fossil in the layer that's directly below the Tapeats sandstone, or the red wall limestone.
Because the marine fossils are basically in all the layers.
They're not. They're in some, but they're not in all of them. And the interesting thing is when the whole point
not all the layers or not all the locations?
Just about all the layers have marine fossils in them.
Well, if we're talking, I disagree, Jungle. I have a book here that maps it out and would disagree. But Argotha, are you referring to the layers just within the constraints of the Grand Canyon?
No, I didn't realize that we switched topics. I thought we were still talking about a worldwide flood.
We are.
Yeah, we are. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounded like Jungle was talking about worldwide. Were you?
No, I'm not talking about worldwide.
I was saying Jungle.
He's talking about layering in a certain under certain conditions.
Are marine fossils found all over the world in geological layers?
Yeah.
Maybe not all the layers, but are they found everywhere?
Yeah, but I mean, to my knowledge, no place has been consistently above the water for like the entire time. I mean, the Earth was a water world like prior to the, I think, like the.
Well, if you saw those things in your fossil layers or your geological layers, then you would be forced to make that conclusion.
Why would I?
Well, okay. Well, how about this? If you're finding like fossils of like massive clams on the top of like Mount Everest or something like that, I mean, that seems to be pretty hard evidence that we do have fossils of marine life all throughout the geologic column.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so I think Erica seeded that point.
I have a question.
Well, it's not.
concerning
It's not a secession. It's just a fact. I mean, I agreed with that from the beginning.
I have a question concerning the.
It's not
the accepted
like
rate.
it's not a failure to seed a point.
No, I'm just clarifying. I want to be clear that I'm.
He
I'm
made a
with you.
point and you accept it. That's seeding. Accept. That's where it comes from.
All right, Argotha. I'm just trying to keep things clear for anyone who's still watching at this hour.
For the record,
I'm just
I
saying
think you're a really pleasant
saying
person.
that you
I enjoy
seed a
talking to you.
point is not an insult to yourself.
Okay, I'm with you.
Pardon me, Erica. I have a question about the accepted rate of deposition.
Yeah.
Under normal conditions. What are the inputs for that deposition? What are the rate, the aquatic animal input? You know, the diatoms or whatever is going into the sandstone or lime layers.
Oh, I have no idea. Let me.
You see, that would be a variable thing, you know, based upon the ecosystem that was being destroyed by the flood and the ecosystem that's being destroyed by natural entropy today. There'd be
Well, it would.
completely
It
different
would. But the
input
thing.
numbers.
It would, but the ability of water to hold limestone and when and where and the conditions under it's ideal for it to fall out at given speeds isn't really dependent on the number of animals present. It's just like the concentration itself.
Did we ever get that calculation?
No, we've been blown very off course, Argotha.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that was my fault.
I think it's important to know if we had. Does anybody think that there would be more water on the Earth? I mean, I think a half mile. Well, Mount Everest was probably not that tall at the time.
It was 15 cubits. 15 cubits over the highest underwater land mass.
Right. The question is like, what was the highest land mass at the time? I'm not sure we can know that.
Well, it would have been leveled out. It would have been all leveled out by the liquefaction of the sediments.
For all we know, some of these mountains were actually formed after the fact.
Of course, of course.
So that's what I would assume.
Right. That doesn't necessarily mean that there were not mountains before.
No, yeah, absolutely not. I'm not saying.
Right, so
But
okay.
but since all the layers
let's just go.
sediment layers, they're like all it was all liquefied, and then that's when the mountains rose after the waters receded.
How tall is Mount Everest?
And
it's like
I think about
13.
Isn't that part of where India smashed into Asia?
I'm not sure what the theory is for how it was raised.
It's just two plates slamming into each other at a very slow rate. I mean, Mount Everest is growing right now.
I wouldn't call that slamming. Anyway, let's go back to half a mile until somebody gives us a better number. So let's say half a mile of water pressure, right? And you have still waters. How long does it take for limestone to form?
How many? So you said, let me get my notebook out. Sorry. So you said half a mile deep.
Yep.
And what else?
Still water and an indeterminate amount of limestone. Or
indeterminate amount?
Source. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Indefinite?
I don't know what a good number would be.
Yeah, let's say indefinite. Okay, so
Mount Everest is 29,032 feet above sea level.
All right, so let's go with 3 miles of water.
3 square miles. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a way to get this for our square footage.
And the ocean is deeper in parts than airplanes fly high.
Well, sure, but I thought we were dealing with just a consistent, calm sea that's half a mile deep.
Just a tidbit. That's a.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Agreed. I think that's a cool fact of the sea. All right. Let me see here. Sorry, Argotha. I'm looking for a specific source that might have the numbers that I'm looking for a more, I guess, modest.
Sure.
surface
I
area.
mean, I thought you had a paper that you could reference.
No, I do. It's Poldervaart 1955, but again, it's for vast swaths of all limestone depositing areas under warm, calm conditions globally.
You didn't give like basic the basic math behind how he came to his conclusion?
I mean, that's what I'm trying to find right now. That's the paper I'm looking at, but it's also from
Oh, okay.
1955.
Oh, so it's old, so it's useless.
No, God, no. In fact, if there's any
I would prefer it if you would not say that.
what? Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Argotha. This might take me a minute.
Well, math can be that way.
Yeah, especially when you're not like super awesome at it. Hold on.
But I'll tell you, I take a little pleasure in making you suffer by doing all this mathematics to support your claims.
Hey, if anything, I call you brave. I think you're very pleasant to talk to, by the way.
Oh, I've really enjoyed this conversation for sure.
Yeah, I think John just riles you up.
You know, I actually resent the idea that people treat me nice just because I'm a woman, because I like to think it's my chipper demeanor.
I was always dealing with the alpha males on my ship, so I'm just used to talking like this.
Or did you work? Thank you for your service.
No problem.
Well, there is some truth to it, but that's not necessarily a fault of yours. It's just how men kind of are. Like, I don't think women would treat you nicer because you're a woman necessarily, but I think men tend to treat women nicer because they're women.
I think that's perhaps a fair generalization to make.
Right now, I'm working at a call center, and women actually do a lot better than the men.
Here, I'm going to put this paper in the side because I'm combing through a lot of the data so that you guys can have it while I look.
Women tend to have a better sense of emotions, being able to look at somebody and tell how they feel, that kind of thing. They have a better intuition about that, I think, generally.
Yeah, what they call it, EQ, right? Like instead of an IQ.
Emotional intelligence,
right?
Type thing.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, is this the document that you're looking at?
Yeah, this is
That you
what
linked?
I'm trying to find.
Erica,
Yes, what's up, Sal?
I was listening intensely to the discussion, and you said you wanted to talk to me about the age of the Earth. Did you want to set something up?
Yeah, let's do it.
If I could suggest this, and then I really don't have a lot to add to this conversation. If we hold it on one of our channels immediately, either one of us is going to be bombarded with hate, and I don't want you to be exposed to it, and I don't like it myself. I was wondering if it'd be okay if we did a Zoom meeting, and then we just posted it to our channels. Would that be okay?
No, totally. I'm also in no rush. And
so you know me, I actually, there's a reason I don't debate this topic. I think there are too many unknowns, meaning I don't try to win the argument one way or the other. I do like having stuff put on the table like I did tonight. And I put my cards and I said, I stated the anomalies that I think the old fossil record model has some serious problems there. And I'm not going to pretend the various competing young Earth models don't have their problems too. And so it would be valuable to hear your perspective, and I think it would be valuable to creationists to know that there probably is, we probably have some of our work cut out for us to solve these problems. And we could probably go from there. Now, I don't always get welcome from creationists when I say stuff like this, but I'm just like, guys, I know they're competing models, and you all don't agree with each other, and that tells me at least some of you are wrong as a matter of principle. So
yeah, the continents broke apart 100 years after the global flood, according to the Bible. Just my 2 cents.
what was
If
that?
100 people,
The continents broke apart 100 years after the global flood. That's my 2 cents.
Oh, okay. So
if 100 people disagree, only one of
so-
them's right.
So like I've told other people that, you know, my channel does cater to science students that are creationists or ID leaning. And I think it's only fair to tell them, hey, you know, even we feel that these are problematic areas, and just level with them. And then that'd be about it. So just all this to say, don't expect any sort of confrontation. You're not going to get that from me.
Man, Sal, you won't get it from me either. That's why I was hesitant to come on earlier when things are a little bit more heated, because I consider us buddies, and I love when you and I have discussions because I tend to learn something, and they're also very fun. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. The debate scene is I don't want to debate you, Sal.
Yeah, you know, it's just like graduate students exchanging notes and trying to learn from each other. And so I'll keep that on the back burner, that we'll have a discussion. I think it'd be very valuable. Now, what's happened is my schedule has continued to get more and more booked because more people are trying to contact me, which I guess is good. And but I'll try to fit something in for you.
Oh, don't worry. Honestly, Sal, any time in the next month, we can work something out. So don't put it on like the we got to do this ASAP or anything like that. I just thought it would be fun and interesting.
Yes, that'd be great. And by the way, thank you for coming out to my talk today on racemization dating. It's a chance for you to maybe see things from my perspective, from a scientific perspective. So everything I said today was quite sincere, and it was part of my journey, which is the opposite of yours, going from total opposite. Okay, so just take it for what it's worth. But thank you for your audience. I'm honored you.
Hey guys, I found another video that.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what that was. Was that one of y'all?
You said I found another video that, and then it cut off.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I was just knee deep in this thingy.
It's in German. Somebody is listening to it very loud. We can hear whatever you're hearing.
That's drama in the rocks.
Anyway, Erica, I hope you understand that I don't want conflict either.
Oh, no way. That's a fun chat. Regardless. And honestly, Argoth, I think you raise a lot of really good questions. I mean, a lot of this stuff I had never considered. You know, to me, I see like the deposition rate, and I find that to be compelling. But I think that you're right. And now I've kind of gone on this wild goose chase where it's like, okay, it would be really interesting to be able to try and come up with a rate for a given scenario. And I don't think I have those numbers. I do now. I've that last paper that I just put in there, earthgeology.yale or whatever, that's got a nice part on accumulation. But I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this for your specific scenario out tonight. But I think I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, because I'm kind of interested now. Now you got me going down even though I hate math, I might get my fiance to help me with the math stuff. But it's good that
Here's what you do with math. You take this thing. This is a TI 83 plus calculator.
Yes.
And you put numbers in, and you store them as variables. Or you could use Excel. I like Excel. You know,
Erica?
And then you just plug in the numbers, and then you let the computer do the work for you.
Erica, I just posted a video, a YouTube video that shows exactly what I was talking about, how sedimentary layers were formed sideways and not over time rather than vertically over time.
I'll be interested to check it out. I don't think I've seen that, so.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to. Sorry about that. That was my fault.
No problem. How would you feel about this, Argotha? I'm sure LPP will have another stream here at some point. And
Yeah.
I'll try to be here next time I see you here, and maybe we could swap math, or I can give you my email and we can see what we come up with. Because I'm kind of, I mean, I don't know how invested you are, but I'm kind of, this is sunk cost for me. Now I've put enough time into it that I want to know.
Yeah, I would
Well,
just. I'd like. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I plan on joining just about every open mic live stream I can find that's at least on the creationist side. And the reason I join the creationist side and not the atheist is because they tend to be rude, and I don't want to deal with that. But if I go to the creationist side, then the atheists hop on, and then we can still have discussions, and the moderators keep it cordial.
I can understand.
I would say, I think that we started off the discussion talking about. I think it quickly went to the flood, and you were attacking, for lack of a better word.
That's okay. Word for it.
But you were attacking our model, and which is fair. You're talking about the limestone and stuff, and how it doesn't seem to make sense that the limestone would form. And I'm not sure that we really got over how the radiometric dating is not circular reasoning.
I know. When do you think you could get to the bottom of that?
The other
Well-
thing is the embedding of meteorites in layers, like with undisturbed layers atop. The sideways creation of the sediments would explain the embedding of a meteorite within undisturbed layers.
Well, so Jeremy, I was okay with that. I'm cool with how there's undisturbed layers on top. The problem I was proposing is that all of the meteor impacts that we see that under the conventional science model occurred over billions of years would have to be crammed into a very small period of time for the year of the global flood, because you've got flood deposits on top of some of these craters. What that would necessitate is all of the heat and energy from those impact events, one of which in conventional science was enough to, decimate the dinosaurs. And that's not even the biggest one, not by a long shot. So, you've got all that heat from all of those impact events within a very small time frame. And then of course, we went over to the part about Noah being protected, by miraculous means. And of course, I want to be very clear. I'm okay with that. Like, if someone wants to say that the flood happened and there were miraculous elements to it, I can't prove that wrong. But what I can say is that it's not empirical. And so it ceases to be a scientific model because it's not testable. It's not it's not on the same playing field as a more conventional model is, at least in the realm of science.
Yeah, I don't think like in a discussion like this, we actually have to play that card. I think we can stay within the constraints of observation and what.
I think I think at some point you have to accept that God did stuff. At what point you do that, I'm not sure. I think when he says he did something, then he did something. Now, how much of that was outside of physics is another question, which is, I think, part of what we're discussing here. But so, Erica, it sounded like you were kind of maybe wanting to end. It sounded like you wanted to end the discussion earlier, and then I kind of goaded you, and now you're still here. So
I'm a sucker, Argatha. Honestly, I tell myself the thinking is I say, okay, this is a good stopping point. And then someone asks a really good question. And then I say, I can stay up for just a little bit longer. So
I think that we can hook up again on the next time Logical streams or Nephilim or Sal. I'm following them. So if they do an open mic, I'll probably try to join it and just hang out and chat and stuff.
I avoid open mics. But there might be we might meet somewhere else, but there might be ways we could be in touch.
May I recommend?
If you type your, I mean, I can type mine, but if you type your email address in,
yeah, here I'll put it in the it's a public email, but It's gutsickgibbon@gmail.com. Okay, cool. And then I've got yours. So maybe we could just continue this chat on email, and wherever we end up next time we catch each other in a live stream, we could pick it up there.
Sure.
Is that cool?
Yeah, and I want to. We started off like, against each other, and basically, so what is your worldview? Are you a Christian? Are you an atheist? I understand that you believe in long ages.
Yeah, so I'm getting my my degree right now in primatology, so I'm big into the concept of human evolution and things like that. But I was a theistic evolutionist for the majority of my Christian walk, for lack of a better term. And I'm currently an agnostic. I'm not sure about what I think. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm kind of in a searching stage. It's been quite a long one. It's been like over a year now. I've been trying to read as much as I can, but and I've said this to Sal before, but most of none of my problems actually came from the quote unquote science side. Theistic evolutionist for a long period of time, like I said. So I was quite content with my faith and an ancient age for the earth and evolution and things like that. Yeah, for me it was I've an issue
Problem
with
of evil.
Yeah, problem of evil, right? Some slight stuff with divine hiddenness, but because I felt like I had a really tangible relationship when I had my faith, and I don't know why I had that and others didn't. And now the more that I think about it, I wonder, can anyone have that if they think about it hard enough? And
What did you think that you had that others didn't?
Yeah, the feeling of a camaraderie or a relationship with God or a higher power.
I think people tend to exaggerate.
I agree with that.
Yeah, especially like take Pentecostals for example. They'll be talking about being filled with the Holy Spirit and stuff. They use this flowery language that they pull from the Bible out of context, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
That's actually one of the reasons why I went away from the faith for a while. Where I heard people babbling what they called tongues,
Yeah.
And for the record, I mean, like I was like an agnostic leaning towards atheism for about 13 years, through all of my time in the Navy and pretty much all my time in school. And so I definitely understand where you're coming from there, Erica. If anything, one of the things that really turned me off was that whenever I heard that, especially the tongues portion, I actually heard a man that was a Satanist or claiming to be a Satanist do the exact same thing that I was hearing at church. And I was like, wow, this must be either, if it is spiritual, that means that there's like the same spirit that's dwelling in both of them, right?
Yeah, right.
So it just kind of threw me off, and I was like, what the heck am I supposed to believe now,
Yeah, I'm with you.
So, I don't know how long you're still interested in staying on, but I think I might be able to help with the problem of evil.
Yeah, I would be interested in that. It's 2:30 where I'm at right now. I think it's a pretty big. Oh yeah, well you're up just.
Where do you live? I'm in Arkansas.
Here.
Wait, where are you, Argatha?
Arkansas.
I'm in Arkansas as well.
Oh, nice.
I am. Yeah, I am in Arkansas. I usually switch from Arkansas to Indiana because my folks live in Indiana, and I visit them. Visited them for the holidays and saw them for a while over the summer and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm in Arkansas for sure.
That's cool.
I love it here. I think it's a great state.
Small world.
Yeah, small world indeed.
So, and I'm one of those kind of people that you're gonna have to just like walk away from because I won't stop talking. So
I
just
know.
I
think I'm gonna have to walk away because I've been trying to do this thing, you guys, where like my New Year's resolution is I'm trying to get where I can do. I'm very weak in my upper body. I'm a kind of a scrawny person. So I'm trying to get to this point where I can do 50 consecutive push-ups by the end of the year. Because right now I can do like 8. So I've been working my butt off, getting up and working out and running and all this stuff, trying to improve my general health. And, I'm trying to hold myself to getting up, at a reasonable time in the morning. And
you know what'll help with that?
What's that?
Just carry something around in your arms. something simple like a book. If you have that constantly in your arm, like throughout the day, that'll actually help your upper body strength over time.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I could see that little muscle memory.
Kind of. I mean, because if you have your arms in that locked position, you'll be ready for the thrust whenever you're pushing down.
Yeah, like
it's a tactic that we had whenever we were training in boot camp, things like that.
Sweet. Okay, that gives me hope.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna dip out, but Argoth, I would love to at some juncture hear your take on the problem of evil. I'd be interested to hear it.
Okay.
Okay, bye, guys. Take care.
Have a blessed night. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Sal. I'm sorry for jumping the gun on declaring Matt's victory over you with that debate you had.
Oh, that's all right.
Matt did win.
I did.
All Sal ever did was misrepresenting him by declaring that he needed empirical, absolute evidence.
Yeah, it's different when you actually go through the tapes and see the substance, and then when you hear some of the other things that Matt had said, and it's like, dude, you had no call to be saying I'm despicable just because I practically quoted what you were saying about, in some of your other literature. So that was all theater. And just
Matt had
outrage.
He had artificially reduced the argument to something that would be in his favor.
But
Danny showed that it had more breadth to it than Matt.
He's saying you're dishonest, you're despicable, bite me.
It's weird. I don't know if it's a debate tactic or I don't see how it would be a useful debate tactic.
He's not even scientific though. That's the irony.
Well, he's been on radio for how many, or these podcasts for how many decades now?
Yeah,
he's totally
the reason
callous.
to do that, they call that it's kind of like a scorched earth thing. Is if you don't really see you're going to have a victory, just burn the thing. Just try to light a fire and get the topic derailed. And I wouldn't.
It's a book burning.
Yeah, I wouldn't quit. Actually, I had a debate coach who coached internationally. He said, if your opponent gets angry, keep him angry. And I kept him mad through the whole debate. Yeah. And I said, okay, maybe his disciples would be just drooling all over this, but the substance is just totally gone. And and I didn't fall for the bait. I mean, I could have easily just started trying to respond in kind and try to correct all his misrepresentations. I just bypassed all that. So if we review the tape and hear what he had to say, especially that one about the blind beggar, I'm just like, yeah, dude, you look really bad in this exchange. I mean, you just admitted if you were that blind beggar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got him on that. And then I said, oh, you're not 100% sure about anything. And
it was so weird. It was like he didn't hear what you had asked.
Yeah. And then what was another one? I said, well, he really went ballistic when I said, one, we don't have perfect knowledge. He went ballistic on that. I mean, that's just a simple statement. He said, you're misrepresenting. I didn't say Matt Dillahunty said we need perfect knowledge. I just said we don't have. And then there's another.
Oh, I wanted to bring that up earlier. When you state something like we don't have X or we're not this or something like that, and somebody gets offended, it's usually because they are that
unable to process.
No, it's like the shoe fits, wear it type thing. Like if you say, how do I put it? Do you know what I'm talking about, Sal?
Not quite.
If the shoe fits. I know you're trying to say the phrase there, but
it's like they feel guilty about something.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a guilt issue when you say we don't have perfect knowledge. Like you didn't say, I'm telling you that you don't have perfect knowledge. He acted as though you were accusing him, even though you were just making a general statement.
Yeah,
and that says something about him taking it personally.
Yeah, he's very insecure about that. And then I said something to the effect, I don't remember my exact words. it was the sentiment was you don't have a monopoly on what defines reasonable. Boy, that set him off, because he probably realized I'm not going to play by his rules. He doesn't define for me what is reasonable. And boy, he said, "You're so dishonest." I'm just like, okay, yeah, that probably plays good theater. And he said,
yeah, he's rhetoric only.
Yeah,
he's kind of a classic God rejecter.
Yeah. So everything I said was not misrepresenting. I was just stating facts, and the guy was just teeing off and teeing off. And the only one that was kind of controversial was when I said about the blind beggar. I said, I asked the question to show that you're not being reasonable, which was harsh. But then when he admitted that he's not going to follow the Lord at that point, I said, maybe nothing would. I could have quoted him where he actually said he can't distinguish God from space aliens.
Aliens, yeah.
I didn't have that in my pocket at the time, but that was no call for him to call me despicable for saying nothing would persuade you, because he's practically said that. He's also been on record saying, I don't know.
Oh, but he didn't actually say that.
His entire position is like unfalsifiable, and he's actually been called out on it multiple times.
Yeah.
And even like as an ex-agnostic, when I listen to his debates and things like that, I always thought he used like the most underhanded tactics. He would just primarily he uses a lot of rhetoric and just says things blatantly, doesn't provide any evidence for it. It doesn't even seem like he has scientific background at all in anything.
I mean, watch him go into when he went into a debate with Sal. Sal brought arguments, and he had a slideshow.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it was Matt's turn, he just like talked.
Yeah, that's all he has. It's like that's why I decided it's rhetoric only.
Matt presented a reduced frame of Pascal's wager that excluded everything that Sal presented, and he made it impermissible.
Yeah, and I was just like, okay. The thing is, a lot of people didn't know. We didn't negotiate ahead of time what version of Pascal's wager we would talk about, be it the modern or the actual original. And I was actually glad for that ambiguity, because I bet if he knew what I was going to play, he'd probably decline. He probably would have declined the debate, and I would have missed my opportunity. So he got played a little bit there. But I'm glad you kind of, Jeremy, that you kind of rewatched. I mean, that you watched kind of the after shows on that, and you got to see it from my perspective.
Yeah, you and Danny. Danny sort of brought it out of you when he was presenting the full frame of the wager rather than the reduced one that Matt.
So I appreciate that. Well, by the way, gentlemen, thank you for watching the debate, or however much you watch, and I thank you for your support, because there are tens of thousands of Dillahunty acolytes just hating on me. It's kind of ugly to see that, it's just not pleasant. But I had a job to do and to stick up for the Christian faith here. Mm-hmm. And I feel that not a lot of Christians were enamored with Matt Dillahunty. He really looked bad in the eyes of Christians after that debate. I don't know anyone that really.
I don't know if a Christian ever looked at him in a good light.
Credible. He's not credible at all as a source of information.
In fact, I held him up in high esteem up until that debate. I said, "What a total jerk!" He was just blaming me the whole time, and there's no reason for that.
That's his problem.
That's part of his toolbox when he debates. He has because of all the debates that he's been in, he has a wide range of expression, and he goes completely polarized in both directions. While most people, when they debate, they don't have that experience, so they want to keep something within a normal range. But he goes way beyond that.
Yeah. And if he's just doing that for himself and running over people and not being civil, just cursing out, that's just not right.
Yeah.
You don't make an enemy of someone who's just trying to have a conversation. And certainly, if anyone, he was making a lot of personal attacks on me.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling me dishonest and despicable. So,
I think it's kind of his only option.
Yeah.
Well, you made a few.
But Sal, I would like to encourage you to consider, not necessarily go through it with it, but consider doing like an open mic or something like that. I know that you said you were fearful of it.
No, I'll tell you, there are a couple of reasons. One is even live shows are very stressful. Like you saw me cut out a couple times because of my mother's medical condition. I could be out for an hour. And it was a big risk when I debated Matt Dillahunty. If there was a urgent need there, I'd have to cut the debate. And thankfully, I only needed to take like a 5-minute commercial break in a 3.5 hour debate.
I didn't think about that. So
yeah,
I retracted. Don't.
Yeah. The other thing is there's some guys that are just really creepy that jump in that I don't know. They did that on.
And then you kick them out.
They came on LPP's channel, and the guy exposed himself, and YouTube got on LPP for that. Not the guy. Yeah.
What the heck?
So we have guys who will just do that to shut down channels, and just because they're sick.
Wow, we need to pray for them.
Oh, goodness. So that's why, like, I don't mind having like one-on-one interactions, and then we pre-record it like on Zoom, like what I did with Pigs Can Fly. We got together and we just had a conversation, and that's more orderly because then I can kind of tailor it to that person, and we could just talk. And so if you ever want to talk like that, we could do that. What I'm trying to do more of is to have classroom sessions on my channel where I teach biology, math, physics, chemistry, cell biology, so that they can understand the biology side of the ID argument. Because right now that's our strongest card. We can really devastate. We're winning the abiogenesis argument hands down. Yeah. If you can't win that, that's, it's something that you have to practice because the arsenal is on our side. We're getting better at the evolution argument, and Dr. Carter and I, God willing, will talk this Sunday, and we'll have a show on eukaryotic evolution, and we'll show why these nested hierarchies, if we assume that they're there, that they don't serve as an explanation for the evolution. They keep saying, "Oh, look at these nested hierarchies; they prove evolution is true." And I'm like, they only prove that there's a nested hierarchy. It doesn't mean that it happens naturally.
Yeah, I was going to say, what about like symbiotic relationships? I mean, just the fact that exists is insane to think about. If y'all want to laugh, by the way, I put a link in here for the Dillahunty Dodge. If y'all have ever seen that, it's pretty funny.
I think I've seen that. But seriously, sex. I think it destroys the concept of evolution.
Binary gender, right? Is what you mean?
Bisexual reproduction.
Yeah, I've always brought that up too. I was like, first of all, how would that? Think about the. Okay, so you have two entirely different organisms creating another organism.
Did this happen before or after the organism developed an immune system?
Yeah.
Because the immune system attacks the unborn child.
Yeah.
And the unborn child has to develop a it has to develop a defense mechanism to protect itself from the What about the placebo? There's so many things. Like, okay, tell me what your order is, and whatever order you put it in, I'll pick it apart.
Yeah, that's it.
Can't do it.
Sal, have you ever watched any of Walter Romain's stuff?
I've read his book. He's a personal friend of mine. He actually was my mentor long before I met Dr. John Sanford.
Wow.
So if you saw some of my publications on Fisher's fundamental theorem of natural selection, he was the first one to get me started in population genetics. He trained me a little bit on Haldane's dilemma, and his book, his and Walter Brown's book, this is like 20 years ago, were very influential in my life because they were not, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, they weren't biblically based. They weren't primarily biblically based creation models. They said, let's just look at the data and you tell me what it looks like.
The biotic message.
The creationist model. And the reason that was very important to me is I was nearly walking out of the Christian faith. And I said, well, I don't want to believe the Bible just because the Bible says to believe it. I said, that's sort of circular. Exactly. Is there some testimony outside of the Bible that'll tell me it's true? And ironically, Pascal came to the same conclusion. Jesus said in John 10:38 to believe, if you don't believe his words, believe the works.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a sense that there are events in the physical world that will point to the Christian God. And that's what I saw in Remind's work. He didn't mention God at all in his entire book. And I was very impressed by that. He just methodically, it's almost like the Stairway to Life. The book Stairway to Life by James Tan and Rob Stadler is modeled the same way. It doesn't start with a biblical worldview. It starts with the naturalistic worldview. And let's say, okay, let's just assume this is our starting premise, and let's see if it ends up being right. And by the end of the book, you realize that that can't possibly be right. That's the wrong premise to hold. And that's what I really liked about Walter Remind.
What is he doing now? Is it possible that he's going to be doing more lectures or books?
No, I think he's retired, and it was very traumatic for him to pursue creationism. He left a very good job at 3M as a staff scientist or some sort of staff researcher, and that's all I know. I don't probe much into his personal life, but he's much older now, and he comes from a very talented family. His father was like a chief of surgery at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. So his dad, I saw his dad had some publications in the Johns Hopkins Library. So he comes from a very intelligent and gifted family, and he's also very smart. So he's actually, a lot of people don't know, he's the co-founder of the whole discipline of baraminology. And the earlier generation of baraminologists recognized the name. I don't know that the newer generation would recognize him as the co-founder. He and Kurt Wise basically co-founded that entire discipline of study. So that's all I know of Walter. He came out to some of my talks. We had some private meetings. I saw him in 2016. And so that's about 5 years ago.
Wow. It'd be cool if you could have him on for a chat. Yeah.
So I'm personally actually a little bit worried for his welfare. I don't know where he is, how he's doing, and I am concerned for him. Just suffice to say that. So I'm glad you asked me, because I'll pray for him.
Yeah. Does he have a family?
Not that I know of.
Oh wow.
And again, that's one thing I never touched. That's kind of a sensitive topic. So I suspected a few things here and there, and it's just like, I'm not going to broach that. And I think that's one reason we were able to get along, is he knew I wasn't going to be judgmental, and I was going to not probe. I mean, I'm old enough that I have some friends. It's really hard for them to talk about their family lives. I have friends that have they're separated from their spouses that they've been married to for 30 years. And it's just really hard to talk about anything in their lives, because it's just a really painful topic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry.
But I appreciate your concern for him. So we can keep him in our thoughts and prayers. He was very pioneering, and he was referenced in John Sanford's book, Genetic Entropy, and other people have referenced, other creationists have referenced his work in population genetics. So he was one of the few. He actually was, I think he wouldn't mind me saying this, he was really disappointed he didn't get the reception. He did this great work, the biotic message, and hardly anyone knows about it. He said, look at Kent Hovind. Look at all the people he gets. And I actually did science, and no one's paying attention to me.
Well, you know what? In Canada, they had a 2-hour episode on the CBC that just sprung up out of the blue, dedicated to trying to respond to that book. And they had live simulcasts from all these different universities across Canada, because it had raised such a stir. So, So he has his lecture online, on the Biotic Message lecture on YouTube.
He told me the guy who recorded it got fired for recording it from the university. There was some,
That's
yeah.
messed up.
There were saying there were recriminations, which is really
There's a guy, Gunter Beckley, I think is his name. He's a German scientist.
Yep.
He was actually barred from a scientific organization as well, just because he changed his view from the perspective that evolution occurred based on some evidence that he had found, and I just thought that was appalling. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Oh, that's I'll tell you. One thing that keeps me motivated is this is how I got on the cover of Nature. Ironically, it was because Carolyn Crocker was really the story.
Mm-hmm.
She was a professor of biology at George Mason University, and 6 years earlier, before this story broke out, she stopped believing in naturalistic evolution. She began to adopt intelligent design, even though she's not like a young Earth creationist. She believes that there had to be some intelligence. She's more like Michael Behe,
right?
That doesn't really kind of nominal commitment to universal common ancestry, but
Isn't Behe Catholic?
Huh?
Isn't Behe Catholic?
Behe's
Yeah,
Catholic, but he accepts universal common ancestry. So he could be called a theistic evolution, but not exactly. He said, he could go either way. That's not really his concern, and I accept that. But anyway, Carolyn Crocker was a disgruntled student who was flunking her class, alerted the faculty and said she's teaching creationism, and all she did was just point problems out with evolutionary theory, and then just mention in passing some people accept intelligent design. That was it, half an hour. It's really easy to just look at peer-reviewed literature and point out all the problems with evolutionary theory.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the powers that be got livid, and
did they bar her too?
yeah, of course the paper trail said, we just had a budgetary decision and let our contract expire. And
sure.
She hired a lawyer, and then the lawyer happened to work for a law firm that also had a contract with George Mason.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, you have to release her as your client. Well, they fired that lawyer too.
Wow.
And they fired her. So George Mason got the lawyer fired that was defending her. George Mason fired her, and then the lawyer defending her. And I said, I was disgusted. Yeah. They have asked me, I keep getting these alumni letters saying, can you donate to George Mason? I'd say, I wanted to always write back and say, no way, after the garbage that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so I've seen appalling things. In 2007, I was invited to. Yeah.
I think I need to mention something in this discussion between Gavin Hill and Blaster Master.
I was listening to them too.
So, okay. Yes, Romans talks about how men are without excuse and it's evident and all that stuff. And so it seems like it's saying that men are without excuse for not knowing that there is a God. And Master Blaster is saying, well, I don't believe it. So my advice for Gavin, or just something to think about, is that Romans also says that they are suppressing the truth in unrighteousness.
Correct.
So now Gavin Hill or Master Blaster may not like what I have just said, but if he is suppressing the truth, he may not be aware that he's doing it.
And you know what? I try not to. I may have my own beliefs, but they settled those issues between them and God.
Yeah,
they'll face the judge one day. So if they, that's all I could say. I don't understand every passage that I've read. In fact,
I wanted to read a couple passages because I was going to hop off and I wanted to read a couple passages and just walk away. So 1 Corinthians 15 verses 1 through 4. Moreover, brethren, I declare unto you the gospel, which I preached unto you, which also you have received and wherein you stand, by which also ye are saved, if ye keep in memory what I preached unto you, unless you have believed in vain.
Right.
For I delivered unto you first of all that which I also received, how that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, and then he was buried, and then he rose again the third day according to the scriptures. He goes on and he lists all the witnesses beyond. He lists Cephas and the 500 and James himself. And then I wanted to read Ephesians 1:13. In whom ye also trusted, that being Christ. Now, I'll read verse 12 just so you don't have to just trust me. You'll just know that we should be to the praise of his glory, who first trusted in Christ, in whom ye also trusted, after that ye heard the word of truth, the gospel of your salvation, in whom also after that you believed, you were sealed with the Holy Spirit of promise, which is the earnest of our inheritance until the redemption of the purchased possession, unto the praise of his glory. So Jesus Christ died for your sins, and he raised from the dead. Now, when I say, or at least as far as I understand, when the Bible says that he died for your sins, that means your sins, all of them. Died for all of them. There's no limiter in Scripture that says, well, he only died for the bad things you did. He didn't die for the good things that you didn't do. It doesn't say that. He died for everything that you did that was wrong, or the good things that you didn't do that were sin because you refused to do them. He died for your lack of faith. He died for all sin. All he asks is that you believe, and then he seals you with the Holy Spirit, and you are saved.
To give a little bit more, further context to that, if you actually just pay attention to all the stories from the Old Testament and the reasons why they had to sacrifice in the first place for lambs, it would always have to be a spotless, blemishless lamb, the firstborn, right? And it had to be a very specific, all the way throughout the passages there. Whenever Abraham was about to sacrifice Isaac, remember when that happened, there was a lamb that popped up there, right? And he knew that this meant this is going to be something that is going to come later, right? I mean, it all ties in together if you're just paying close attention to these stories throughout the timeline.
Recorded history.
Exactly. The entire biblical narrative is history, if you ask me. I mean, there's just no way else to look at this. And it's coinciding with each other factor within that narrative. It's just crazy how concise this is. But yeah, I mean, death is a wage for sin, right? It's like a paycheck. You get paid what you're doing, right? And so if you don't sacrifice, as they were saying, right, they had to do, then that means that you have to pay the price. You have to pay out death for what you've already done. And if you're not willing to do that, then obviously you have to have someone to do that for you. That's the reason why they were doing the sacrificial system in the first place. And then moving forward, of course, Jesus willingly gave his life so that all of us were given that freedom. So he paid the debt in full. And it could only be him because it had to be a man. It had to be one that was sinless. And then he could wipe away the curse. That's the whole point.
Well,
if you don't believe in that, that's your problem. I'm sorry.
The key point is he's spiritually alive. Everyone else on the planet was spiritually dead, so they couldn't give a sacrifice because they were spiritually dead.
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at the passage back in Genesis where Adam is told that if he eats the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that on that day he will surely die. Yeah. Obviously, he didn't die that day physically. He died spiritually. What that means, the word death, that's the root word there in Hebrew, it translates to separation from God, right? Yeah. And so he was literally separated from God, because remember, God was in the Garden of Eden. He was cast out of the garden. That all happened in one day. So that's what it meant whenever he was cast out.
Well, and, there are 4 ways that can be taken. One of them is yours.
Okay.
So one way is that separation is death, and we see that in Scripture that there is a trend. There's something about death that also implies separation, and they seem to be similar, the same thing. The other interpretation is, or the other understanding is that on the day that Adam ate from the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, his spirit died. we're told later on in the Bible that we are born with a dead spirit. You know, when it says that God made Adam in his image, and we like to say that we're made in the image of God, but
Yeah.
Adam was made in God's image, and then he fell, and now he's got a dead spirit, and then he begets a child in his image. It doesn't say in God. He doesn't beget another child in God's image. He begets a child in his image. So it could be understood that we're not in the image of God, and that ties into the whole our spirit died on that day. The other interpretation is that there's, and I'm going to quote 1,000 days is a year as a day is 1,000 years to the Lord,
right,
which is clearly not referencing this. There's a verse in Deuteronomy that I can't ever remember, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
I need to look it up.
I mean, that would make sense because Adam lived till he was 900.
Huh?
That would make sense because Adam lived till he was 900. So
right. The fourth understanding is if you go back and look at the Hebrew, what it says is that it basically says die. The simplest way to look at it, and the way Hebrew works, it's in dying you will die. So if you read it from the original Hebrew, then it seems like it's saying that in dying you will die. So when you eat from this fruit, then it seems like it's saying that it will begin the process of dying.
Of death.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
those
either
are
way, I
the
suppose
understandings that I know.
The scripture says that your sins have separated you, and by transgressing that simple law, he is separating from God, and then eventually he would separate from his body to physical death.
Hey, just from Blaster Master, because he put a comment in here. Why would a loving God punish someone? Sorry, let me go back here.
I'm more interested in I was born again. How many times does it take? One.
Right. It only
One.
takes.
Look, Blaster Master. The Bible says that if you were sealed with the Holy Spirit, you are sealed until the redemption of the purchased possession, which is you.
And we're all paid for with the blood of Christ.
Yeah. He bought.
In other words, we're all property. We're either property of the government or we're property of God. Just to think of that way.
No, you're either property of Satan or you're property of God, I think.
The government.
Anyway, my point is, Blaster Master. Yeah, Blaster Master. If you were born of God, then you can do whatever you want and you'll still go to heaven. But you're going to be pretty ashamed when you get there and realize that you didn't do anything for the one who bought you and paid that price for you. Look, you can do what you want, but Jesus died to pay for you.
Yeah. Our sins were paid for, and so we were bought spiritually, but at the judgment seat of Christ, which is the judgment, the beam of judgment, we are judged based on what is done in the body.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not based on our sin debt, it's based on the activity that we did as believers.
Oh, okay. So we're forgiven of all of our sins, right? Jesus died for all of our sins. All right. So when he's talking about judgment, he's talking about
wrath,
rewards. Like, what did you do for me after I did this? I saved you. Now you're saved. You're good. You don't have to do anything. And then you show up in front of Jesus at the end, and he says, "Okay, what did you do for me?"
Well, remember the parable with I believe it was a king. He gave, or I'm sorry, not a king, like a lord. He gave 10 talents to one man. Was it 2 talents to another man, and then 1 talent to another? Yeah, it's passage in Matthew. Yeah,
it's a reference to the kingdom of heaven.
Right, and then of course he took everything from the guy that didn't invest, the talents, right? I think it was 5 talents.
He also punished him pretty harshly for not doing anything, and that is only recorded in Matthew, which is referencing the kingdom of heaven. Yeah. Or if you look at the original, it's the kingdom of the heavens. That's not the same thing as the kingdom of God.
No.
Jesus said that up until, or from the time of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence and the violent take it by force.
Right.
But Jesus also says in John 3:16, or well, it's John 3, it's before John 3:16. It's like 5 or something. That you can't see or enter the kingdom of God unless you are born again.
Yeah. So the kingdom of God is within you, and the kingdom of heaven is a reference
Jewish-
to a physical place, just like Israel's a physical place.
It's the millennial kingdom, I think.
Yeah.
So,
or the physical city of God, you know.
Careful reading Matthew and thinking it all is talking explicitly about us.
Right.
Yeah, since you have
Now, there is a parallel in Luke, which is the talent of the minas, or if you read the King James, it's the talent of the pounds, some form of currency.
Mm-hmm.
Read the talent, the parable of the talents, and read the parable of the minas or pounds that's recorded in Luke, and note the distinctions. They're
I usually
different. They're similar.
correlate that with the passage in Revelation where it talks about the church in Laodicea, where they're being punished because they are still forthwith with the sins that they're committing, sexual lust, whatever is going on there, and that, remember, because it says that he's going to
Laodicea
is about the lukewarm church, right? I'm pretty sure that's the same one. Philadelphia is the good one.
There were two of them that were.
There's another one.
bad
I'm talking about the worst one. I'm talking about the one that's like the bottom of the. I'm pretty sure it's Laodicea.
Laodicea is one of the two worst ones.
Right.
There are two that have nothing bad said about them, and there are two that have nothing good said about them.
Pretty much, yeah. But the one that I recall being worse, I'm pretty sure is Laodicea, and he was basically, they get punished, pretty severely, for being lukewarm. I think it says specifically that he will spew them out of his mouth, because they are not hot or cold.
And he wished he would then be. He wished that they.
He wishes that they would be
either.
hot or cold, but because you were not, I will spew thee out of my mouth. I forgot exactly what was. I was trying to remember the exact verbiage there, but I kind of correlate that with that passage with the talents, just because of that. It just reminds me. I mean, some of us are kind of like passive whenever it comes to like trying to spread the gospel, and I think that's more or less what it's talking about. Is like people that haven't been trying to spread the message of the gospel at all. Those are the ones that he's probably talking about are going to be going through that kind of painful situation. But and he's going to bless you according to what you have done when you spread the gospel to others on earth after you come to the knowledge and understanding of the gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know. Well, I'm just cautioning you about Matthew, because he's speaking about the kingdom of heaven a lot, and he's the only one that does. And based off of what Paul tells us, I don't see how it applies to us.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure, because like I said, that's just something that correlated with me, and I haven't looked at it that way, so I'll try to go back through the Gospels again and double check that.
Look up if you ever feel like it. Robert Breaker does a teaching on the difference between the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of God.
Like PragerU?
Huh?
Like PragerU?
Breaker.
Robert Breaker.
Breaker. Gotcha. I got confused there. Yeah.
Yeah, like breaking something.
Gotcha. All right.
And another one is Jesus versus Paul. That sounds bad, but hear what he says.
Yep.
Okay.
It just sounds bad.
He's pretty good, but he also believes in the gap theory, which I don't agree with.
I don't know if he actually agrees with the gap theory, and I don't know.
I'm actually YAC because of the electromagnetic field being, it's starting to reduce over time, and then also the fact that the moon is actually leaving our atmosphere, like leaving, I think it's 4 centimeters per annual fiscal or whatever.
Yeah, it's one of the time limits on.
Right, and if you're just doing that backward in time, obviously, you're not talking like billions of years. You're talking like possibly,
Millions.
just possibly a couple million. You know,
There's
I
no
think I did the
there's no
calculations.
satanic flood in between verse 1 and verse 2 of Genesis chapter 1. You know, the word replenish used in scripture, you can keep that understanding to refill, because originally the earth was flooded with water, and now is God is asking man to refill it with himself.
I think you're misremembering his argument. The argument was that replenish was used in Genesis 1 or 2.
No, I remember
before
what
the
he said,
flood.
but they
But he said replenish before the flood, I believe was his claim.
yeah, in verse chapter 1. So they tried to say that replenish in the 1600s actually meant fill, but you don't have to take it that way, because the refilling is basically the command to populate the earth. Just like the water covered the earth, now I want the earth to be covered with man. And
Yeah, but the
later on in Scripture,
King James version was written in 1611, or it was translated at that time, or at least that was the last rendition of it. But
no, the last was 1769.
Oh, okay. But at that time, their argument is that the word meant at that time this.
Yeah.
So,
but
so if that's true that it meant that at that time, then that's what their translation says it means.
Yeah, but today we can take that word replenish and say that refilled it also applies without it having to refer
We
to
can say that
satanic
we've
flood.
conflated the words or something like that now, but back then when the authors originally not the authors, when the translators originally translated the script, they translated it this way.
According to what they said.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying that it holds true then, and the same thing holds true now.
The way I see it is, if God, being an omniscient being, you know, he's going to, of course, understand everything that's going to happen in the future. He would, of course, understand how we're going to interpret, you know, the text as well later down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So even if there were any, translation errors or anything like that, we would still be able to correlate that back to its original meaning or what he intended, right? So obviously, we're talking about the most intelligent being in the universe. So
that's fair. That's fair. But I'll tell you, that doesn't necessarily mean that that doesn't necessarily mean, like, we don't need to know that the gap theory is true or false to get saved. It might not be a big issue.
I would say
it's not a salvation issue.
I'm pretty hard on that it's false.
You think the gap theory is false?
Yeah, it's
all right.
Because
I think the gap theory is.
Well,
isn't that like Frank Turk's position?
It's like, it's interesting. I don't know.
I think Occam's razor applies. That if you can interpret it in the simplest form possible and it be coherent, then that's the actual meaning. And I think when you just look at refill as referring to man to refill the earth, like the waters were flooding the earth, and later on in Scripture, the populations are referred to as the floods. You know, the floods lift up their waves, and the waters of the earth is a metaphor for the populations of the earth. So I think it's the simplest way without trying to inject all these weird alien ideas about a satanic flood taking place, you know, in between verse 1 and 2, where God destroyed the first creation, and then you have eons of time, and then this eons of time is then used to accommodate theistic evolution.
I don't remember the claim being that it was eons of time. It was just like a couple thousand years. It extends the universal timeline to like 10,000 years.
Sure, but
that's what I heard.
Yeah, but there's many herds and there's many different opinions because it's all made up. You know, basically, there's no rule in Scripture that dictates that it's any more than just the 24-hour period that it says it is. You know,
I think it's all rooted in when did Satan fall.
One opinion that I do have about that is that when Satan did fall, it could have been literally kind of like an asteroid hitting the earth, you know, because if you think about the description that's said, it says that he fell like lightning, and I mean, clearly we don't even know whether or not he could have manifested physically or what would have been the case there.
You know what? That answers all of Erica's problems about the asteroids, right? They were just angels that fell from the earth, and their craters were protected against a flood because they're supernatural.
Right.
There is one theory that the asteroid belt that's between Mercury and Jupiter, I think it is, was a planet.
Sal, are we boring you?
No, actually, I was reading about
He was responding
meteors.
to Jamie.
Erica brought up in our discussion.
You were reading the papers that she brought up.
No, the problem she brought up. That's the first time I knew about meteors in the geological column.
Yeah, I haven't heard that before either.
So that was pretty good. So
I think it's explained by that video I gave.
See, sometimes creationists, I've tried to say this, they're so eager to win the argument today. Sometimes they take shortcuts and won't acknowledge that there's maybe gaps in our model. Now, I've been around this long enough to say there were problems we had like in the 1980s that didn't get solved until like 34 years later. And sometimes you just have to wait on the Lord. He's going to provide the answer. And it looked like it was an impenetrable problem.
What was the problem?
It was on nylon eating bacteria. They were saying that that's a case. There's this famous case of proteins that don't need God's help.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
It ended up being not true. It was an inadvertent hoax. I mean, it was sincerely postulated, but then people took it and said this is proven fact, which it wasn't.
It was intelligently designed.
Wait, okay, so the bacteria eating nylon is not real at all?
It is real, but they said they evolved only after 1935 because nylon was invented in 1935.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Sandberg and I were able to establish that it had the capacity. There were bacteria that had the capacity to do this. In fact, there's human enzymes like trypsin that can degrade nylon. In fact, there's a pharmaceutical called Amicar that is made of nylon, and people take it and so obviously they have to metabolize it at some level. Mm-hmm. So, but this hoax was used to beat creationists up and say, hey, see, it's so easy to evolve. And even a famous evolutionist who was in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, Ken Miller, was advocating it and promoting it, and it's all false. And then as recently as 2016, like December, Dennis Venema said this is his favorite example of evolution. It shows that it's so easy to evolve new proteins. This was all false. And so
it's like the E. coli.
The takeaway for this is what may seem like an insurmountable problem. It's like, okay, it's just fair to say I don't have an answer today. Maybe God will provide tomorrow. And that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. I started to become a young earth creationist as I began to consider the data. And I said, well, I can just focus on how I live my life. That's, these big questions about the age of the earth, I said they are important, but how do I live my life? How do I follow the Lord? And I just pray that he would lead me. And over time, my mind changed on these topics. And it's not like we don't have problems in the creation. I mean, in the flood model, especially, we have no problem with the creation model. The evolutionary model is just toast. Same for abiogenesis. The problem now is just the sequencing of events. So I don't try to win the argument, but I'm just naturally curious. Now, what I laid out tonight, Erica didn't attack. She didn't. No one in the chat put anything that dented anything that Dr. Carter and I had to say. Erica said, I don't think you should really be riding this horse. And I'm just like, well, that's not really a scientific argument, is it? And these problem, we do in forensics, we try to establish the time of death, and we do it with chemistry. This is not very different than anything else that we're doing. It's just longer time frames, but it's still kind of the same principle. And so you can't be accepting forensic chemistry on one hand and then suddenly say, oh, well, that doesn't apply to the fossil record, even though the molecules say that it looks like kind of young.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have to say, okay, Erica, you make really good points, but you just can't totally dismiss anything of the things that you heard tonight. And these are serious problems. Same for the fossil burial. And then I also look at the layers. They're just so straight. I'm just like, that doesn't look like, there happened like no tectonic movement for like practically the whole geological column, and then you get a movement. There's just stuff that just doesn't add up. And so she might say, well, there's stuff in the creation models that don't add up. And I said, that's fair. Maybe both sides can just ponder and wait for more data to come in. But I will say this, in the 42 years I've been watching this unfold, the creationist arguments keep getting better every year, not because of them, it's because of God's provision of data. A good example is Mary Schweitzer's finding of the fossils, the dinosaur tissues. But what really began to get me is the human genome's deteriorating. There's no major geneticist that's denying it. And I said, how did we get to this stage? How
It's
could we
copy of a copy.
evolving? It just doesn't make sense. And one secular geneticist said we have only 100,000 years. And I said, well, if that's the case, then we didn't evolve, and we probably haven't been around longer than 100,000 years.
Exactly.
So at least the young Earth interpretation at least seems to agree with some of our data. And the evolutionists have way more at risk. So what if I'm wrong about the age of the Earth or the age of the fossil record? There's still strong evidence that there's a creator God who did the origin of life and then who created eukaryotic organisms. The people that are really on shaky ground in this debate are the evolutionists, because they're getting destroyed at so many levels. The icing on the cake for the creationists would be confirmation of the flood model, which we're not there yet. And that's, I'm patient because I've been seeing the trend has been positive. And
well, I didn't bring it up when I was talking to Erica, but there is evidence that the superheated water that was coming up out of the continents would actually cause fusion, which would absorb the heat, a vast majority of it. And it actually causes, it creates heavier materials in rates that are ratios of what appear to be daughter and parent products that are in line with what we see today.
Yeah, and she'll deny that. And I'm just like, well, let's wait. We have plenty of time, God willing.
I can deny that limestone doesn't sink unless, what? I can deny that. I can just deny it.
Yeah.
What good does that do?
Yeah. So I just I agree. We've had those experiments that you cited, and I'm just waiting for more data to come in. But I know that there are serious anomalies with assuming that radiation originated from outside the Earth. I mean, why did the continental shelves have 70 times more uranium than the seafloor? That doesn't make sense. If we assume that uranium came from a stellar supernova, how did it concentrate? How did it spontaneously concentrate on the continental shelves? So I'm just like,
I can't imagine how much more stuff you know about this than I do. I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah, in fact, there is. I just had to. I'm going to review this, but you can actually Google it. Let me see if I can give you the 70.
Y'all know Michael Shermer, right?
Yeah, I had it. Oh, the World
Skeptic magazine or something.
Yeah. It's funny because I saw him on a Joe Rogan podcast, and he admitted that there's really good evidence that man is the reason why dinosaurs died off. Like they had due to predation. And then on top of that, he also admitted to a possible global flood that was something. This is like, it was about 3 years ago on Joe Rogan podcast when I think he was talking to, what was that other guy's name?
Was he being sarcastic or something? Like, was
No,
he being serious?
he was dead serious.
I've got
You can pull it up. It was like a 3-hour
Michael Shermer
discussion.
talking about humans killing dinosaurs.
You know what happened
It
last
was-
month with Ricky Gervais and Lawrence Krauss? Ricky Gervais has a BS meter that is never tied down. It doesn't matter who he's talking to. If he detects BS, he will pursue it. And he did it with Krauss. And the very last statement he made in this interview is, "You convinced me of God," because he kept on calling or asking him pointed questions about the beginning of the universe and what is nothing and what was there. And he says, "Well, why can't we call it God?" And it got to the point where he said, "You've convinced me of God," and it's crazy.
That's hilarious.
I put a link to that one. It's from the World Nuclear Organization, and it talks about the how it's 70 times. Just do a text search on 70, and you'll see it. It says, present-day abundance of uranium in the depleted mantle exposed on the ocean floor.
Number 70 or the word?
The number 70.
Okay.
It says this represents a 70-fold enrichment compared to the primitive mantle. In fact, the uranium loss from the depleted oceanic mantle is mostly sequestered in the continental crust. Now that doesn't read easily. I mean, it's easy to miss the point of what they're actually. You know how it is they could say one thing, and you can, if you read it carefully, it'll actually tell you something else.
What's ppm?
Parts per million.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so they have a certain model of how the continental crust formed and all. But the point is, they're saying that there's 70 times more uranium in one part than the other. And they said it's mostly sequestered in the continental crust. And that's another way, it's one way of saying it's 70 times more in the continental crust than in the seafloor. There are probably other studies, but I just wanted to point that out. So this does not.
I'll probably read it more tomorrow.
Yeah. This is Brian Nichols' video.
I do want to go to bed.
Yeah, the origin of radioactivity. So that's yeah.
I really appreciate you sharing it.
All righty.
I'm not trying to
Me too.
downplay. I just before I go to bed, I wanted to ask you. I know that you know Erica, and I don't know if you're comfortable sharing it or whatever, but I know that she has a problem with the problem of evil, and I was wondering what aspect of it, if you knew, was it?
I don't know, but I don't know, but I would presume it's just kind of the general thing you see.
People tend to have different problems with different aspects of it.
Well, just at a very personal level, I had an aunt. She was raped and murdered, and I've had one girl just with tears kind of confessed it. And it's like, well, how do you talk about the loving God and Jesus? I mean, that's just a very personal level. I mean, people deal with that. We have parents that are losing children. In my church, we have a lady with 2 kids that are terminally ill. And it's like, yeah, that can break some, that can really weigh on people's hearts.
Right.
Yeah.
And when I hear how theologians deal with it, I said, the way that they talk about this is really insensitive. So she's heard me share my views on this because she sympathized when I said that about my aunt. I didn't have to say much. It's like, I get wherever any of you are, I get it. And I said 2 Corinthians 4:17, for the believer, everything will work for the good, and that this momentary light affliction is building for us an eternal way to glory. Exactly. This present suffering means something, but for the non-believer, there's really no good answer. Exactly. You go from bad to worse, really, and there's no consolation there. So that's about all I said. And scripture is usually pretty right on the point,
I really like the Rabbi
I'm sorry?
Zacharias. Sorry about that. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was saying I really like the Rabbi Zacharias, answer to that. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, but he said, Jesus is the character of God taking on the form of human flesh and suffering with us so that we can understand that he knows what we're going through and that he doesn't just contemplate it, he experienced it. It was something that he actually physically went through, and to an extent that we probably can't even fathom, right? And again, it doesn't take away from what we've experienced or what other people have experienced. Of course, those things matter, but in the end, if you just simply think about it, why would God, being who he is, ever have to denigrate himself? That alone, if you're thinking about his magnificence, his omnipotence, everything, that's a whole other level, right, of denigration,
Hey, Blaster, if you're still there, what was your question? I'll ask Sal.
What was that?
I put a verse in the chat here that I sort of realized, after hours and hours of discussing stuff with atheists on Facebook, that these people are being blinded, actively blinded, and we have to pray that that blinding stops so that they could finally see the light. Yeah. So Erica is, she has a wonderful personality, and she has a wonderful, work ethic when it comes to studying all this stuff. At the same time, she's being actively blinded by Satan, and she needs our prayers in order for that to be lifted.
Absolutely. Praise the Lord.
It's hard to tell who. Like some people, I don't know. Maybe it's all of them. I don't know. The verse seems to say that it's all of them.
Well, the other aspect of the problem of evil, I said, there's no happy ending. Any novel, it's amazing. People in the arts totally get this. I said, if there's a book that had a happy ending, it had some chapters that were pretty tragic. I mean, that's just any book that is remembered for its beauty and for how it ended. If it had a happy ending, had tragedies in the middle, I said, the way the Lord laid this out is no different. That God would allow a world to go to pot and then to rebuild it. That's exactly why we have shows like Flip or Flop, where these people, usually a couple,
they flip houses.
They got the worst house and said, we're going to rebuild it just to show off. And it's a glorious story when you can transform something that's just awful into something beautiful. And we see that theme. I mean, people who are artists totally understand this. It's like, it's not that hard to get that God would allow a world. And then I talked about it almost in passing today when we were talking about communication and information theory. What's the optimal way to store information? You let it have errors and then you correct it on the fly. And biologists and philosophers are saying that's stupid. It's like, no, it's not. If you just had a little bit more intellectual depth, you'd actually see this. And so this idea of allowing errors and then correcting it, it happens in the artistic world. It happens in the engineering world. It happens at all levels. And if people just wanted to just maybe think about it a little deeper, they could see it.
Well, that and assuming that Adam was made perfect, then you wouldn't have that in the first place, right? So we're just copies and copies of copies of copies. So we have to go through that. But if we're looking at that from like the beginning, I mean.
So Blaster asked his question for Sal.
I saw it. And this is great. And I want to thank Blaster Master 80 for, if you saw my talk, thank you very much for hearing. Said, do you think that you and others would have arrived at the conclusion that a flood happened if we had been provided the data we have now? Yes. Yes. And that's actually one way that I have investigated the flood, not starting with a biblical worldview. I said, I'm just going to try to look at this from the data we have in hand. And part of that was what I showed today when I was going through all the DL ratios of amino acids at the various fossil strata. That's indicating a cataclysm happened simultaneously that created the strata. And the other thing is that we have these creatures that look like they got buried very quickly. I asked paleontologists, how do you get things to fossilize like that? They said water, and rapid burial. And you take that plus the chemical evidence we had today, that at least superficially suggests a flood. I didn't say that. I don't mean to say that this proves it, but it's a good starting point. And it certainly made me believe, because when I nearly walked out of the Christian faith, this physical evidence, I said, I just can't run away from it. This is telling me that maybe the Bible is telling us the truth, and therefore it's of divine origin. So I came from a background where I nearly left the faith because I didn't like how the churches were trying to answer some of my tough questions. I'd say, why do I believe the Bible? And they'll say, well, it says here right in the Bible. I'm just like, no, you don't get it. This is not the way to go about it. And so all I had was to do the science. And this is how I ended up here. Now, that said, I asked a lot of people to pray for me because I said, I don't have it in me to just force myself to believe. And I need a work of God to do something to open my eyes. And so that's how I ended up here. So with that, I think I'm going to leave the stream, gentlemen. And I'd like to thank you for coming out to my talk today. Started about 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago. So thank you.
Quite the marathon.
Yeah.
5 hours and 39 minutes.
Plus we had that 1 hour for the restart. Yeah.
Oh,
All right. God bless you, gentlemen.
God bless you.
Have a blessed night. All right, take care.
Chat too.
Hope
Thanks.
your mom gets a lot better if she isn't still already.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
Blaster, I'll ask you a hypothetical question in return. If there were no records that George Washington existed, would you believe that George Washington existed? Anyway, night, pigs.
Good night, Argotha. Good night, pigs.
Oh, yeah, Jeremy.
Yep. Night.